Congratulations, everyone! You have successfully fallen your first domino, and with that, our week 1 is successfully completed. And now, the first domino is ready to fall over second one to begin another journey. But here, you are the leader. You are responsible. You have the ability to respond to whether or not let that first domino fall over another one to let these improvements coming to change your life. Anyways, in the week 1, you start your journey by getting to know about what is Flutter and why you should choose Flutter for app development. And then you learn step by step all of the fundamentals of Dart programming language along with how to get started with Flutter. And then along the way, you learn some basic widgets of Flutter and also how to use them in combination to build beautiful UIs in Flutter. That was not kind of beautiful UIs, but so far they were if you are totally a beginner. So let me remind you, the week 3 would be the realm of building complex UIs in Flutter. So this week is full of different kinds of widgets, and the interesting part is state management solutions and taking initiative in Firebase. And by the end of this week, we will be building together a complete notes application with Flutter and Firebase. So let this first domino fall over another to bring these new changes and improvements to yourself. So let's get started with the very first lesson. So up until now we have learned almost all the basics in our week 1. Now in this week, we will look forward to some complex topics of Flutter. So till now we work on single page of our Flutter application. Now what if we want to have separate pages in our Flutter applications? That's where the routes comes in. So what are the routes? In Flutter, the pages and screens are called routes. We can say the widgets because screens and pages are also called the stateless or stateful widgets. So consequently, the routes in Flutter are also called widgets. And in the native Android development, the screens and pages are activities, and in the iOS, it's called view controllers. Anyways, now the question is how to use routes in Flutter to achieve the goal of separate pages. For that purpose, Flutter SDK gives us a Navigator class free of cost. This class is used to navigate from one page to another and follows the stack method. So what it means by stack methods? Let's consider we have page 1 and page 2. And we navigate from page 1 to page 2. So here we are actually on the same page, but we add or place page 2 on top of page 1, just like the widgets in the stack widgets. So that's what it means by the stack method. And again, if we had the page 3 and we navigate from page 2 to page 3, so that page 3 will come on top of the page 2, and just like that, they are making the layers of pages just like the widgets in our stack widget. And you are already familiar with the behavior of stack widget in Flutter. So that was a bit theory, let's do it practically in our Flutter application. So that is our material app. So here, the widget returned by the home property is called the initial route or page. From here, we will start our navigation. Like from home page, we will navigate to the page 1, page 2 or page 3, just like that. And this home page is a stateful widget, and it has the build method to construct the specific UI on our emulator, and it constructs that scaffold, our mobile UI, an app bar with homepage text and center widget to make this elevated button in the center. And this elevated button is also a widget which has the onPress method, just like the icon button, but instead it accepts the child, and in the child we pass the text widget, and in the text widget we have the navigate string. But for now it is not working. So as we have talked about the navigator class, this navigator class has two most basic methods to go to the next page and then come back to the previous page. The two methods are push and pop. So like here we have the onPress property in our elevated button widget. So let's open it up here. So inside this, when the elevated button is pressed, so what will happen? We will do navigator and we will call the first push method from this navigator. So we got this push method from our navigator class, and this accepts a context and the route. And on place of this route, we will pass the material page route, and it has the property of builder which accepts the context just like this. And here it will return a specific page. Like to open the body, just like this and return a specific page we want to navigate to. But we can also use the arrow function just like this to reduce our code. So here we will pass the page we want to navigate to. So here we have the page 1, page 2 and page 3. The page 1 contains one stateless widget with build method scaffold app bar. In the title of app bar we have the page 1, and the body of scaffold in the center we have the welcome to page 1, and in the page 2 we have the same page 2 welcome to page 2 and page 3 welcome to page 3. So we want to navigate to the page 1 just like that, and also put the semicolon in here. So that was a simple basic push method to navigate from one page to another page. Now Ctrl S to hot reload to see our code in action. So that we have used this navigator push method to navigate from this page, like from this home page, to the page 1. So now when we click this navigate, so this will take us to the page 1 and it is saying welcome to page 1. And to go back from this page we have this back arrow, which is basically the leading property of app bar. When it is not specified, it is by default the back arrow and work as the pop method of navigator. When we click this, this will take us back to our home page. So when we again click this, so in this stack, the page 1 comes on top of our home page, just like the widget in the stack. And when we go back, so this widget or page pops from the stack and we again back to our home page. And in the page 1, if you go in here, we have the property of leading. And when you put the container in here, just like that, Ctrl S to hot reload and again navigate to this page, so you can see we got nothing in here just because the back arrow is overridden by this simple container, and now we have no back arrow to go back in here. So again from here we can go back using the navigator pop method. So in here in the leading, we will remove this container from here and we'll place our own icon in here. Let's say we have the icon of this SE unit, and now let's wrap it with the widget just like that. And to make this icon clickable, we have the widget of gesture detector just like that, and it has a lot of properties like on tap, on double tap cancel, and a lot of these properties to make one widget clickable. So we will use only the on tap property of that, and here we will use the function and the arrow and the navigator dot pop the context, like to go back or pop this or remove this page from the stack. Now Ctrl S to hot reload and again click this SE unit, so this will again remove the page 1 from the stack and will navigate back us to the home page. So that was the leading property, which was set by default the back arrow. Like, let me comment this out. Ctrl S to hot reload, again go to the navigate, and you can see we got again the by default arrow in here. And when we uncomment this, so this will override and will give us our SE unit, which overrides the back arrow set it by default in this leading property of app bar. So let's again comment this out and Ctrl S to hot reload. Now again go back. So that was the basic methods to navigate from one page to another using this push method, and also pop to remove the page from the stack. Now however, if you need to navigate to the same page or screen in many parts of your application, this approach can result in the code duplication, like to put everywhere the navigator push and navigator pop. So this will result in the code duplication everywhere in our Flutter application. So what will be the solution for this? The solution for this will be to use the name route. To use the name routes, let's remove this push method from here just like that, and this navigator give us the same method of pushNamed. So let's remove this dot and access the pushNamed method from this navigator. So we got this pushNamed to have our name routes. This got the context, and here we will pass the name of our route. So let's say pass the page 1 and put the semicolon in here. Now how to start the application, or you can also Ctrl S to hot reload. Now when you press this navigate, so nothing will happen. Open up the run console and it is saying could not find the generator for the route settings, page 1 and null in the widgets app stat. So it means we are just doing the push named and passing the context page 1. So what is this page 1? where it is navigating us. So there is no context in here to where to navigate and what is this page 1. So to make this work, we have the property of routes in our material app, which accepts a map of string and the widget builder, and you are already familiar with the map collection data type. So open the body of routes and it accepts the value string. Let's say our value was page 1 just because we are navigating to the page 1, and the key will be the widget builder, which accepts the context, and this context is build context, and we can open the body just like that, and we can also use the arrow function, and in here we will pass our page name, page 1, just like that. And when we want to navigate to the page 2 or page 3, put comma in here, Ctrl D to duplicate this and change their name to page 2 and 3, just like that. So we got these pages, their key and their value. So what this routes means? So it means when a name route just like this, pushNamed, is pushed from navigator pushNamed like this, so that specific route name like the page 1 will be looked up in here in the routes. And if the name is present, so the widget builder is used to construct a material page route and navigate us to the appropriate page or screen. So like when this is called, so this will check in the map of routes of our material app. So we have this page 1, so this value of page or widget builder will construct a material page route and will navigate us to the specific page which is specified in here. So now run this again, and again click this navigate. So we got this page 1 again, just like this, and we can again go back in here and this will work the same. And when we pass in here the page 2, now Ctrl S to hot reload and navigate, so we got the page 2. And when we pass the page 3 and Ctrl S to hot reload, go back and go again, so this time we got the page 3. So this time we are navigating to the another page using the only name, and this is not causing any duplication, but already our pages are specified in here and we are simply using their name, and it will check in the map if it found, so this will navigate us to the appropriate page specified in here. So that's how this routes and pushName works. But here we have one more property in our Flutter in our material app, that is OnGenerateRoutes. So let's comment these routes in here, and we have this OnGenerateRoute. But before going for this OnGenerateRoute, let me show you one more thing. Let's comment also this out and uncomment this. We have this home page. To make this home page our initial route, it's already initial route by this home, but what if we want to have the initial route something like this, like to put slash in here and pass it in here. So let's remove this home from here and copy this from here and paste it like context and arrow and paste it in here. So that is our initial route on this slash. So in here we have one more property of initial route, so we'll pass our initial route this slash. Now again, how to start the application, so our initial route will still be our home page. You can see we got this home page, but again if we pass our initial route the page 1, and how to start our application, so this time this will give us the page 1 as the initial route. You can see in here, so our initial route is this, and again how to start the application, so that's how we specify our initial route also in our Flutter material app. So also let's comment this out and uncomment this OnGenerateRoute. So this OnGenerateRoute quite work a bit similar to the routes property. This route generator callback is used when the app is navigated to the named route, just like when the app is navigated to some named route. So the generator callback will used and will give us some appropriate route. So let's go on top in here, and this OnGenerateRoute has the type of route of dynamic, the function which accepts a parameter of route settings. So to work with OnGenerateRoute callbacks, let's create a class in here. That will be a class, and let's name our class OnGenerateRoutes. So we got the class in here. Now inside this, we are going to have a method of the same type which is showing in here, the route dynamic, which accepts the route settings. So open the body of this class. This is not a stateless or a stateful widget, but a simple regular class which is going to have the method of. So we got the static method of route dynamic type, and it accepts the parameter of route settings. So what is this route settings? These route settings provide us useful data for constructing a route like name and the argument. So here we will open the body of that method, and here we will use the switch statement. You are already familiar with this switch statement which we have learned section of Dart. So here we will switch on the settings.name, the name of the route, and we will open the body of our switch, and we will say if the case was page 1, so we will return the material page route, and the builder is going to accept the context, and in the arrow we will again return the page 1, just like that. And again copy this and paste it 2 more times for the page 2 and page 3. This will be page 2, this will be page 3, and the same page 2 and page 3. And here right after this, if none of the case is satisfied, this will be a default and open body, and this is going to return a simple scaffold, just like that, if none of the case is satisfied. So here we will copy the class name and we'll paste it in here and simply access the route from here. So we got the OnGenerateRoutes just like that. We just access this route method from this class just because that's static method, so we don't need to create the instance or object of that class to access this method from here. This is static, so simply we make the static and directly access it from the class. So how to start the application, and we got an error. The global key was used multiple times. That is because we have to uncomment our home also and run this, just because we need our initial home page to navigate it from somewhere in the page. So we got this home page again, and when we click this navigate, so this navigate us to page 3. So what happens in here? Again the same thing happen. This OnGenerateRoute is also called when a pushNamed or named route is called. So it simply call this route from here, which is route dynamic, and here we are switching if it got the name of page 1 in the name route in here. So simply navigate our user to the page 1, and if it got page 2, simply send the user to the page 2. If it got page 3, simply navigate to the page 3. So you can use the navigator push method if you have only few pages in your Flutter application. But in case if you got so many pages in your Flutter application, so you must prefer to use the OnGenerateRoutes or the named routes and simply control them using the OnGenerateRoutes, just like that. And you can also do this with these routes. So that was it for some basic and advanced routes in Flutter. Okay, now suppose you have a chat application. If some of your users swipe away a message knowingly or unknowingly, it might be useful to display some brief message and tell the user that your message was deleted. And this is not only specific to only chat app, this can be any other app to show users some brief message that this task was happened. And in our app's material design, the job of showing brief message to a user is done by either a toast message or a snackbar. So first of all, we'll go for the snackbar. So to show a snackbar in our Flutter application, we have again the simple application and elevated button in here, and the click me in here in the child of the elevated button, and in the on press. For now it's empty. Let's open this up, and now we are going to show a snack bar when the elevated button is pressed. So to show a snack bar, for that we have the scaffold messenger, and from the scaffold messenger we are going to call the Auth method, which accepts the context, and here it has the method of show snackbar, and this show snackbar accepts a snackbar widget just like this, and it has the content property which is required, and this content property accepts the widget, and we will pass our text widget in here, and simply we will say hello, I am snackbar, and simply put the semicolon in here and put the commas in here and format your code just like that. Now Ctrl S to hurt reload and click this click me button, and you can see we got the hello I'm snackbar, a simple snack bar from the scaffold messenger. And the scaffold messenger has some other methods like to remove or hide the snack bar. So to use them, we will copy this scaffold messenger of context and paste it in here, and simply we will do dot remove the current snack bar and this will directly remove the current snack bar. But for that we need to give some delay to let this snack bar appears, and after some seconds we will remove the current snack bar. So for that we have to make this asynchronous, and here we have the future delay just like that, which accepts the duration, and in the duration we will pass the seconds of 2, like after 2 seconds. And also not forget to put the await in front of it, as this is the future. Now Ctrl S to hot reload and click this, and after 2 seconds this will appear directly just like that. And if we reduce the seconds to 1, Ctrl S to hot reload and click this, you can see this appears, and after 1 second it directly disappears just because of this remove current snack bar. And we have the hide current snack bar method, which also removes the current snack bar but with a little bit animation, like Ctrl S to hot reload and click this. After 1 second it goes just like that. So that's how these methods works, and that's how we can show snack bar in our Flutter application. And with this we have also a toast message if you want to show it instead of the snack bar. So for that you have to add a dependency in your pubspec.yaml file. So simply add this Flutter toast dependency in your pubspec.yaml file. After this pubget and to get the dependencies. After this done, go to your main.dart and comment these out. And to access the Flutter toast, we have the Flutter toast, and from this simply access the show toast, which has the property of message and is required. Simply say hello, I am toast message, and it has some properties like, let's say, the gravity, toast gravity dot bottom, like we want to display it on the bottom. And it has the font size, let's say 16. It has the background color, let's say colors.red, and it has the toast length, let's say toast.length short. And also it has the property of text color, colors.white, like the color of the text will be white in the red background color. Now Ctrl S to hot reload and simply click this click me. You can see we got a toast message, hello, I am toast. And you can also change the background color to, let's say, yellow accent. Ctrl S to hot reload and click this click me, and we got this toast message with the yellow accent color, and put it green accent. Ctrl S to hot reload and we also got this. And if we set the green and simply click this, so you can see this is more clear than the before accents colors of yellow and the green. And we can also change the text color from here. So that's how you can deal with the snack bar and also the toast in your Flutter application. And for this toast you have to add the dependency in your pubspec.yaml file, that is the dependency of Flutter toast. And you will get to know more about these in the future videos. So up until now in this week 2, you now know how to have different separate pages in our Flutter application, and you also know how to show toast or snack bar on user gestures in application. Now we are going to learn how to create the bottom navigation bar in our Flutter application. First we will build the bottom navigation bar provided by the Flutter material design, and then we will add a package in our pubspec.yaml file for having some fancy bottom navigation bar. So let's go for it. To create the bottom navigation bar, we have the direct property in our scaffold, that is the bottom navigation bar, which accepts a widget. If we pass the widget in here, that widget will be displayed at the bottom of the scaffold, like it will be displayed right in here. You can also create your custom bottom navigation bar by simply passing the row widget in here and to have some items aligned horizontally in the row. But this is not going to be a good approach to do it. To create the bottom navigation bar, the Flutter material design give us the widget of bottom navigation bar, and it has one compulsory property, that is the property of items. And these items will be the icons with some labels aligned at the bottom of the scaffold in here. And these items accept the list of bottom navigation bar item. So here inside the list, we are going to have the bottom navigation bar items in here. To create the bottom navigation bar item, we have the widget of bottom navigation bar item, which has two properties required, that is icon and the label. So let's pass the icon and the label to this bottom navigation bar item. So we got our icon of home and also the label of home. So that's how we can create the bottom navigation bar item inside the items of this bottom navigation bar widget. And here in the items there must be two or more than 2 bottom navigation bar items. According to the documentation of bottom navigation bar, here if you hover this pop-up will appears, and here it is saying the length of items must be at least 2 or greater than 2, and each item's icon and label must not be null. So that's what it is said in the documentation. So now let's duplicate this 3 times, and here let's change the icons and their labels. So we change the icons and the label of each bottom navigation bar item. The first item is going to be our home, and the second will be the home repair service icon, and its label is service, and the third one has the location on, means the location icon and the location label, the account circle around it, and the profile. So that will be our bottom navigation bar items will be show up at the bottom of the scaffold in here. And also, to give fixed width to the bottom navigation bar items, we have the property of type. It accepts the bottom navigation bar type, and from this type we will pass the fix. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got the home, service, location, and the profile, but for now it is not working. And by default in here, our selected item color is blue and the unselected item color is gray. So you can also change them by the properties inside the bottom navigation bar. That is the properties of, let's say you want to increase the font size of that item that is selected. So we pass the selected item font size 16, meaning that the label size will be increased to 16. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, you can see we got the home font size 16 as this is our selected item by default. But for now we cannot select the other items, and we are going to do it in a while. And next you can also change the unselected icon theme and simply pass the icon theme data, which has the colors black. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got the icon colors black just because of the property unselected icon theme, and which accepts the icon theme data, and simply you pass the color black. And you can also change it to other also. And with this we have one more property, that is selected icon theme, and here we also pass the icon theme data widget, which has again the property of color, and we set the color to red. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and our selected item color becomes red. And we can also change the color of this label by putting the property of the selected item color, and we also set this color to red. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and you can see we got the label of our selected item home. So that's how you can change the colors of selected and unselected items and their labels. Now what if we want to show some different pages when we click each item in the bottom navigation bar? For that we need the index of each item. To get the index of each item, we have the property of onTap in our bottom navigation bar, which return type is void, and in its constructor it accepts the integer, meaning that when each item is clicked, this will return the specific index of that item. To make it clear, here we will print this index, print and index, and also put the semicolon in here. Ctrl S to hot reload, and to show the print statement, let's open up your run console and click this home. You can see we got the 0 index of this first bottom navigation bar item, and when we click this service we got the 1. When we click the location we got the 2 index, and when we click the profile we got the 3 index. So it means we are getting the correct index by this onTap method of bottom navigation bar item property. So now how to have the pages when we switch between the items of bottom navigation bar? For that we have to create a variable in here. That will be the variable of current index equal to 0, and down here we will do if this method is tabbed, meaning that if each item is tabbed, so we will simply do set stat the current index equal to the index of each item that is clicked. So what we are doing in here, when each item is tabbed or clicked, so simply what we are doing, we are simply updating this stat variable which index is 0 to that index that is clicked. Like when we click this home, so this current index got the 0 index. If we click this service, this current index got the 1 index. If we click this location, this current index got the index of that item that is now 2, just like that. So that's how we are getting the current index of each item in this current index variable. So now using this variable, we will show different pages on our UI, on our emulator. So to show the different pages on that variable, here we are going to have a method outside the build method. That method will be switch on index, we have not specified the explicit type to this method, so it means its return type is dynamic, and this is a simple regular method as you have learned in the Dart course. And this private means this will only be used in this main.dart, and this will not be allowed to use outside this library. And inside this, what we will do, we will use the switch statement on the current index, and on each index we will return the different page on our UI. So let's do it. We will switch on the current index, and in the body of the switch, if the case was 0, so what we will do, we will return the center child text, and we will do page 1, or we can also say home page, as this is home, and also put the semicolon here, and we will copy this case and paste it 3 more times, as we have the 3 more items in here. And we will do case 1, case 2 and case 3. That are the indexes which are changing in the current index each time when the state variable updates by the setStat. And when the current index was equal to 1, so we will display in the center services. And in here, if the current index was equal to 2, so what we will do, location. And if it was 3, simply we will say profile. Now we will copy this dynamic method and simply paste it in the body and put the parenthesis in here, so it means we have called this method in the body. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and you can see we got the home page in here, and we have this selected item. And when we click this, you can see the current index change. It becomes 1 on this onTap method, and we got the services in here, and now this case 1 is returned. And when we click this location, you can see we got the location in here. Now the current index is 2, and when we click this profile, we got the profile in here where the current index is 3 now. But you can see there is one problem. We have the current index now 3, but our red color is still the home. So to overcome this, we have again the property of current index in the bottom navigation bar and simply set it to the current index. So each time when this on tab is pressed and this current index variable got the index of each item, so that index will also be changed in the bottom navigation bar item, and according to that we will get our selected item color and the selected item theme. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, you can see now we got directly the red color for our profile as this current index is 3. And when we click this location, you can see this colors becomes red, and we also got the location in here. And when we click the services, home, and just like this, we have created a basic bottom navigation bar provided by our Flutter material design. And you can also change the background color of the bottom navigation bar by the property of background color and simply set it to the color that you want. Let's say we want to set it to colors.blue. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, we got the blue bottom navigation bar in here, just like this. And you can also return your own page's stateless widgets in here, like to create here a simple stateless widget and name it, let's say, home, and simply return here in the center child text and simply say, hello, I am stateless widget home. Now let's copy this home and simply paste it in the center, and also put the parenthesis in here and also put the semicolon in here. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, you can see we can also call our stateless widget directly in here. And we got hello, I am stateless widget home, that is the text of this stateless widget returned by this build method. So that was it for a simple bottom navigation bar provided by the Flutter material design. So now let's go for creating some fancy bottom navigation bar. For that, you have to go to your pubspec.yml file and add one dependency. So you need to add this persistent bottom navigation bar dependency in your dependency of pubspec.yml file. After this, simply pubget. So after pubget completes, let's close this console from here and let's go to the main.dart and remove this bottom navigation bar from here. And also remove this switch on index from here and put simply a center widget in here. Or you can also remove the body from here. And also close this and remove this switch from here and also delete this home widget from here. Now to use the persistent bottom navigation bar, here we have the widget of persistent tab view, which comes from the package we have just added, persistent bottom navigation bar. So in here it has some compulsory properties that are the context of build, the screens and the items. So first of all, let's create the screens in here. So we got 5 stateless widgets. The first widget is home. In the build method, it is returning a scaffold with the app bar text home. And in here, the second stateless widget is order page, which returns the order page in the app bar. And the third widget is settings, which returns the settings page. And the fourth page is profile page, which returns the profile page. And the fifth widget is services page, which returns again the services page. And this error in the emulator is because we have passed the screens and items empty. Simply it is saying the item's length must be greater than or equal to 2 and must be less than or equal to 6. So that's why there is an error, and it will be fixed in a while when we specify the items of our persistent bottom navigation bar or tab view. So in the items, it accepts the list of persistent bottom navigation bar items. To create the persistent bottom navigation bar item, we have the same widget as specified in here, persistent bottom navigation bar item. Let's create it. So we got our first persistent bottom navigation bar item with the icon of home and the title of home and the active color secondary black, the active primary color that is white, and inactive color primary that is gray with some shade of 400. And just like this, let's create the items for these pages. First we got for the home, create for the orders, the settings, profile and the services also. So here we are going to have the items of, so we got the items for the home, the orders, the settings, profile and also the services. Only the icon and the titles are different of these persistent bottom navigation bar items, and active color secondary and active color primary, inactive color primary are same for all of these items. Now let's go and create the screens according to that. And here the screens list length must be equal to the items length. So we have created 5 items in here as well as 5 stateless widgets in here. So let's pass our screens in here, and the screens accept the list of widgets, and that's good. We have created the stateless widgets for our screens. So first screen is home, and the second is orders, and the third screen is settings page, and the fourth is profile page, and the fifth is services page. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got this persistent bottom navigation bar just like this. And when we click this second one, you can see the orders page change just like this. And also there is also some beautiful animation you can see when we switch between the pages just like that. And also to change its bottom navigation bar background color, we have again the property of background color, and simply set this bottom navigation bar color to, let's say we want to set it to blue just like that. And we got our bottom navigation bar just like this. If we want this app bar to be in the safe area, we will simply wrap the scaffold with the widget that is safe area. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and you can see we got this in the safe area. And the safe area is the area of our application, but not that upper area, just like this. Now if you want to style our bottom navigation bar a bit, here it has one more property. Let's put it right after this. That is the property of decoration, and it accepts the navbar decoration as you have seen for the input decoration, and also the box decoration. The input decoration is for the text field, and the box decoration was for the container. And it has the navbar decoration. The border radius is 10 and the color behind navigation bar will be white. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and you can see we got some rounded borders and the behind color is white. And if you want to change the style for this bottom navigation bar, it has the property of navbar style, which accepts the navbar style, and it has lots of styles like the neumorphic, simple, style 1, style 2, style 3. Let's see how the style 1 looks like. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and our style 1 is, I think that is the style 1 that is already selected. And let's see how the style 2 looks like. The the style2 looks something like this. You can see now its behavior is changed, and the style3, Ctrl S to hot reload, the style3 looks something like this. You can see one bar on top of this, and you can also modify its color by changing the active, secondary, active primary, and active primary color of these items, and also some other properties it has in the. And let's also check, like let's say 5, and our 5 style looks something like this. You can see one dot at the bottom of this icon. And let's say if you want to have again 7, and our 7th looks something like this. So you can explore more style also of this persistent bottom navigation bar. And also there is one more property of screen transition animation, like when the screen is changed, like when we click the item, so how it will animate and will navigate to the other page. So the screen transition animation, accept the screen transition animation widget, and we have set the animate tab transition to true, and the curve is ease. It's the behavior, like how it will curve, and the duration is 200 milliseconds. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and when we come to the settings, you can see some transition or animation when we are switching between the pages, just like this. So you can also explore other properties of this persistent bottom navigation bar or persistent tab view. We have got this persistent bottom navigation bar from the pubdev package manager from here, and this persistent bottom navigation bar version is 5.0.2, and it has a lot of styles, all of the styles in here, and some documentation written by the author of this package. So you can also explore this yourself if you want to learn more about this package. So now let's back to the Android Studio, and that was how this persistent tab view or persistent bottom navigation bar works. And you can see also some beautiful animations and the fancy styles of this persistent bottom navigation bar. And again, you can also explore or modify this by yourself if you want to learn more about this. So that was it for a simple bottom navigation bar, and also for the fancy one, that is our persistent bottom navigation bar. Now in this section, we are going to learn how to build drawer in Flutter application. First of all, what is drawer? Drawer is basically a sliding left menu which is used for navigation. So we are going to build this drawer in this section, where we have the user profile, the username, and the item of privacy policy, the icon, and the text. When we click this privacy policy, this will navigate us to the privacy policy page. We can go back, we can go to the favorites, we can go back, and we can go to the notifications, just like that. So we are going to build this drawer in this section. So first of all, in here we have a scaffold, an app bar within some text drawer, and in the body we have the center. And in this section we are not going to touch the body property of the scaffold. So to create a drawer in Flutter application, we have again the property of drawer in the scaffold, which accepts a widget. So we will pass in here the widget of drawer provided by the Flutter material design. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and you can see we got the menu in here. When we click this, so we got the already built-in drawer in here, and now we are going to modify it. So inside the drawer, we have some properties to modify this drawer. So let's open it up. The first property is if we want to increase the width of the drawer or not. Let's say we want to increase the width of drawer to 350. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, you can see we got the width increased by 350. Now the other property of the drawer is child, which again accept a widget. So here we will pass the container, and first of all we will change the color of our drawer. Let's say the color is blue. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got our drawer in the blue color. And next, in the child of the container, we are going to have a list view, as we want our content aligned vertically in the drawer. So we got our list view and the children property, which accepts the list of widgets. So first of all, in here in the drawer, we want the user profile and the username, just like this. If you look at our test project, we want the user profile and the username of the user. Now let's go back to our application, and in here we are going to have a row widget, and inside the children property, which again accept the list of children, as we are going to have the user profile and the username, so they are aligned horizontally. So that's why we put the row in here. So inside the row children, we are going to have the container, and inside the container we are going to have the margin of vertical 10 and the width and height 80. And now in the child of this container, we want an image from the assets. to get the image from the assets, again in this week 2 project, let's create the assets directory. So we got this assets directory and let's put your image inside this assets directory. And we got this image.jpg file in our assets directory. Now let's go to the pubspec.yaml file and down here, let's uncomment these assets and move them one space back and remove this one and also move this one space back and remove this from here and put our assets / and dot means all the images inside the assets directory. Now let's pubget. After the pubget completes, let's close this from here and let's go to the main.dart and again ignore this message, and in the child of the container we are going to have the image assets and the path of the image, and the fit property is boxfit.cover, means to cover all the space inside the box, meaning that our container. Now Ctrl S to hot reload and we got this image in here. Now if you want to have this image in the circle, we will wrap this image with the widget of cliprect and we set the border radius property of this cliprect widget to 40. Now Ctrl S to hot reload and we got this image in the circle. And also to put the username text in here, down here in the container. First of all, after this container we are going to have the size box 15 and after that the text widget, and it has the style font size 18, font weight to W500 and the color to white. Now Ctrl S to hot reload and we got the username also in here. And also to give some space from all of the sides of this drawer here in the container, we are going to do the padding horizontally and vertically 10. Now Ctrl S to hot reload and we got our user profile and username in here. Now down here, right after this row, let's close this, and right after this row, we want a divider. So for that, we have a widget of divider and we set the color of the divider to white. Now Ctrl S to hot reload and we got this divider line horizontally. Now after this, we are going to have the list tile widget inside the list view, and then the leading property of list tile is going to be icon of security rounded, and the title property of the list tile is going to be text of privacy policy. Now Ctrl S to hot reload and we got this privacy. To change its color, we will set the properties of list tile, icon color white and text color white, and you can also change them directly from here, like the color of the icon, and also to change the text color, here we have the style property where we can also change the color of the text, but here in the list tile we can also directly change the icon and the text color. Now Ctrl S to hot reload and you can see we got the icon and the text in here. And for this icon, we just increase a bit size to 30, and for this text, we just increase the font size to 16. Now Ctrl S to hot reload and we got our one item in here. Now to put the other items in here, we have to duplicate this list tile. To overcome this duplication, for that, we have to create an method in here that will be the list item method, and this is going to return our list tile, and we will accept this leading and the title property dynamically. Like let's put the parameters of this method. We are going to have the name parameters, that's why we put the curly braces in here, and we are going to do required icon data icon and required string title, and we will copy this icon and simply pass this icon in here and copy this title and paste this on this string, and we will accept this data dynamically when we call this list item. Now copy this and go a bit up here, and let's remove the list tile from here, paste this list item and put the parentheses in here, and inside this now accepts the icon, and inside the icon we will pass the same icon security rounded, and for the title we will pass privacy policy just like this. And now after this, Ctrl S to hot reload and this will remain the same. And now after this, let's put the comma in here and duplicate this 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. And now let's change the icons and the text for them. So we have changed the icons and the title for these items. Now again, we will copy this divider from here and simply paste it right after these notifications. Now Ctrl S to hot reload and we got our design complete. Now we will perform some navigation when we click this privacy, favorites and the notifications. So for that, to make each item clickable in here, we are going to do one thing in here. We will require one more thing in here, that will be void callback, and simply we name this on tab, and this void callback is simply the signature of callback that have no arguments and no return data, meaning that a simple void callback. And here the list style, it has the property of onTap, and in this onTap we will pass our onTap parameter, and now this is required in all of these items. So let's put the onTap for all of them. So we got the onTap for all of these list items just like this, and this help and the report is not going to work if you want to perform navigation on them, so you can also perform them. Now let's create the privacy and favorites and the notification pages. So we got these three pages in place. The first is privacy policy page, where we have a scaffold and app bar within some text of privacy policy, and in the center we have the text of app's privacy policy with some style, and the favorites page, the same app bar and the center text, and for notification the same scaffold, app bar text, and all of these. So now let's go and perform the navigations. So when the privacy policy is clicked, open this body of this onTap, and we are going to perform the navigator push past the context, material page route, the builder, the privacy policy page, and the same for the favorites. In here we will do the same navigator push context, material page route, builder, and favorites page, and for this notification everything will be the same, just like this. So now after this, Ctrl S to hot reload and click this privacy policy page, and this navigate us to this page where we have the privacy policy in app bar, and in the center we have the text app's privacy policy. We can go back, we can go to the favorites page, we can go back, we can go to the notifications page, and that's how we built our drawer just like this. And also if you want to keep our home page clean, like if you don't want this drawer directly in our scaffold, so we can do something like this. Let's create a directory in here. Let's say I will name this directory for drawer, as this is our fourth lesson. And inside this we will create a library or a file of Dart. Its name will be the drawer widget, and inside this we will create a stateless widget and simply name it drawer widget, and also import the flutter material.dart. And now let's go to the main.dart and close this drawer from here, and copy this drawer or cut this and go to the drawer widget and simply paste in here. And also go to the main.dart and close this and cut this from here, go to the drawer widget and paste it in here. And also again go to the main.dart and copy all these pages from here. These are our stateless widgets. Go to the drawer widget and paste them right here. So we got our errors fixed in our drawer page. Let's go to the main.dart, and in here in the drawer, let's place our drawer widget and simply put the parentheses and import this. And we got imported our drawer for directory, the drawer widget in here. Now again, hot restart the application, and we got our home page cleaned, and this works the same, just like this. You can see we can navigate between the pages, and this drawer looks something like this. So that was it for our drawer section, and that's how you can create and work with the drawer in Flutter application. Now in this section, we are going to learn how to create a tab bar just like this one. When we switch between the tabs, we are getting the specific page of the tab bar that is selected. So to create that tab bar, we have again the scaffold, app bar, and the text. To create that, we have the property of bottom in the app bar, where we will pass the tab bar widget coming from the material design, and it has one compulsory property, that is the list of tabs. This list of tabs accepts the list of widgets, and this tab bar, as I said, is coming from the material design, and that will display the horizontal rows of tabs. So inside these tabs, this accepts the list of widget just like it is saying in here. And open this, and inside this we are going to have the widget of tab, and inside this we are going to have the text of cloud and the icon of icons.cloud, and the other tab will be the terrain and the icon of terrain, and the third tab will be wave and the icon of waving hand. Now after this, if you Ctrl S to hot reload, so you will see this error in here. It is saying no tab bar controller for tab bar. When creating a tab bar, you must either provide an explicit tab controller using the controller property, or you must ensure that there is an default tab controller. So for now, we will wrap our scaffold with the default tab bar controller just like this. Inside this, there is one compulsory property, that is the length, and we must set the length according to the tabs in our list of tabs. So here we will specify 3 and we will set the initial index to 0. Now after this, Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got this tab bar, and we can switch between the tabs just like this. Now to create the view for them, we have the body center. So on the center, we will put the tab bar view, which has again one compulsory or the required property, that is the children property. And inside the children of tab bar view, each widget corresponds to the tab widgets in the tab bar, and that's how they together build a tab bar for us. So inside the children of tab bar view, we are going to have 3 center widgets with the child of text, and they are saying, hey, this is tab 1, hey, this is tab 2, and hey, this is tab 3, and they has some style of font size 20. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got, hey, this is tab 1, and when we switch between the tab, we can also swipe just like this, and we can also change the tab by clicking them just like this. And each tab got the corresponding tab view. Like the second widget inside the children of tab view corresponds to the second tab inside the tab bar. And you can see on the second tab, we are seeing, hey, this is tab 2, which is the second child of the tab bar view children. And that's how we can create a basic tab bar with the default tab bar controller or default tab controller. Now to control these tabs a bit programmatically, we can remove this default tab bar controller and create our own controller for the tab bar. So now let's remove this and Ctrl S to hot reload, and we will get this error again, no tab bar for the tab bar. We must either create our explicit tab controller or simply wrap our scaffold with the default tab controller. So now we are going to create our own controller. So in here in this stat, we are going to have the tab bar controller, which has a modifier of flat, meaning that it will be initialized in the init stat. So we got our tab bar controller initialized in the init stat method. This init stat is the method that is called when an object for your stateful widget is created and inserted inside the widget tree. And it will be called only once when the object of this my home page is created. So inside this, when this first calls, we will initialize our controller and the tab bar controller, and inside this we set the length of 3 and vsync to this initial index to 0. So what this vsyncs means? This vsyncs create an object that manages the stat required by the tab bar and the tab bar view, and then we pass this, which means that our stateful class stat. So to access this, we have to do with taker provider stat mixin, and simply this will start working. We simply mix the taker provider stat mixin with our stat class of our home page, and simply we pass this in here. And you will get to know more about this vsync in the future videos. So that was it for our controller. We create our explicit manual controller and we initialize in the init stat, which will only call once when the object of our stateful widget is created and inserted into the widget tree. And then simply in the tab bar, we have the property of controller and simply pass this controller in here just like this, and also copy this and also pass it in the tab bar view. Now after this, hot restart your application and this will start working the same. Now if you want to control our tabs programmatically here, first of all, let's create a floating action button in our scaffold. That is the property of the scaffold. Here we will pass the floating action button. The floating action button means which floats here on the scaffold, and it has one compulsory property, that is on press, and a function. And here it has the child property where you will pass the icon of icons.add, and in here when this is pressed. Now using the controller, we will control our tabs. First of all, we will do controller.animate to the, let's say we want to animate to 2 and put the semicolon in here. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and when we click this floating action button, this will directly navigate us to the tab bar 3, and when we pass the 1 and again Ctrl S to hot reload, when we click this, you can see this navigate us to the tab 1, and if we pass 0 and Ctrl S to hot reload, then we click this, you can see this navigate us to the tab bar 1, which is on 0 index. So that's how we can create the tab bars and work with the tab bars in our Flutter application. And you will get to know more about these tab bars in the future videos. So in this section, we are going to learn how to create a pop-up menu just like this one. If you click these three dots in here, and pop-up menu will appears, and we have the selected item 2. When we click this item 1, and this will be disappeared. When you click this again, we have now the item 1 selected. So how can we create this in our Flutter application? For that, we have a simple application for now. Let's go down in here. We have again scaffold app bar within some text of pop-up menu. To create buttons at the end of the app bar, here we have the property of actions in our app bar, and these actions accept a list of widgets. So simply inside we pass our pop-up menu button, which comes from the Flutter material design. The pop-up menu button has one compulsory property, that is item builder, and in the context it will return the list of pop-up menu items. But before going forward, we have to set our initial value of pop-up menu button to selected menu, and therefore we create our selected menu variable of type int and set it to 0. So we got our pop-up menu item within the list. It has the value 0, and the child we have the text of item 1. And let's duplicate this and simply change the values and the item text. So we got these three pop-up menu items in our list of pop-up menu button, which is returned by the item builder of the pop-up menu button. This value is the index of that pop-up menu item on which that will be selected. Now after this done, Ctrl S to hot reload, and you can see we got a pop-up menu, 3 dots in here. When you click this, a pop-up menu will appear, and initially we have the item 1 selected as we have set our initial menu to 0. When we click this 2, this will disappear, and when we open this, so for now this item 2 is not selected. To make this selection works, we have another property in our pop-up menu button. That property is onSelected, which return type is void, and in the parameters it accepts an integer value. And each time this is called, this gives us the index of the selected pop-up menu item. Like we have set the 0, 1 and 2. When the first item is selected, this will give us 0. When the second item is selected, this will give us 1. When the third item is selected, this will give us 2. Just like the indexes as they are starting from 0. And in the body of this onSelected method, we will do setStat to update the stat variable selected menu to the menu index that is selected. So each time when we select any pop-up menu item in here, so we will get that pop-up menu value or the index in the selected pop-up menu, and that will be passed directly in here as selected menu item is updated by the setStat. So according to that, we will get the item selected. Now after this, Ctrl S to hot reload and close this and open this up. You can see when we click this item 2, this disappears. When you open this, now the item 2 is selected. When we click this item 3 and again open this, now item 3 is selected. Again select this one, and that's how this works. And that was a simple pop-up menu button that you can create in your Flutter application, and you will get to know more about this, that how to work with this pop-up menu button with a bit advanced level in the future videos if you go for real app development in Flutter. Now in this section, we are going to learn how to create the radio buttons just like this in our Flutter application, and they are very simple, just like the pop-up menu button. So initially we have this application which has nothing for now. So go down here, we have this scaffold app bar within the text of radio buttons Flutter. So now in here, in the body of the scaffold, we are going to have the list view and the property children, which accepts the list of widgets. And inside the list view children, we are going to have the radio widget, which comes from the Flutter material design, and it has some required properties or compulsory properties that are value, group value and the onChange. So we set the value to 0 as this is going to be our first radio button, and we set our group value to selected radio, meaning that when this radio will be selected, and therefore we create an integer variable in the stat selected radio to 0, and simply in the onChange method, it has again the same return type of void, and in the function it accepts the integer. So here in the body of this onChange method, we will set the stat and the selected radio will becomes equal to the radio index which is specified right here. When this onChange method is called just like this gives us the index of that radio button, and then simply in the setStat method inside this onChange method, we set that selected index in our selected radio variable, and simply by passing in the group value, we got this radio button selected. And that's how this radio button works. Now put the comma in here, copy this and paste it 2 more times, and simply change their values just like this, and they will work the same. Now in case of this radio which is on the one index, what will happen in here? We have the value 1 and the group value pass the same, and when this onChange method is called, meaning that when this radio is clicked, so this accept the radio of type integer, this will give us the index of that radio, which is 1, and simply we set the selected radio index in our selected radio variable, and as this selected radio is also passed in the group value, so it means this radio will be selected, and the same will be for this third radio button. So that's how these radio buttons can be created in Flutter application, and that's how they work. Now after this, Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got these 3 buttons. Now our first radio is selected just because we have set our selected radio to 0, and now this condition is true, our group value is equal to 0, so it means this is selected. Now when we click the second, so what happens in the radio 1? Simply onChange method called, and it set the variable of selected radio to the index of that radio, which is 1, and this variable got the 1 index, and simply just because of this group value, this radio 1 got selected, and the same will be for this radio 2 index. When you click this, and they can be selected just like this. Now to put some title in front of them, we are going to have, let's go for the first radio and wrap this with the widget. So we wrap our first radio button with the list style widget, and in the leading property we pass our same radio button, and in the title of the list style we pass simply the text widget and Flutter app development. Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got some title in front of it, and we got this radio selected for now. Now the same will be for these other 2, and we got the same for the other 2 radio buttons. We wrap them with the list style, and the leading we pass the same radio, and in the title we pass the end right, and for the third list style which has the radio of value 2, and in the title of this we pass the iOS app development. Now after this, Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got these 3 radio buttons just like this. So that was a simple way to work with the radio button widget provided by our Flutter material design. Now in this 8th section, we are going to learn how to create the checkbox just like this in our Flutter application. And again, it will be really simple as the radio button and the pop-up menu button. So again, initially we have this simple application where we have nothing in here. So let's go down. We have scaffold AppR within the text of checkbox Flutter. So in the body of the scaffold, we are again going to have the list view, and inside this, the checkbox widget, again provided by the Flutter material design, and it has 2 compulsory properties, that is value and the onChange method, and work quite similar to the previous widgets that we have learned, the radio button and the pop-up menu button. So in the value we passed the selected box, and therefore we created our selected box of boolean type and set it to false. When this is selected, so the selected box will becomes equal to true, and when this is not selected, so this will remain the false. And we simply pass the selected box value to by default false, and in the onChange method it returns the current state of our checkbox, like it's true or false. So simply in the set state, we will set our selected box to the box which is the current state of the checkbox, and after this, Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got this box in here. By default its value is false, means it's not selected. When we click this, this will become checked, and now this selected box got the value true, and when we click this again, this set it to false, and that's how this checkbox works. And now to put some title in front of it, we will simply wrap this checkbox with the list style. So we simply wrap our checkbox with the list style and simply pass our checkbox at the leading property of the list style. And now in here, in the title, we pass the text widget terms and conditions. Now after this, Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got this terms and conditions, and we got the checkbox just like this. And that's how you can create a simple checkbox in your Flutter application. So each time this onChange method is called of the checkbox, if this was true, this will set it to false. If this was false, simply it will set it to true. And that's how this works with this selected box variable of type boolean. And if you want to change the color of the checkbox, you have the property of check color in the checkbox widget. Let's say I want to set the check color to red. Ctrl S to hot reload, and you can see our check color got red. Now after this, again make the check color white just because the check red color is not looking beautiful. Now after this, Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got the check color again the white. Now if you want to change the box color, you will simply set the active color to red. Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got the active checkbox color to red, and you can change it to any color you like. Now you can uncheck and check this box. So that's how you can work with simple checkbox in your Flutter application, and you will get to know more about all of these small widgets in the future videos when you go forward and use them in our real-time applications. So now in this section, we are gonna learn how to create the switch button in our Flutter application, just like this one. And also you will learn how can we modify it, like to change its color, just like that. So again, initially we have a simple Flutter application with simple app bar of switches Flutter. So down here in the scaffold, we are going to have the body, and inside the body of the scaffold, we are going to have the padding with some symmetric horizontal 15 and vertical 10, and simply inside the child we have the row where we have the main axis alignment to space between, meaning that the two items will be aligned in front of each other, meaning that if there were two items, so one will be aligned at the leftmost and one will be aligned at the rightmost. This just because this main axis property space between. And inside the children of the row, we are going to have the switch widget, which again provided by the Flutter material design, and same as the checkbox, it has the value and the onChange method, and it also worked with booleans instead of integers. So in the value, we simply pass the selected switch, and therefore in our stat, we create a variable of selected switch equal to false. It means by default, the switch will be off. So down here in the onChange method, this works same as the previous widgets that we have learned. So open the body of this onChange method, and here in the parentheses, again in all the widgets that we have learned previously, you can pass any name you want to name your parameter in here, and inside this we will set the stat, and our selected switch will becomes equal to the S, meaning that the current stat of the switch, whether it's true or false. So if it were false, it will make it true. If it were true, it will make it false. Just like this will works. And also in here we are going to have a text widget. So we got a text widget within the text of light and the style text style font size equal to 18. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got the light in here and the switch button in here. When we click this, so by default the selected switch is equal to false, so it will make it true, just like this, and it is selected. Now by default the switch color is blue, and if you want to modify the color of it, we can do it just like this. We have the property of active color same as the checkbox, and simply we set the active color to green. Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got the active color green. And also if you want to change the color of active track color, meaning that if the switch is active or on, so that's behind the track. You can see if you want to change the color of this, you can also do this by specifying the color to the active track color property of the switch. So here we will do, let's say colors.red. Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got the track color red, just like this. And you can also change the inactive thumb color, like when you click this and make it inactive, you can see the thumb color is blue. And you can also change the color of inactive track color, like when the switch is inactive, so what will be the color of the track in front of it. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got the inactive track and thumb color. When we click this, make it active, we also got the active color and active track color. So that's how you can work with switches in your Flutter application, and you will get to know more about this in the future videos. So now in this section, we are going to learn how to create the alert dialog box in our Flutter application. When we click this click me, you can see a simple alert dialog box appears, and it dim the background content and simply show up this dialog box. It has the title, the content, and two buttons of cancel and OK. When we click this cancel, this will dismiss and will disappear, and our content will appear again just like this. And when you click this again, click this OK, and that's how the simple dialog looks like. So to create it in our Flutter application, first of all, initially we have again the simple application with the app bar text of alert dialog Flutter, and down here we have the same scaffold app bar within the text of alert dialog Flutter. So in the body of the scaffold, we are going to have a center widget, and in the child of the center widget, we are going to have the elevated button, and in the onPress method, for now we have nothing, and in the child we have the text click me. And after pressing the Ctrl S to hot reload, we will simply get this click me button, which do not works for now. So in the onPress method of this elevated button, we are going to have the widget show dialog, and in the context it accepts the build context, and in the builder it has the function which accepts again the context of build, and simply in the body this is going to return the alert dialog widget, where this alert dialog has some properties to modify this alert dialog. So in the title of the alert dialog we will pass text widget and some text alert, and in the content property of the alert dialog we will pass a text widget within the text of something went wrong. Now after this, Ctrl S to hot reload, and when you click this click me, you can see a simple alert will appears, and it has a title and the content, but there are no action buttons to click them like cancel and OK. But this is also dismissible when we click this dim area. Now after this, to create the action buttons in our alert dialog box, we will do the actions, and this is the same property as we had in the app bar widget. So here inside the actions, we are going to have two buttons. So we go to text buttons in our action property, which accepts the list of widgets same as the app bar widget. So up until now you have seen the elevated button and the icon button. The text button is same as these two buttons. Simply in the UI, this will give us only the clickable text. Now after this, Ctrl S to hot reload and click this click me. You can see we got this cancel and OK. But for now they will not work. You can see they are clickable but will not work. To make them work, here in the onPress method of these two buttons, we will do this navigator pop context, means to remove this alert dialog from our main UI, which appears on top of our main UI just like in the stack. And you are also familiar with the stack method that you have learned in the section of routing. Like when we navigate to the other page, this page comes on top of the first page, and when we want to go back, we simply pop this context or remove this page from the stack, and then this navigate back us to our main page from where we have navigated to the other page. Same like this, we have again the dialog appears in the stack, meaning that on top of our main UI. Simply to close this or remove it from the stack, we will simply have to use the navigator pop to remove it from the stack. Now after putting this navigator pop and Ctrl S to hot reload and open this up again, when we click this cancel, you can see this disappears by navigator pop context. Open it again, click OK. This will still disappear just because we have put also the navigator pop context for also the OK button. Now if you want to modify this alert dialog, it has the properties of, like if you want to change the background color, it has the property of the background color, and let's say you want to set the background color of the alert dialog box to colors gray. Now after this, Ctrl S to hot reload and open this up, you can see this color becomes gray. And also there is some more properties if you want to explore. Simply head over to the flutter.dev, and here you will find more documentation about this alert dialog box. So that was it for a simple alert dialog box. Again, if you want to learn more about this, you can head over to flutter.dev. Here you will find the more documentation about this, and that was it for a simple alert dialog box in Flutter. And in the future videos we will get to know more about this. So stay in touch and follow the upcoming videos of the bootcamp if you want to enhance your knowledge about Flutter. So now in this section we are going to learn about the card widget in Flutter. A card is a panel with slightly rounded borders and some little elevation shadow, and mostly is used to represent some kind of related information, for example an album, contact details, or geographical location, or some music related information. And on the emulator you can also see that's how a single card looks like. It has a bit rounded borders and some little elevation shadow you can see at the bottom of the single card. So to create a card just like this one and to show it in the list view just like this, we have again this simple Flutter application with one app bar, and inside this we have the text of Flutter card widget. So to create the card in Flutter application just like the one you have seen, for that at the body of the scaffold we are going to have the card widget provided by the Flutter material design, and it has the property of child. So inside the child of the card we are going to have the column, and inside its property of children, which accepts the list of widgets. The column is because if you go to the test project, here we have the title and the subtitle, and also we have down here some space between this content and also these two buttons, so that's why there will be a column in the child of the card. So let's go back to our application, and inside this column we are going to have the list style, and at the leading property of the list style we are going to have an icon of music note and its size is 30. And in the title property of the list style we are going to have the text widget, and inside some text of unknown artist. And also for the subtitle, we have got the text widget, and inside we have some text. Now after this, Ctrl S to hot reload, and you can see we got the list tile with the leading widget of this icon and the title and the subtitle. And also let's go for creating the buttons. So for that, we will put a comma in here, and then we are going to have a row, as we are going to have two buttons aligned at the end of the card, and then also the main axis alignment of the row will be at the end, as our buttons is going to be aligned at the end of the card. And inside the children property of the row, we got the two text buttons. Now after this, Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got these two buttons in here. And also to give some margin to this card, we have the property of the margin inside the card. So we will pass edge insets from all side 10. And you can see we got our single card, which for now has got the full available space. So why is that? That is because inside the card widget, we have the child, that is the column. And inside this column, we have the property of main axis size, which is by default set to main axis size.max, which means that the height of the column will be maximum according to the incoming constants from the parent of the column. So the incoming constant from the column parent, which is card, is maximum by default, as its width and height are not specified, so that's why we got the maximum height of our column. Now to overcome this, we will set the main axis size to main axis size.min, which again means that the height of the column will be according to the combined height of its children, and incoming height from the parent is ignored, meaning that it will get only the size that is available for the children of the column, and the incoming height from the parent widget, which is card, that will be ignored. So after this, Ctrl S to hot reload, and you can see we got a single card that is in here with some rounded borders and some elevation shadow, and it has got now only the height that is gotten by its children, but the parent height or constants are ignored just because of this property of the column. And by default it is max. If you set it again to max, Ctrl S to hot reload, and it again got the maximum size constraints or height constraints coming from its parent. And also alternatively, you can also do, let's comment this main axis size out, and in here wrap this card widget with the container and simply specify any height you want, just like I specified 300. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and you can see we got the 300 height for our card. So now let's Ctrl Z and undo all these containers and get only the main axis size, that is the size of that is gotten by the children of this column. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and that's what we want. So now to show this card in the list view, we will close this card and we'll cut this from here. And here we will create a method that will be the card item, and inside the body of this card item we will return our card widget. And if you open this, that is our card widget which we have copied from here. Now in the body, here we are going to have the list view and the builder constructor of the list view, and then the item builder property which accepts the context and index, and in the return we will return our card item. And also the item counts will be 20, just like this. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and you can see we got our card widgets just like this in the list view. So that's how you can create your card in Flutter application, and you can modify it any way you want it. And you will get to know more about this card widget in the future videos when you go forward for real app development and we start using all of these widgets in one real application. So that was it for our card widget in Flutter application, and you will get to know more about this in the future videos. And also, if you want to learn more about this card widget, head over to flutter.dev, where you'll find more awesome documentation written by the Flutter developers. So hope this will be helpful for you if you want to learn more about this card widget. So now in this 12th section of Flutter week 2, we are going to learn how to create a drop-down button just like this one, and we can select the items just like this. So again, initially we have nothing but a simple Flutter application with an app bar with some text of Flutter drop-down button. So down here, again in the scaffold app bar, the title, and right after this we have the widget of body. So inside this body we will put a widget the center, because we want to show our drop-down button at the center of the scaffold. So inside the child property we will pass the drop-down button. It has again two compulsory properties, that are the onChange property and the items. So for now let's keep the onChange just like this, and for these items which accept the list of drop-down menu items, here for that we will create a list of type string. Its name is items, and inside we have the 4 string items. So inside these items now, we are going to do the items, the list which we have created just right now in our stat. We will map these items and this will give us each item in this value, and in this body of this map, we will return the drop-down menu item which has one compulsory property, that is child, and we also pass the value in here. So the value will be the each value that is coming from the list here, and also therefore we will create the text widget in the child and simply also pass that selected value in the child of this drop-down menu item to show it on the UI, and therefore convert this map to list as this except the list of drop-down menu items. So what will happen in here, simply for each of the item inside the list, this will create the drop-down menu item and simply will show up as a drop-down on the UI. Now after this, Ctrl S to hot reload, and you can see we got this drop-down which has one line at the bottom in here which is really short, and a drop-down icon. When we click this drop-down appears and it has item 1, 2 and 3 and 4, and when we click this item 1 or like item 2, nothing will happen. To make this work, we have this onChange property. So inside this onChange method, we will set the stat and then simply create a drop-down value variable in your stat which is nullable by specifying this question mark in front of this type, and in here in the set stat we will do the drop-down value equal to the value. Now Ctrl S to hot reload and try it again, and nothing will happen. So first of all, let's talk about this onChange method. So each time when we select value in the drop-down, just like this in here, so this onChange method will be called and will give us the value that is selected, and finally we call the set stat and store that value in our stat variable, that is drop-down value, and by passing this drop-down value at the value property of the drop-down, we will get that selected value on the UI. Now after this, Ctrl S to hot reload, and you can see we got the item 1 in here as we have specified the value and the drop-down value in here. So each time this onChange method is called, this gives us the value that is selected by the user and simply store it in that drop-down value variable, and simply by passing this variable to this value property of the drop-down, we are getting this on our UI. So that's how it can be done. Now if we select the item 2, that will select it in here. If we select the item 3, so that's how this drop down button works. And also if you want to give the complete size to our drop down button, we will set this X expanded property to true of the drop down button, and simply Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got our drop down button just like this. It has got the complete available space. And also to style it a little bit more, we will wrap this drop down button with the container, and in the decoration property we will pass the box decoration, and simply we set the border to our container. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got the border around our drop down button. And inside this all constructor of this drop down, we have some properties like color with stroke align and style. So if you want to change the color of the border, you can change this by this property of this all constructor of the border, and you can also change the width of this and all of these properties. And next, if you want some rounded borders for this drop down button, we have this border radius property. So we will set this border radius dot circular to 10. Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got some rounded borders. And to give some horizontal space outside from the box or the container, we will set the margin to 10. So that's how we got the margin from the outside. And also if you want the space inside the box or the container, we will set also the padding property to horizontal 10. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and we also got the space inside the container. And now you can see here we have a line at the bottom of this drop down. To remove this, for that we will wrap this drop down button with the widget, that is drop down button height underline. Now after this, Ctrl S to hot reload, and the bottom line will be disappeared. And that's how we have created our simple drop down button just like this. And also if you want to change the width of this container, simply set it to 300 if you want, and that's how you can work with a simple drop down button in the Flutter application. And in the future videos you will get to know more about this. And also if you want to learn more about this and you want to go at your own pace, simply head over to flutter.dev, and here you will find more useful documentation, and I hope this will be really helpful to you. So now in this section we are going to learn how to create the modal bottom sheet in Flutter. A modal bottom sheet is basically used to show some supplementary content on the UI, and it just appears from the bottom of the scaffold. And in this test project we have a simple elevator button at the center of the scaffold. When we click this, a simple model bottom sheet appears from the bottom of the scaffold, and that's how our model bottom sheet looks like. And it is used to show some supplementary content or some extra content on the UI, like to do some extra navigation in here or to create your user profile also in here. So now we are going to learn how to create this in our Flutter application. So again, initially we have nothing in our simple Flutter application but a simple app bar within some text of model bottom sheet. So down here in the body of the scaffold, we are going to have a center widget. In the child of the center widget, we are going to have an elevated button and onPress method where we are calling our show bottom sheet method, and in the child of this elevated button we have some text of model bottom sheet. So now let's go and create this method. So we got this method with open body, and in here we will return the show model bottom sheet where it accepts the context which is coming from our stateful widget and the builder. It also accepts a content and the open body as this is a function, and in the builder this will return a simple container. After this, Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got this model bottom sheet button in here, and when you click this, a simple model bottom sheet will appear which by default takes the height of 60% of our screen. And you can also set your manual height to this model bottom sheet. So after setting this property of container to 300, Ctrl S to hot reload and close this by clicking this upper area. So this will disappear. Click again this, and you can see we got 300 height, which is a fixed height for our model bottom sheet. So now let's go further and create the child property of the container. In the child property of the container, we are going to have the column widget as we want some content aligned vertically. If you want some content aligned vertically, and in the children property which accepts the list of widget, here we will pass the text widget, and let's paste some dummy text inside this string of the text widget. So we got this dummy text in our text widget, and after this Ctrl S to hot reload and open the model bottom sheet, and we got this text in here. But as this size of the model bottom sheet is fixed, so if we paste this dummy text more in here and Ctrl S to hot reload, close this, open this up, so this will throw the render flow exception just because it has the maximum height of 300 and we are passing a lot of the text in here which overflow the max height of this container. So now to overcome this issue, simply replace a column with the list view. After this, Ctrl S to hot reload and close this model bottom sheet, open this up, and you can see we got a scrollable view in here, but here it has the fixed width for our model bottom sheet and it's scrollable. Now you can also explore the other properties of the model bottom sheet, like we want to have some rounded borders for our model bottom sheet. So for that we have the property of which accepts the shape border, where we will pass the widget rounded rectangle border, and inside this it has the property of border radius, and we simply access the vertical constructor of the border radius class, and in here in the top property we will do radius.circular, and in the radius we will pass some radius we want. It accepts the double value, so we will pass, let's say 20. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, close this and open this up, and you can see we got some rounded borders in here. So now let's go back, and if we move this 300 height, manual height from this container, or let's comment this out and Ctrl S to hot reload, close this and open this up, and you can see this got the only 60% height of our screen, which is by default height of the model bottom sheet widget. And also here is one more thing, let's again replace this list view with the column and remove some text and leave only some text in the text widget. So now after this, if you Ctrl S to hot reload, close this and open this up, this will still give us the 60% height of this model bottom sheet. That is because that is the default height of the model bottom sheet. To overcome this, we have again the property of main axis size of the column, and it is by default the main axis size that max. So here we will set main axis size that min, so that the column will ignore the upcoming constraints from the parent, but it will take only the size that is required by the children of this column. Now after this, Ctrl S to hot reload, close this and open this up, and you can see this took only the space that is required by the children of this column. So now you know how to give the only size that is required by the children of the column to our model bottom sheet. You simply have to set this to min. Now let's comment this out to give it its manual 60% height just like this. So now let's again increase the text in here. So again we got back our dummy text. Now after this, Ctrl S to hot reload and open this model bottom sheet, and we got the height of the model bottom sheet according to the height required by the children of the column. Just because of this property of main exercise, we set this to min. So now there are some other properties of the model bottom sheet that are the enable drag property. So what it means? It means that if we click this model bottom sheet and if we drag it down, so you can see we have dragged it down and this disappears and close our model bottom sheet. So to disable this behavior of this model bottom sheet, we can simply set this enable drag to false. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, open this model bottom sheet, and you can see now we cannot drag it down to close it, and this is only dismissible when we click this upper area. So now to also disable this behavior, we have the property of is dismissible and simply also set this to false. Now after this, Ctrl S to hot reload and open the model bottom sheet, and you can see now the model bottom sheet is not disappearing by dragging it down, and simply if you click this upper area, so this will not be dismissible. So that's how also these two properties of the model bottom sheet works. So now let's comment them out. Ctrl S to hot reload or hot restart your application, and again click this, and now this can be dismissible by dragging it down, and also to click this upper area. And also to give the customized height to our model bottom sheet, first of all let's comment this main exercise out, and after this Ctrl S to hot reload, open this up, and this has got again its by default size. So now let's increase the text here to get again the render flow exception. So let's go in here and copy that much text and simply paste it again 3 more times. Ctrl S to hot reload, close this, open this up, and you can see we got again the render flow exception. So now to allow this model bottom sheet to get the customized height, we will set the property of model bottom sheet that is scroll controlled, and simply set it to true. So after setting this scroll control to true, now this model bottom sheet is allowed to get more space than its default space, that was 60% of the screen. Now Ctrl S to hot reload and open this up, and you can see this got all the space just like this. And now you can go back and uncomment this main exercise of the column, and Ctrl S to hot reload, close this and open this up, and this again got the space that is required by the children of the column. But now if you increase this more text, like copy this and paste it, let's say 5 times just like this, Ctrl S to hot reload, close this, open this up, and this is getting more and more space, but the default 60% screen height as it was taking it is overridden as we have set this scroll control to true. And also if you want to change the background color of the model bottom sheet, you can also use this property and change the model bottom sheet background color. And let's say we set it to white and it's already white, but you can also set it to other colors you like or according to the theme of your app. So after this, let's also comment this scroll control to true and open this up, and to make it scrollable, again put the list view in here, or you can also uncomment this main exercise. So this render flow exception will also be gone on setting this main exercise to min of the column. But let's say we want some scrollable view, Ctrl S to hot reload again and open this up, and you can also put some list styles in here in the list view, and simply by using navigator push and your navigator push named, you're routing to navigate to some other page, and you can also show some other supplementary information of your app in here at the bottom model sheet. So if you want to know more about this model bottom sheet, so head over to flutter.dev, where you will find more useful documentation written by the professional Flutter developers. So now in this section, you will get to know about the form validation in Flutter, that how we can validate a form in our Flutter application. So first of all, on the emulator, you will see the login page which we have created in our week 1. So here we have validated these 2 forms. Like when you type some wrong email in here, let's say 123, and click this login button, so it is saying email is not correctly formatted, and the password, it is saying form must not be empty. And if you also remove this 123 from here and click this login, it will say the same message, form must not be empty. And let's say type some correctly formatted email, let's say, and click this login button, so this field become validated, and it only check if the field has the @ or not. If it has, simply we are saying this form is validated. And for the password, if you type again 123 the same and click this login, it will say must be at least 6 characters. So let's type 3 more characters, let's say 4, 5 and 6 and click this login button. So this navigate us to the success page. So that's how the validation is in Flutter. So now we are going to learn how we can validate the forms just like this in our Flutter application. So again, initially we have the simple Flutter application with an app bar and within some text of form validation. So now down here in the body of the scaffold, we are going to have the same login page code which we have wrote in our week 1. So now let's open this up, and that is the same code which we have wrote in our week 1. Now Ctrl+S to reload and you will get the same login page on your emulator. So for now, nothing is validated in here. When you click this login button, nothing will happen. If you write something 1, 2, 3 and nothing will happen on this login button. So to validate these forms here, in the text form fields, we have the property of validator, and that validator is a function which as arguments accept the value, and that value will be the value which we type in here. Like in this case, this 1, 2, 3 is our value, and according to that value, we will check the condition. And our first condition on our email text form field will be, if the value is empty, simply we will return form must not be empty. And the second condition of the email will be, if the value do not contains this @ simply we will say email is not correctly formatted, and in the else condition we will return null. So now after this, the same will be for the password field. So let's copy this out and paste this in here, and simply the second condition of the password will be different from the email. So in the second condition of the password, we will say if the value was less than 6, we will say must be at least 6 characters. So that's how we have wrote the condition for our fields in the validator property of this text form fields. Now after this, Ctrl+S to reload, and when you click this login, nothing will happen just because we have not implemented yet the code that how this gesture works. When you click this to show some messages according to this condition in the validator property of the text form field. So to make this work, here we have the column widget or any widget that has down the tree these text form fields. So in here, in the case, you can also wrap this column or this container, and wrap this column with the widget of form, and this form has one compulsory property, that is the child. And again, you can also wrap any other widget that has down the tree these two form fields, and this form will then create the container for these two fields to validate them. And that form has one more property, that is the key property, where we pass our form key, and that form is a stateful widget, and stateful widget has by default the key in the constructor. So now if you go to its detail, hold Ctrl and click this form, and you will be navigated to this code. This form is a stateful widget, or also the class that extends the stateful widget. So here simply we wrap our column with this form, and simply in the key property we pass this form key. So the keys in Flutter are basically the unique identifiers to represent a widget in the widget tree, and again that are by default passed in the constructor of the stateful widgets. Like you can also see, we have this my home page which is a stateful widget, and it has also this key in its constructor, and that is the identifier to represent that widget in the widget tree. So now we have created this form key that will be our variable. So we create this form key variable with the global key. So what is this global key? The global key is the key that will unique across the entire application, and that global key also uniquely identify the elements, and most importantly, the global key provide access to the state of the stateful widgets. And we are accessing the state of our stateful widget, which is this form, and from the state we will access the current state of our form, and this form state has a method of here in its real implementation, it has the method of validate. So from the current state on that method, we will check if our form is validated or not. If it's validated, simply we will navigate our user to the success page, otherwise we will show the messages that are in the properties of the text form fields. So simply in here, the global key provides access to the state of the stateful widget, and we are accessing the state of our form, and from the state we will access the validate method of this form, and on base of that we will check if the forms are validated or not. If they are, simply navigate us to the success page, otherwise show the messages that we have put in the properties of text form fields right in here. So now we have passed the form key in here, and we have created the global key just like this
So now before going forward, let me tell you one more thing. There are also some other keys in Flutter like value key, object key and the unique key, and each key has its own functionality. So if you want to learn more about the keys of Flutter, simply head over to flutter.dev and you will find more useful documentation about the keys in Flutter. So after this done, here we will come down and where we have the login button. So we have the login button in here, the container, and its alignment is in the center. So we have wrapped this container with the gesture detector. Gesture detector is the widget which makes our widgets clickable. So in the onTap property of the gesture detector, we will call our login method. And now let's go and create this login method. So we got this login method in here. So inside this, we will check if our form key, that is the global key which give access to the state of our form widget, and from this form key we will do to access to the current state of the form, and simply, as I said, simply access to the validate method. And in the body we will do the navigator push to the material page route and simply navigate us to the success page. And in the else condition we will return null. So here we are checking if our form current state is validated. As this form widget here, it creates the container for the form fields down the tree in here and will validate them. So this creates the container for them, and simply we access the state of this form in here using this global key, and simply here we are checking if our current state of forms, meaning that if the fields inside the current state are validated, simply navigate us to the success page, otherwise return null. And now let's go and create this success page. So we have created the status widget of the success page which has the build method and the scaffold app bar. We have the text of success, and in the column we have the center widget. The column main axis alignment is in the center, and in the center we have a large container of width and height of 300, and it has shape of circle. Its color is green, and inside this container we have in the center the icon of done, and in the app bar we have the success again. And as we are using the navigator push, so this page will come on top of our form validation page, meaning that in the stack, as this navigator use stack method, and simply this will by default give us the back icon to go back to our form validation page. So now after this, how to start your application to reset everything. So now let's try out our validations in here. Now if I type in here 1 2 3 and click this, you can see we got the same messages as we have got in the previous application, which was the test application. It is saying email is not correctly formatted, which is now here this condition is true here. Now this email do not contain this, it simply on base of that it is saying 1 2 3. It is saying email is not correctly formatted. Now if I remove this text from here and simply click this login, now the first condition is true, the value of the text is empty. Now let's type the correct email just like this, click this login, and this become validated. And now after this, also type from 1 to 6 to 7, let's say, and click this, or let's say first of all let's check this also out and click this login. It says must be at least 6 characters. Okay, let's type some to 7, click this login, this navigate us to the success page and go back. So that's how we can validate our forms in our Flutter application. So first you have to put the validator property, and according to that you have to check the condition that how your form will be validated, and simply then wrap your widget that has down the tree the form fields with the form widget, and simply in the key pass the form key and access to the form state and check if the current state of the form is validated, meaning that the fields inside the current state of the form are validated. Simply navigate us to the other page or do something else in your application, otherwise return null. So your forms will be navigated just like this in the Flutter application.
So along the way, you learned so many things about Flutter. Now we will step into the things that might be a little bit tricky at the time, but will become much easier when you invest your time in the bootcamp and try practicing things yourself. Successful people say the path to success in every field of life is to be persistent and keep practicing. So in this section, you will get to know about the databases. So what are the databases? Databases in simple words are basically the places or the storages where we store our application data. And there are thousands of databases with the mind-blowing functionalities available, but the one we will be using throughout this bootcamp is Cloud Firestore of Firebase. Firebase is a backend as a service platform. It means that it allows us a lot of services to build our application without having to worry about the underlying infrastructure. Firebase provides us two databases, one the Cloud Firestore and the other real-time database. And both comes with their own powerful functionalities, and their usage depends upon the requirements of the application. Firebase provides us other services such as the cloud function to deal with some background stuff, and cloud messaging for the integration of push notifications in our applications, and other services like Crashlytics to keep track of the Crashlytics of our application, that how many times our application has been crashed. So accordingly, we put our effort into the application and optimize the performance to reduce the crashes. And also the analytics to see how many users are online on daily basis, how many reads and writes, everything are used in the analytics. So we will be using the Cloud Firestore database from the Firebase backend as a service platform. Cloud Firestore is a document-oriented, no SQL or no SQL database built for automatic scaling and high performance. By document-oriented, I simply means unlike any other SQL structure query language databases, we don't have the rows, columns and all of the tables, but we have the collection of documents. By automatic scaling, I means that when your application grows larger and there are thousands or millions of users in your application, and also the read and write frequency is also very high. So in that case, the Firebase uses the technique of data sharding, which means that Firebase will add other services and will share the data in there and reduce the load on the database. As I said, you don't have to worry about the underlying infrastructure, but all that stuff will be managed by Firebase itself, and the servers will be removed as soon as they are no more in use. And next we have the real-time database. The real-time database is JSON-based, no SQL or no SQL database which stores data in the tree-like structure. And to learn more about the real-time database, you can head over to the Firebase official documentation. I will give the link in the video description so you can read more about the real-time database. And one of the interesting thing about Firebase is its integration with Flutter app is that easy. So now let's go and integrate the Firebase with our Flutter app and start the further work on it.
So in the previous section, we discussed some databases and we choose the Cloud Firestore to use it as our primary database. And now in this section, we are going to learn how to create the Firebase project and also how to link it with Flutter application of Android, iOS and finally with web. So first of all, in here we have nothing. A simple application with an app bar within some text of Firebase setup. So here in the code, you have to do nothing but simply move to your browser. And after moving to your browser, in the URL, you simply need to type https console.firebase.google.com, and after this will take you to the Firebase console. So after hitting enter, this window will appear in front of you. So you don't have to do anything in here. Simply click this add project. So this window will appear in front of you. Now you need to name your Firebase project in here. Let's say we will name our project Flutter Firebase Basics, and after this simply click the continue and this window will appear, and leave everything as it is and keep your Google Analytics enabled for your project. Click the continue and select the default account for the Firebase Analytics and create the project. So this indicator will appear and after some time your project will be created. So after some time, a message will appear, your new project is ready, and simply you have to click the continue. So you will be navigated to your brand new project and here will be the name of your project. So as we know that Flutter is cross-platform and it can build the applications for Android, iOS and even web from a single code base which is Dart. So here we need to set up the Firebase for the platforms like Android, iOS and the web individually. So first of all, here we are going to set up the Firebase for our Android. But before this, as we have discussed in the previous video, Firebase provides us lots of features. Like in the left menu, you can see we have the build drop down button. Simply click this and some drop down will appear. It allows us the authentication, the app check, the two databases, Firestore and real time. The Firestore will be the database which we are going to use in this series, and the extension, the storage to store our media files, images and any kind of media. The hosting, the cloud function, the serverless function and the machine learning API's remote config. And that was all for the build. And for the release monitor, it provides us Crashlytics, performance, test labs and analytics, dashboard, real time and all of the stuff also in the engage. So that's a lot of feature the Firebase provides us. So now let's set up the Firebase for our Android application of Flutter. So simply you need to click this Android and this window will appear in front of you, where only one field is required and the two are optional. The second one is app nickname and the third is SHA certificate, and this is only required for the authentication of Google, so you will get to know about this also if you go for the authentication step. So first of all, from where we can get the package name. So to get the package name, simply move to your Android Studio or any editor you are using, and in there simply in here you will find this Android directory. It will be closed just like this. So simply open this up and go to your app directory. Here you will find the build Gradle. Go to in here and you will see inside the default config you have to come a bit down here, and here you will find this default config where we have the application ID. Simply you have to copy this com.example.week2.com and simply move to your browser, and also remember the com.example.week2 like this will be according to your project name. So my project name is week2, so that's why it's here week2. So simply copy this and simply move to your browser and paste the package name in here. And also if you want to set the nickname for your Android application, let's say we want to name our application Flutter Firebase Basics, and the third field is already optional and this was also optional, so we simply set our nickname of our project, and the SHA certificate is optional, so we will get to know about this in the next step. So simply after this, register your app, and this will take some while and will navigate you through the second step to download and config file. So here we need to download this Google Services JSON file, which is the file provided by the Firebase, and it contains all the necessary information of Firebase Android application to link it with our Flutter Android application. So simply click this and this will download the Google Services JSON file for you. Simply copy or cut it from the downloads, and after cutting it or copying it, let's move to your Android Studio, and here it is already saying in here in the project you need to open the app, and inside the app you need simply have to paste this Google Services JSON file in there. So move to your Android Studio, and inside this app directory simply paste this Google Services JSON file and click the OK, and this is the file of which contains all the necessary information to link our Android Firebase application with the Flutter Android application. So that's all you need to do in this step. Now after this, again move to your browser and click the next, and there is some configuration we need to do in our Android application. So first of all, it's saying to make the Google Services JSON config values accessible to Firebase SDK, you need the Google Services Gradle plugin, and we need to set this Google Services Gradle plugin in the root level or project level Gradle file. So here there are two Gradle files in our Android application. Let's move to the Android Studio. So here you can see inside the Android directory we have the app directory where we have the build Gradle, and this build Gradle inside the app directory is called app level build Gradle, and the build Gradle outside the app directory is called project level or root level build Gradle. So we have two build Gradle files inside the Android, and this configuration was for the project or root level build Gradle. So we will go inside the build Gradle which is outside from the app, meaning that the root level or the project level build Gradle, and inside this we need to add some dependency. So move to your browser and copy this com.googlegms Google Services and move to your Android Studio and simply paste this class path dependency inside these dependencies. Now after this configuration is done, simply again move to your browser, and that was it for the root or project level build Gradle. Now down here you need to do some more things. Now here in the module app level build Gradle, Now it is talking about the build Gradle which is located inside the app directory. So we need to add also this Google GMS services. So copy this and move to your Android Studio, and now go to the build Gradle which is inside the app directory, and in here you will see the apply plugins. Simply paste your plugin in here and copy this apply plugin from here and replace it on this ID, as just because we have a bit different syntax in our project. And this can also be done by like it is going to have like the tag of the plugins, and for all of these there will be the IDs and their values, just like it is in here. You can see we have the plugins and all of these plugins inside the plugins tag, and modified or as a modifier we use the ID in here. So it's also good to also put the apply plugin or also put all of them inside the plugin tag. So that's two, so the both ways are good. Now after this, here you will see the dependency. So we have also one dependency tag inside the module app level build Gradle. So here, as we enabled the Firebase Analytics for our Firebase project, so we also need to add this Firebase Analytics. Copy this and move to your Android Studio, and down here you will also find the dependency. Simply paste this in here. So that was also it for this. Now again move to your browser and click the next. So after this it will say you are all set. Now continue to your console. So we have created the Android application for our Firebase, and we have successfully linked it with our Flutter Android application. Now after this, to completely set up the Firebase with the Flutter application, you need to go to your Android Studio, and inside the pubspec.yaml file of your project, you need to add these two dependencies in here, the Cloud File Store and the Firebase Core. The Firebase Core package or dependency is used to connect the Firebase with the application, and the Cloud File Store is a dependency or a package of to deal with the Cloud File Store database of the Firebase. So that's it. Now after this, you need to simply pubget in here. So after the pubget completes, close this messages and go to your main.dart. Now ignore this message if you have one, and simply you need to do some more configuration in here in your main.dart. Now in the main.dart, first of all we will do widgets flutter binding.initialized, and after this we will do the Firebase.initialize app, and this Firebase.initialize app is coming from the package which we have added, the Firebase Core. So this widget Flutter binding means if Flutter needs to call the native code before calling the run app. Here the widgets binding.initialize will make sure you have an instance of widgets binding which is required to use the platform channels to call the native code. And we only need this widgets Flutter binding.initialize method if we need binding to be initialized before calling the run app. So that was it for the widgets Flutter binding.initialize method. And now this Firebase initialize app method, as this is a feature, so for that we will make our main function asynchronous, and then we will put the await before the Firebase initialize app. So as I said, this initialize app method is the feature. So a feature is basically a single asynchronous computation, so that's why we put the asynchronous or async and await in here. This is because this feature method will take time to initialize Firebase, and the process will wait until this is initialized to prevent the application from crashing at the runtime. So again, that's why we put the asynchronous and await in here, to wait until the Firebase is initialized and then simply run the app. So this will prevent us of application crashing at the runtime. So after this, if your application is running, simply close your main.dart and again simply run this. So if you have successfully set up the Firebase and there is no configuration needed, so your application will run successfully. If some configuration is required or needed, so this will crash your application and your application will not run, and this will throw a build or Gradle exception. So we have missed something, and this throw the Gradle task assemble failed exception. So here it is saying the default config is min SDK version 19, meaning that it is required 19, and we have the default set it. So let's go to the Android application again, and in the build Gradle which is inside the app, here we need to set the min SDK version to 19, and also make sure your multi-dex enabled is true. So that was it for the configuration. Now again run your application. So this time if it runs, so it again means you have successfully set up everything with your application. And consequently, we have successfully set up our Firebase Android app with the Flutter Android application. So you can see our application runs successfully, so it means our Firebase Android application is successfully linked with our Flutter Android application, and now we are allowed to use our Cloud Firestore in our Android application. But this will not allowed in the web and also in the iOS. So for that we need to create the web and also the iOS application in the Firebase, and then we need to set it up with the Flutter application individually. Now to set up Firebase for the web application, simply you need to move to your browser, and you will see we have created the Android application in here. To create the application for the web also in the Firebase and then link it with the web application with Flutter, simply click this add app and you will see this web. Simply click this and this will navigate you to this page, and here it requires the app nickname and nothing else. And so simply we will name our web application, it will be the nickname which is required, Flutter Firebase Basics Web, and keep this hosting unchecked in here. Simply register your app, and after some time this will take you to the second step. And in the second step you don't have to do anything in here. Simply we need to put these config data in our main.dart where we are initializing our Firebase application. So simply copy this config and move to your Android Studio and simply paste this config in here. So to initialize the Firebase also for the web, here we will do inside our main function, we will check the condition if k is web, meaning that if it was web platform. So we will do the same await firebase.initialize app, where in the initialize app we have the property of option which accepts the Firebase options. So inside this it has the property of the API key. So for the API key, we will copy this API key which we have got from our Firebase web application and simply paste it in here. So that will be our API key. Now after this, other properties of the Firebase options are the same auth domain, project ID, storage bucket, messaging sender ID, app ID, and the measurement ID. So simply copy it from here and simply paste it in here. So that will be it for the Firebase web application initialization. And the else condition of this if, we will do simply cut this await Firebase initialize app and paste it in the else condition. Now that was it for the configuration of the web application. Now again move to your browser and simply continue to the console. So we have successfully created our Android and also the web application. Now after this, simply again move to your Android Studio, and after this setup, simply you need to run your application on the web. But before this, also remove this config from here as we have successfully set up in the Firebase options. So all the errors will be fixed, and simply you need to select the web Chrome in here and simply run your application in here. So if you don't have this web directory in here, so the Flutter will not allow to run your application on the web. So to get this web directory in here while creating the Firebase, while creating the Flutter application, like click this file, create new Flutter project, and make sure you have selected the Flutter SDK. Next, and make sure you select this web in here. So after this, creating your Flutter project, you will get this web directory in here, and this will allow you to run your Flutter application in the web also. After selecting this web Chrome in here, simply run your application. So when this web application runs successfully, so it also means you have successfully set up your Firebase web application with your Flutter web application. So our web application runs successfully, it means we have also successfully set up our Firebase web application with the Flutter web application. So you can also maximize this, and this is our Flutter web application. And as Flutter says, Flutter is cross-platform, where you can build the application for Android, iOS, and the web from only single code base, which is Dart. So that was also it for the web, and now we will go for setting up the Firebase with the application of the iOS. So for that we need to switch to the Mac system. To set up Firebase for iOS, in the Firebase console, go for Add App and go for the Apple. In the first field, you need the Apple bundle ID. So for that, move to your Android Studio and go to the iOS, and inside the runner.xcode project.
Open this, and inside this you will find the project.pbx project. Inside this, search for Command F in the iOS bundle identifier and you will find this com.example.fig2. So simply copy this and go to your browser. Paste it in here and set the nickname for your Firebase app. Let's say Firebase Basics, and the App Store ID is optional for now. So you can go for register app. So when your Firebase is not registered in the iOS and you run your app on the simulator, you will get an error something like this: Firebase core not initialized, Firebase has not correctly been initialized. Even though in the main dot we have initialized the Firebase for the web and also in here, but still we are getting this error while running the app on the iOS simulator. So for that, after the iOS setup has been completed, we have to do one more thing and you will see it in a while. So go for downloading the Google Services Info playlist, and from downloads move it to your runner file and click OK. So you got this Google Services Info playlist in here. Next, go for the next, and here skip this part, go for the next, and for the initialization also go for the next and continue to the console. This time you have to do one more thing, that is open your iOS module in the Xcode project. After your Xcode has been opened, go for opening the runner and also double tap on your Mac touchpad and go for add files to the runner, and then go to the downloads, and from downloads select this Google Services Info playlist and add this in here. After this, let's move this to this runner, and that's it. After this has been done, let's move to your Android Studio and rerun your project in the iOS simulator. After that, your app will successfully run on your iOS simulator. You can see Xcode build done and we got this app on iOS simulator. So that was it for the Firebase iOS setup. So after linking Firebase application to your Flutter applications like Android, iOS and the web, now it's time to explore the Cloud Firestore database of the Firebase. So we have already talked about this. The Cloud Firestore is a document-oriented NoSQL database that is built for automatic scaling and high-performance applications. And again, the document-oriented means unlike any structured query language databases, we don't have any tables, rows and columns, but instead there will be the collections of documents, as simple as that. And just like this, the collections replace tables and document replace rows, and finally the columns are the fields inside each of the document, which you are going to see in a while. So let's open up your browser, and in the left menu you will see this build drop down. Simply click this, and now let's go to the tab of Cloud Firestore database and let's try how to deal with the data manually in the database. So we will click this Firestore database. So this will also open up in the project shortcuts, and after some loading, the Firebase Cloud Firestore database will appear and it will say create your database. So let's click this create and select the start in test mode, just because this is not a production but just for testing out that how the Cloud Firestore of the Firebase works, and leave everything as it is. Next, and keep the location of Cloud Firestore near you in the United States, or also you can set it to default. So I am leaving it default just like this, and simply click this enable, and it is saying provisioning Cloud Firestore. So after some time, the Cloud Firestore database will be created for us in this project of Firebase. So after some loading, this window will appear in front of you. Here we have the selected tab data, and there are also the security rules for the Cloud Firestore and the indexes and the usage, and also the extensions. So we will explore some of these in the future video. First of all, let's focus on this middle area of the Cloud Firestore tab. And also again, let me remind you the basic operations of every database are the CRUD operations. CRUD are the create, read, update and delete. Like these are the basic operations of every database: to create data, read it, update it and finally delete it. So now again, unlike any structured query languages, we have the collections instead of the tables. So we will click this start collection, and here we will name our collection. Let's say we have the collection of users, and simply click this next, and again this will say
if you want some documents in your collection and there must be a document to create the collection for it. So simply we will select the auto-generated ID for our first document, and for the fields, let's say we want to name our first field username, and the username will be John, just like that, and add a new field and simply name it age and change its type to number, meaning the integer, and set the value to, let's say, 35. And you can also add other fields, and the fields will be in the key and value pairs. The field that will be its key and that its type and that will be its value. And that single document inside the user collection will represent a single user inside our user collection. So after this, simply save this. So we have created a user collection. Inside we have the document which replaces a rows in the tables in the structure query language database like SQL, PostgreSQL, and any other databases of SQL. And inside we have the fields of age and the username, and that is the unique ID of that document to access this single user. So that was a simple create operation of the database, how to create the data in the database. So that's how we can manually create the data in our Cloud Firestore database. And now let's try how we can update it. So here you will find the option of edit field. Simply click this and it will open up this for you. This is the username, and now let's change this username to Steve Jobs and update it. So that's how we can update the data manually in the Cloud Firestore database. And simply we can also delete the field just like this, and we can add another field, let's say only name, and set its value to new user, and simply click this add. So a new field inside the document will be created. And also we can create the other documents by simply clicking this add document, and this field will again appears. And let's select auto generated ID for this, and let's say this will be our second user, and it will be, let's say, username. Its name will be, let's say, user2. Add another field, this will be age, its type will be number, and simply its value will be 22. Save this, and we got another document, and this is now will be represented, for example, the second user in our user collection. And like this, to store our data, we are going to have the collections and the documents. We can create a data like this, and we can delete it, and also we can update it. And these users and other collections will be according to the model of your application, like if you have the social media application, if you have the e-commerce application, and also other applications. So the model and the collections will be according to that. So that was a simple preview of how we can create the data in our Cloud Firestore database, and also how to create the documents manually just like this. So now you might be thinking, we have created data, we have updated also the data, and we also have deleted the data. So you might be thinking, so what about reading the data? So as it's the backend database, and we are allowed to create, update, and delete because we are already reading it. In simple words, we are already seeing it. So that's why we can perform these operations. But in case of Flutter application, the reading of the data will refer to the data when we show it up on our emulator or the UI, which is going to require some extra code like fetching, conversion, and the reading of the data, and you will get to know about this in a while. So that was all about dealing the data manually in the Cloud Firestore database. Now let's go for performing all of these operations in our Flutter application. So let's move to your Android Studio. So before going forward and start performing the CRUD operations in our Flutter application, you must have everything set up with Firebase. Like if your application is running on the Android, you must have setup of Android Firebase app with Flutter Android app. And the same for the iOS if your app is running on the iOS, and also for the web. So as always, we have a simple Flutter application with an app bar of text Firebase setup. So now down here we are going to have the body of the scaffold, and this body is going to return the widget of the column and the property of children, which again accept the list of widgets. And inside the column we are going to have the elevated button, where we have these two properties required, onPress and the child. And in the child of the elevated button, we are going to have a text widget, and inside we are going to have the create data text. And for the onPress method, we will write some code to create the data in our Cloud Firestore database. Now after this, Ctrl S to hurt reload, and we got this create data button in here. To move it at the center in here, we will wrap this elevated button with the widget of center widget. And after this, Ctrl S to hot reload, and this button will be moved to the center. So first of all, in the onPress method, we will create a variable of final. Its name will be database reference, and it will be equals to the Firebase Firestore instance. And this Firebase Firestore is coming from the package which we have added in our previous video, and that was the package of Cloud Firestore. So if you don't have this package, so you must have to add this Cloud Firestore package in your pubspec.yaml file. So that's it. Go to your main.dart again, and after this database reference, we are going to have the await keyword, as we are calling a feature method in here. So for that, we need to make our function asynchronous by putting the async keyword in here. And now in front of this await, we are going to have the database reference, and from this we will access the collections. And as we are going to create the data in our users collection, so simply we will do the users, and after this we will access the document method, and inside this it accepts the string, the document ID. So let's say for now we will set it to 1. Now after this we will call the set method on this. The set means to create the data in our Cloud Firestore database, and the set method is going to accept the map object, meaning that simple key value pairs documents is fields like in the key and value pairs, so it accepts the map object. So we will specify simply, we will set the username to John and the age to 45 and the address to New York. And later on this data will come from the text field, and you will get to know about this, how we will take data from the text fields when we go for creating the application of Node. So for now, let's keep it just like this to get to know about how to create data in the Cloud Firestore from our Flutter application. So after this, you simply have to Ctrl S to hot reload, or simply hot restart your application to reset everything, and then go to your browser and simply delete this collection. Simply type the users in here and delete this collection, and that was the data which we have created manually. Now minimize this and simply click this create data and open up the console, and something has happened. We got a lot of messages in here. So now after this, move to your browser and reload this page. So we got the user collection and the document ID 1 as we have specified, and the data of address, age and the username which we have specified our map object. So that's how we can create the data in our Cloud Firestore database from our Flutter application. So we can create the data in our Cloud Firestore database just like this, but doing this is not going to be a good practice to hardcode everything just like this, because in real life application we mostly work with model objects. So let's create the model for our user. So the user model will be the class and its name will be the user, and inside this there will be the fields. That will be the fields we want to create in our Cloud Firestore database. So these fields are not initialized yet, so simply we will pass them in the constructor just like this to initialize them later. So after this we will do some cleanup, like here we will delete all of the code in here, and simply we will call the create data method in here, which as a parameter is going to accept the user model class. So we will initialize the variables of the model class user just like this. So for now the create data method is not yet created, so let's also create this method. So this will be our method of create data which accepts the user as a parameter, and inside this create data method we are going to have a final field of user collection, as we are going to access the user collection, and it will be equals to the Firebase Firestore instance.collections of user. And after this we are going to have an ID variable of type string which is getting the random ID for our document just by doing this, and we are not specifying the ID in here. That is because the ID will comes randomly from here. So after this ID we are going to have one more variable of final. Its name will be the new user. It will be equals to the user model object, and the username will come from the user.username, meaning that it will be specified there where we will call it. And here we are already passing the username as John Doe and the email is john@gmail.com. So it is simply saying the data will comes from this user model, and we are already initializing the variables or specifying the fields in here. So we are getting the username from user.username, meaning this user model object, and the ID will be that randomly generated ID, and the email will also come from the user.email. And later on, the data we are just hard coding in here will comes from the text fields, and you will see it in the future videos, just because in this section we are just learning how to create the data in our Firestore database, and you will understand more clearly when you go for doing the real scenarios with our Flutter application of nodes. So for now, let's keep it just like this. And now after this, we will call the user collection.document, and the ID, that will be our randomly generated ID. On that randomly generated ID, we will simply set this new user just like this. So this method will create our user in our Firestore database. But here you will find an error. It is saying the argument type user can't be assigned to the parameter type mapString dynamic. So it accepts the map, and we are passing the user model object. So to overcome this, we will go to the user model class, and down here we are going to have a method of mapString dynamic, and its name will be to JSON to convert the data from dot objects to JSON. And this is going to return a simple map object, and for the username, it will take the username, the email will be the email, the ID will be the ID we are passing in here. And also for username email, this will be also this username and email which we initialize or specify in here. And to convert the data from user model objects or the dot objects to mapString dynamic or simple JSON data, we will call the method which we have created in our user model. So this will convert this data to simple mapString dynamic from user model objects or from the dot objects. So simply the error will be fixed, as this accepts the data of type mapString dynamic or the map object as we have specified when we are creating the data initially. So that was all about this create data method. So after this done, simply hot restart your application, and after this simply click this create data button again, and simply open up the run console, and something else happens, and simply move to your browser, and we got the user on the randomly generated ID. And here inside the document, we are going to have the fields which we have specified right in here, and also we store the ID as a field also in the document. That is because later on we will use this ID to manipulate this specific document, like to delete it or update it. So that's why we also store the ID also as a field and also as the document name. So that's how we can create the data on a bit clean way in our Firestore database. So now let's go for the other operations of Firestore database. So now we will go for the read operation of the database, like to read the data from our Firestore database and simply show it up on our emulator here in the UI. So for that, we will create a method of read data, and its return type will be the future list of user, meaning that it will return the list of users from our Firestore database from the user collection. And the future is because we will wait for a process to complete. So same like the method of the create data, as we are reading the data from our user collection, simply we will access to the user collection just like this. And after this, we will simply return the user collection dot get method to get or read all the documents inside the user collection, and this get method will give us the future query snapshot of mapString dynamic. So here we will do .then method, meaning that if it got all the future query snapshots of Firestore. So after this we will do, first of all we will change the name of the high order function value to the query snapshot to make it more clear. And after this arrow function, we will do from the query snapshot, we will access the query snapshot document of mapString dynamic, like hover it, and you will see the list of query document snapshot mapString dynamic. So this will give us the list of documents inside the collection, and simply we will also map this, and finally we will convert each document inside the user collection from document snapshot to dot object to simply read it and simply show it up on the UI. So we will do from our user model, we will call the from snapshot to convert the data from snapshot, meaning that from document snapshot to dot object. And finally, we will convert it to list, as we want the list of dot objects. So then we will show it up all the user of the user collection here on the UI in the list view. So after this done, simply go and create this from snapshot method in the user model. So after this, we will go for the user model, and here same like this to JSON method, This method converts data from .objects to some JSON data of MapString dynamic so that we can store it in our Cloud Firestore database. And now to fetch it from Cloud Firestore, we need to convert this data from snapshot to .object, then to read it and show it up on the UI. So for that, we will create a method static from snapshot. This will be a static method, and in the parameter, it is going to accept the document snapshot, MapString dynamic and snapshot. And this is going to return the user object, and simply we will convert all of the fields or data inside our Cloud Firestore database from snapshot to .objects just like this. And simply there is one error in here. It is saying here we are doing, let's hover it up, it's saying the return type of list dynamic is not the feature or list user as required by the closure context. So it is simply saying that we have the static method and its type must be also the user. So after this, simply go in here and simply put the semicolon in here. So that we have successfully implemented the read method of our Cloud Firestore. So now we will be allowed to read the data from our Cloud Firestore database. So in here, after this center method, we will put the comma in here, and right after this we are going to have the future builder widget, which accepts two properties of future and the builder. So the future builder widget can be used to easily build the UI that updates based on the value returned by the future. So this method of read data will return the future list of user. So to show this list of users on our UI of type future, for that we will use the future builder to build this future data and simply show it up on the UI. So for the future, we will call simply this read data method, and in the builder, it accepts the context and the snapshot. The snapshot will be our list of user. So also make sure you have specified the list of user generic type to the future builder, so that this is going to return the asynchronous snapshot of list of users. So in here, we are going to have some conditions. So we will do if the snapshot connection state is equal to the connection state dot waiting. Simply we will return in the center the circular progress indicator, meaning that if the data was loading, if there was some connection or internet connection problem, so the connection state will be equal to waiting, and simply we will return the circular progress indicator. And the second condition in here is going to be if the data is empty, meaning that if the list of users were empty, or we can also say if inside the user collection there were no documents, simply we will return a center widget. In the child, there will be a text with the string of no data. So if the list was empty, simply this will say no data in the list or in the collection of the users. And after this, we are going to have the variable of users, and inside this we will simply access the data from our snapshot, meaning that the list of users coming from this future method of read data. And then simply we will return a padding widget to give some spacing from all of the sides, and it will be 8, and the child of this padding there will be a column widget which has the property of children and accept the list of widgets. So simply we will remove the square brackets from here, and we will use the users list of users, and simply we will map these users, and this will give us each single user. So we will name this user, and simply for each of the users coming from the list of the user from the user collection, we are going to return the list tile widget, and in the title and in the subtitle property, we will simply pass a text widget and access the username and the email of each of the user coming from the user collection of the documents. And there is errors just because we have passed the map and this accept the list. So simply after this, we will convert this to list. So that will be it, and simply as this is nullable just because of this question mark, so we will put the assertive operator in here and also put the semicolon in here. So after this, simply how to start your application, and there is some error. Let's open it up, and it said the non-null value must be returned since the return type widget does not allow the null. That is because we also need to return this padding widget from here, and also again how to start your application. So after this, we will get the null check operation used on a null value error in here. That is because if you move to your browser, and in here we have this user also in here, which has some invalid data in here that we have created. So let's delete this document from here, and the data was invalid just because we have some correct fields in our models, email, ID and user, and that is getting only the user on that specific fields, and the data that was in the other field was some invalid data that was not matching the model. So that's why there were the null check operator used on null value error, and also the data there were required was like the address and some other data. So the data it required was not in the user model, so that was also there were the error of null check operator used on null value. So simply minimize this and again hot restart your application. So after some loading, you will see we got the John D with the john@gmail.com ID in here. So we have created our user, and simply we have also get the user and we have show it up on the UI. So that's how we can create and read the data from our Cloud Firestore database. So now let's go for creating the other user. Like here we are creating the user, simply change the username to the Steve Jobs and also change this to, let's say, Jobs. And after this, simply hot restart this application and click this create data. And you can see we got the Steve Jobs in here. And let's again create this and again hot restart the application. And we will get one more Steve data in here with the same name and the email. So if you notice, when we create data in here, like when we create, for that we need to hot restart the application to get the new fresh data in here. The reason behind this is we are using the future builder and the future data. So to get some live data in the stream, so for that we need to change this future builder to stream builder, and then also change this future to stream, and also for this read data method, here we will go and change this future type to stream. And now instead of directly calling the get method, this is going to be the snapshot method to get the snapshots of the documents, and then instead of then method, we will call the map. So simply this will map the snapshot, will give us the query snapshot, we will get the query document snapshot in the list, and simply we will map this list and will convert each of the document from document snapshot to .object, and simply we will be reading it in here. So now the data will be in the stream, as we have used stream in here and also the stream builder in here. So the difference between the future and the stream is the future is a single asynchronous computation that returns a single value. As I said, a single asynchronous computation, and it waits for the value. And in Flutter, the futures are commonly used to perform some operations such as network request or file input output. And as we are saying to the Cloud Firestore to give us some data, and that is said to be a simple network request. This is not an HTTP request, but simply we are saying the Cloud Firestore to give us some data, and simply when it gives us, we simply convert this snapshots to .objects and then simply show it up on the UI. So again, the future give us only single response, so that we need to restart our application so that response will appear on the UI. But in case of stream, a stream is a sequence of asynchronous events, and in Flutter, the streams can be used to receive the data over a time. Like now when I hot restart the application having the stream builder, and simply when I click this create, so the data will be created and will directly show it up in the UI, and click this again and again and again. Just like this, it is creating the data and give us responses in the stream. So that is the difference between the stream and the future APIs. So you can also read more about them by heading over to flutter.dev. So here you will find the more useful documentation written by the professional Flutter developers. So that was also it for reading the data from our Cloud Firestore database. And now let's go for updating the data. So now to update the data from our Flutter application in the Cloud Firestore database, first of all in the list tile, we are going to have the property of trailing, and here we will pass the icon and the icons of update, and simply we will wrap this widget with the gesture detector, and the onTap method we will simply call the update data method. So let's go and create this update data method, and it is also going to accept the user model as a parameter just like this, and inside this the ID will be the ID of the specific user coming from this user, meaning that a single user and when we click this will be the ID of the specific user which is tapped, and simply we will update its username and email to, let's say, username to 4 times a and AAA@gmail.com. So each user that is tapped, its email and username will become just like this. So now let's go for implementing this update data method. So copy its name, and down here right after this read data method, we will do the update data method, and after this, if you Ctrl S to hot reload, you will get this update icon in here for each of the user in the list. So now in the update data method, we will do, first of all, it's obvious we need to access the user collection, and after this we will create a new final variable. Its name will be the new data, and it will simply will be equals to the user model, and the username will be the username which we have specified already, the AAA or 4 times a, and the ID will be the specific ID also coming from the user model, as we are accessing the specific ID of the user which will be tapped, and then the email will be also the email which we have specified in here. So each time a single user is clicked on this update icon, so its email and username will be changed to this email and username. So after this variable, we will call the user collection .document, and on the specific user.id simply update that user with that new data. And that's how we have successfully implemented our update data method to update the data in our Cloud Firestore database. And you can also see the reason of the ID. We store the ID field also inside the document and also the name of the document, so that we will be able to manipulate the specific document on its unique ID. So on the ID here you can see we are updating the data, and later on you will see in the delete method we will also delete the data on the specific ID. So after this, simply hot restart your application to see the magic of also the update data method. So we have hot restart our application, and simply we have this first tier job. So when we click this, you can see it is updated to 4 times a and the email of AAA@gmail.com. So let's try out for the second one, this third one, and you can see that's how this update data method works. And also remember, this data will again come from the fields. Just for testing now, we are doing it just like this, hard coding the data like this, and later on this will come from the text fields. So you don't have to worry about this, that's why we are doing it like this. So everything will be cleared when you go for creating the Node application in Flutter. So for now, let's simply understand that we are going to update, create, and read the data like this from our Cloud Firestore database. So that was it for the update data method, and now let's go for deleting the data from our Cloud Firestore database. So now to delete the data from our Cloud Firestore database, first of all, let's take a look at our Cloud Firestore database. So in the browser, you can see we got a lot of documents on their unique IDs, or which is randomly generated. And this first user is AAA@gmail.com, and that is the user we have updated. And the second one is also this AAA. The fourth one is the same, and the third is the John, and that was the fourth, no, the third, and the fifth is the jobs, and that will also be the jobs and the jobs. So that are the users in our user collection. And now let's go and write some code to delete the data from our Cloud Firestore database. So let's move to the Android Studio. So in here, first of all, we will do, in the leading property of the list style, we are going to have an icon again, and that will be the icon of delete, and simply wrap it again with the gesture detector. And in the onTap method, we will simply call the method of delete data, and this is simply going to accept the ID just because we are going to delete the user on the specific unique ID. So there must be something unique in the fields to manipulate that data in the document. So we can't have email and username unique just because you can see we have a lot of redundancy in these fields. So that's why we have generated the ID randomly, and that will be each time the unique ID. So that's why we are using the ID as our unique identifier, and simply we are manipulating this data inside the document using this unique ID. So that's it. Now let's go and create the delete data method. So right after this update data method, you will simply copy this method and paste it in here. We have to access the simple user collection, change its name to delete data, and simply you don't have to create this variable in here. Simply remove this, and on the specific ID we will simply call the delete method in here and nothing else. So our job is done. simply here we need to change the string, and this will be the ID, and simply pass the ID in here and nothing else, and that will be string. So everything will be fixed by doing this. Here we need to just put the assertive operator here just because it accepts the string of nullable type. So after this, simply how to start your application to see also the magic of the delete. So we got a delete icon for each of the user. Let's say we want to delete this John D in here. Click this and the John D is deleted from our Cloud Firestore database. So let's also delete all of these users in here. Delete all of them. Just like this. And you can see we got now this condition true in here. It's saying no data. Now the list of users or Cloud Firestore, it's null or empty. That's why it is saying the no data. Now when we create this create data, so the Steve Jobs is created, we can update it, we can also delete it. So that was the simple basic CRUD operations of Cloud Firestore database, and that's how you can deal with it with the Flutter application. And in next videos, you will get to know about this more in depth. So if you want this code, you can simply get this code from the GitHub, and also when you come in here, not forget to start the repository. And also if you like the video, not forget to like and subscribe in order to not miss any upcoming video from the eTechWorld. And also to make sure, let's go to the browser. And you can see inside the user collection, we have nothing. When we create one in here, one document is created, and open this up and move this in here, update this. This got updated on the specific UID. You can see the ID is not changed. When we delete this, this will be deleted. Just like this works. So what is state management in Flutter? Before getting to know about state management, you need to know what is state in Flutter. So in simple words, the state refers to the data that describe the current state of the application. And in Flutter, the state is managed by the stateful widget, which is the widget which can change its behavior or appearance based on the internal state. And the stateful widget holds the state in memory and provides the methods to update a state, like the setState method. When the state of the stateful widget changes, the widget is rebuilt to reflect the new state, and this rebuild process is handled automatically by the Flutter's framework, and it ensures that the app always reflects the current state. To manage the state in larger applications, you can use the state management libraries such as the Provider, Riverpod, and the Bloc, etc., which provide a more powerful and flexible way to manage the state of the application. The most cleanest and powerful state management solution in Flutter is Bloc, which stands for the business logic component, and this Bloc is also recommended by the Google to use it as state management solutions in the apps. So what is Bloc? Before getting to know about this, remember in this section, everything related to the Bloc will be explained theoretically, and after this section, we will practically use the Bloc first in a simple application and then in a complex application to clear your confusions and make you more familiar with the library. So in simple words, the Bloc is design pattern to separate the business logic from the UI, and the Bloc has three main components that are the events, the block itself, and the stat. So the events represent the actions and the interactions which are triggered on the UI, like the user click the buttons and the form state change, etc. And the block business logic component, this component receives the events, processes them, and returns a specific stat. And the state refers to the current condition of the app at the given point in time. So that was the basic components of the block to manage the state efficiently. And also the block architecture looks something like this. We have the UI. When some events trigger on the UI, that will come to the block, and simply this will send requests to the data, this will give us the response, and finally the states will be emitted on the UI. And that's how we are managing the state efficiently of our applications, and also separating the business logic from the UI. So here on the UI, we are going to have only the direct code for the UI, and simply our business logic will be located in the block. So again, that's how we have separated the business logic from our UI and manage our state of the application efficiently. And also one more thing about the block you need to know, that is the block works with streams. So what is stream? A stream is a way of sending data over time, or an asynchronous way of handling the data. In the block, the stream is used to emit the current state of the application so that any interested parties can listen to the stream and receive the updates of the state as they happen. When the block state changes, it sends an update of the state through stream. This update is then received by any listeners that are subscribed to the stream. In this way, the block can send the updates of the state to any part of the application that needs to know about it without a need for the direct communication between the block and other parts of the application. To make it more clear, we have this diagram. The block receives the events that trigger on the UI and process them and then simply emits the state in the stream. Now in Flutter, the widgets that listen to the stream are the block builder and the block consumer widgets, which are the widgets provided by the Flutter block package or the library. So these widgets rebuild the UI in response to the state changes, making the app more responsive to the changes of the state. So you will see the use of these widgets also in the next section. So this way, exposing streams to emit the states allow for decoupled and reactive way of update the UI based on the state of the app. It allows us for clear separation of concerns and make it easy to test and maintain the state of the application. So that's all you need to know about the block library. So in the next section, every confusions in your mind will be cleared when you use the block practically in our application. And also, the block and its components will be explained again while using the block in that application. So that's it. Now see you in the next section. So as we know that Flutter is a powerful framework made by Google which allow us to build the applications for the platforms like Android, iOS and the web. And even now the Linux, Mac and Windows are also on the stable version of Flutter. So we can build the applications for these platforms from a single code base that is our favorite Dart. By doing so, most of the time if our project expands and we come up with a terrible situation where we have mixed up all of our business logic with the UI code, and then we start thinking and looking at our application which contain only the Dart code which depends upon each other, and that is the most terrible moment of Flutter developers. That is why having a state management solution along with the clean architecture in Flutter application is even more important than any other framework. And we will learn about the clean architecture in the next advanced section, and in this section we will only focus on the block. So there are a lot of state management solutions available for Flutter, but the best and the cleanest one in my point of view is Bloc and its subset Cubit. So we are going to learn both of them, but we will be using the Cubit throughout this bootcamp for building the applications. So the issue in our Flutter application is to separate the business logic from the UI code, and that's where the blocks comes in. So first of all, let's talk about what is Bloc. So Bloc stands for business logic component and is a design pattern that helps us to separate the business logic from the UI code. And the block pattern is particularly useful for building large, complex and scalable Flutter applications. But first, we will learn it by creating a small counter application on it, and then we will separate all the business logic from the UI in the Firebase CRUD. You can see in the 17th section in here. Here everything gets spaghetti, that we have the widgets in one library and we have the methods like this in the same library, and then also we have the same model class in the same library, which kind of makes everything spaghetti. So secondly, we will separate the business logic from the UI components in here, so that will become more clear to you when you go for it. So again, as I said, the block business logic component is a design pattern that helps us to separate the business logic from the UI code. And the block pattern consists of three main components: the events, block and the state. So what are events? So the events represent the actions that a user can take within the app, like a button click and some scrolling, etc. And the block stands for business logic component is the component that receives the events, processes them and returns a specific state. It also exposes streams of data that the UI can listen to and use to rebuild itself. So finally, we have the state. A state is really simple, which refers to the current condition or a status of the application at a given point in time. So there were three main components of block: events, block and the state. Event triggers on the UI, block receives them, process them, and in return it gives us the specific state. So to make it more clear, here we have a diagram of it. We have this UI on which some events will trigger, and these events will come to the block, it will process them, this will send requests to the data, it will give us the response, and finally it will emit the state on the UI. That will be the specific state according to the events triggered. So I hope this diagram make it more clear what is block and how its processing works. So first of all, initially we have a simple counter application where we have two floating action buttons, and here we have a counter. So when we click this add, this will simply increment the counter, and when we click this remove, so this will simply decrement the counter, and this is simply done by doing the set stat to this stat variable to simply keep updating the UI. So now after seeing this, there might be a question in your mind, like why bother about any stat management solution when we have the set stat? So there are a few reasons you should prefer to use a stat management solution instead of set stat. So the first reason is the separation of concern, which means with the set stat, the business logic and the UI are tightly coupled, making the code harder to understand, test, and also the maintain. And a stat management solution like the Bloc separates the business logic from the UI and making the code more modular and easy to understand. So this was the first reason, the separation of concern. And the second reason is the scalability, meaning that the set stat can become hard to control as the complexity of the application increases. And a stat management solution like Bloc make it easy to manage the stat of a complex application and ensures that the code remains maintainable as the app grows larger. So that was the second reason why you must prefer any stat management solution like Bloc instead of the set stat. So that was the scalability of the stat management solution like Bloc or any other you like. And the third reason is reusability, which means that the set stat make it hard to reuse the business logic across the different parts of the application, and a stat management solution like Bloc make it easy for us to reuse the business logic across the multiple parts of the application. And finally, we have the testability, like you write the unit test for our application, where the set stat make it hard to test the business logic because it is tightly coupled to the UI, and a stat management solution like Bloc make it easy to test the business logic in the isolation from the UI. So it's worth noting that set stat is not wrong to use in all the cases. Like if your app stat is simple and easy to manage, it's a good solution to prefer the set stat. However, as the app's complexity increases, it becomes necessary to use a stat management solution like Bloc or its subset Cubit or any other stat management solution you like. So that was some reasons you need to keep in mind why we should prefer to use the stat management solution like Bloc in our application when we are dealing with the larger application. But right now, just for learning the fundamentals of the Bloc, we will for now use this Bloc in a simple app, and then we will go a bit further for managing the code of the Firebase basics we wrote in the previous section. So I hope that was a long enough overview of the Bloc that you need to know before working with the Bloc. So first of all, to use the Bloc instead of the set stats in our application, first of all, what you need to do, simply keep everything as it is in the main.dart and simply create one directory in the wig2 directory. That is 18 Bloc section 1. The 18 is because that is our 18th section of Bloc, and that is the section 1 of only this Bloc, and there will be also the section 2 to separate the business logic from this cloud file store, where we have make everything spaghetti in the single library. So inside this Bloc section 1, let's create a directory and name it Bloc. So that is our directory, and inside this simply create a directory of the counter, as we are creating the Bloc for the counter. So inside this counter directory, simply right click it and go to the new, and you'll find this Bloc class. Simply click this and simply name your Bloc. Let's say I will name it to counter and click the OK. So you will get these 3 libraries in the counter directory. So if you don't have this Cubit class or the Bloc class, you simply need to go to your settings, and inside you need to go to the plugins and simply in the marketplace search for the Bloc and download this Bloc. So the Bloc will be available to you to create it just like this. And if you're using the VS Code, simply go to your extensions and download the Bloc extension. So also that will be available to you in your any editor you're using. So first of all, we will start from the events, where we have an abstract class of the counter event. So how many events we are going to have in this simple counter application? So it's obvious from this simple application, we have only these 2 buttons which can be clicked and some actions can be performed. Like when we click this increment, it increments this counter, and when we click this remove, so it simply decrement this counter. So it's obvious we have only 2 events that will be triggered from the UI. So let's create the 2 events in here. So we are going to have a class and its name will be the increment counter event, and that will simply extends the counter event abstract class. So that will be our increment counter event which will be triggered on the UI. So let's copy it and paste it right here one more time and simply change this increment to decrement, just like this. So that will be two events that will be triggered from the UI. And inside the stat class, we have a simple initial stat, and in this section, we don't have any specific stat to deal with, but there will be stats to deal with in the next section. So you will see it when we go for separating the business logic from the UI of this CRUD Firestore basics. So for now in this counter application, we don't have any specific state to deal with, like to create it in here and simply emit that. So that stats will be just like this, and in the counter we have the error. It means we need to add one package in our pubspec.yaml file. So you need to have this Flutter Bloc package in your pubspec.yaml file, and after this simply pubget to resolve this error. So after the pubget completes, the error will be gone or will be fixed. So the block, the business logic component, is a library of separating the business logic from the UI code, and to make it more easy in Flutter, the flex angle create the package of this Flutter block. So we can easily use this package in our Flutter application to use the block in our Flutter application. So you need to have this package while dealing with the block library in Flutter application. So we got the two events in here, and we don't have any specific stat to deal with in this counter application, but will be one in the next section. So we don't have any stat in here, and that will be our block where the events will comes in and will be processed, and a specific stat will be emitted to update the UI. So as I said, we don't have any specific stat to deal with in here in the block counter class, which extends the block. In here it has two generics, the event and the stat. So we don't have any specific stat, and we have only simple integer counter which each time increment and decrement. So we will replace this counter stat, and instead of this counter initial stat, we will simply replace this with 0. So that integer will be our stat, which will be changed every time when the events of the counter increment and decrement is triggered. So here inside the body of the super, it is saying on counter event to do implement the event handler. So instead of this counter event, we will replace this with our specific event, that is the increment counter. It has the same parameters event and the emit, and here we are doing emit the stat with the +1, meaning that every time this increment counter event comes to the block, it processes it. This will emit the stat, which in our case the stat is integer, will simply +1. So every time this event is triggered, so this will simply increment in the stat, which is integer. So we don't have any specific stat, we have the integer, so we'll simply increment the stat just like this. And the same for the decrement, we are going to have the other event, like on the decrement counter event, it accepts the event and the emit. So every time this event is triggered on the UI, so simply we will emit the stat -1 to decrement or minus the value from the stat, which is again, as I said, the integer. So just by doing this, we have successfully implemented also the block. We have the events, we have no specific state to deal with, we have made our state the integer that will be each time incremented and decremented when these events are triggered on the UI. And that is it for this simple counter application of the block. So after this done, what you have to do, simply go to your main.dart, and in here we have this material app. So simply we will wrap this material app with the widget block provider, and inside it has one compulsory property, that is the create property, and then it accepts the function which as a parameter accepts the build context and will give us in return our counter block. So simply import this counter block just like this. So what it means, we have provided our counter block on the root material app. The reason behind this is we want this block to be available to all the descendant widgets. Like when our app is initialized and it runs and gives us the output on the emulator. So before doing this, we have simply initialized the counter block on top of our root material app so that the counter block will be available to all the descendant widgets down the tree, so that we don't have to provide it in any other specific page, but this will be at the root, so meaning that all the descendant widgets that has the context will contain also the counter block. So simply you will need to provide that and use this block. So we have provided our counter block. Again, this will be available to all the descendant widgets so that we will be using it easily. So after this done, simply go down here and remove this counter from here, and also make sure you remove the set stat from both of these two buttons of the floating action. And here this is not going to be that counter as we have removed it from here. So we will wrap this text with the widget block builder, which again accepts the block and the stat, and in our case the stat is our integer, and it has the builder property which accepts the context and the stat. So the block builder widget in Flutter is a part of the Flutter block library, meaning that it comes from the Flutter block and it is used to rebuild the widget tree in response a new stat emitted by the block business logic component. So like every time in the counter block, if this increment counter is triggered on the UI, simply it will emit a stat. So each time if the stat is emitted with the increment, so in the main.dart, this block builder will rebuild the stat of the UI and will give us the fresh output on the UI. And in this case, the stat is our integer that will be incremented and decremented when the events are triggered. So in here, instead of the counter, we will pass the stat in here. Or you can also change the name of the stat to make it more clear. Let's say our counter, and simply copy it and paste it in here. So meaning that it's our stat or also the counter. Now these two buttons will not work just because we also need to call the events on these two floating action buttons. So first of all, we have this remove button. So in here, what you need to do, we will do the block provider dot of context, and simply we will pass a type in front of the of that will be the counter block, and simply from this you will call this add method which accepts the event, and this add method in the description said notifies the block of a new event which triggers all the corresponding event handler instances. So here in the event we will simply pass our event of the decrement. So we will do decrement counter event, and that is it. So this will simply call the decrement counter event. So we have this block counter block in the context, so we simply do block provider dot of context counter block context and call the event from this. So this will simply trigger the decrement event on the UI, and in the block this will emit a stat with the +1. So simply by doing this will decrement the counter by 1, and copy this and paste it in here, and simply instead of the decrement counter call the increment counter. So that is it. Now after this, simply hot restart your application to see the changes. So we got this 0 in here. When we click this add, so this is simply working the same as it was before. So what we have simply changed, we have migrated our app from simple set stat to the block, and that was the event which triggers on the UI, and block process them and give us the stat, and using the block builder we simply rebuild the stat when it is emitted. So that is how we are getting the output on the UI, and that was the complete mechanism of the block, and this will become more clear to you when we use this block in a bit complex way or in advanced application, that is the Cloud Firestore. We have everything spaghetti in here, so we will use the block to separate this business logic from the UI code and will make it clear. So this will become more clear to you that how to use the block in the real-time applications and these methods. So that was it for a simple block for now. So we learned some fundamentals of Flutter block and we use it in our counter application to manage the state of it and also to separate the business logic from the UI. And we don't have so many business logic in this counter application, but we still use it just for learning the basics of the block library. Now we will learn about the Cubit, which is the subset of the block. So first of all, what is Cubit? A Cubit is a lightweight state management solution. It is the subset of the block package that does not rely on the events and instead uses the methods to emit new states. Just like the block pattern, the Cubit also separates the business logic from the UI and it uses the streams to emit the states and receive events as functions. The main difference between the block and Cubit is in the way they handle the state. In block, the state is managed by a separate class called the block or business logic component, which holds the state and exposes streams to emit states and receive the events. In contrast, in Cubit, the state is managed by the Cubit itself and it also exposes streams to emit states and receive the functions as events. And this Cubit reduces some boilerplate code by just removing the events from the middle, and simply the state is managed directly by the Cubit itself. And there are the two main components of the Cubit. The first one is the Cubit itself and the other one is the state. The Cubit is the component that receives the functions as events, processes them and returns a specific state, just like the block, but instead it has the functions instead of the events. And the state again refers to the current condition of the app at a given point in time. And the architecture of the Cubit looks something like this. We have the UI, the functions goes to the Cubit, the request goes to the data, the response comes, and the states are emitted on the UI in the streams. And to listen to the streams, we will use the block builder or the consumer again to listen to the stream and rebuild the UI according to that. So that was some difference between the block and the Cubit, and it was the theory of it. So now let's do it practically. So now we will implement the Cubit in this counter application. First of all, in the main, we have the same code which we had in the previous section. We work with the block. Here on the material app, we provide the counter block so that the counter block will be available to all the discontent widgets so that we can use or call the events from it just like this, so that it will emit the stats. And here in the stream, we are listening to the streams that are emitted in the stream, and here it will rebuild the UI for us. And when you click this plus, so this will increment, and here this event is called from the UI and it goes to the block, it processes it and emit the state in the stream. And here on our main.dart, we simply listen to that stream using this block builder and simply pass our counter here, and every time it rebuilds this block to reflect the changes on the UI. So the same will be the Cubit, but only the events will not be there, but instead there will be the methods of it. So to create the Cubit here, first of all we will close this block, and inside this we will create a new directory. We will name it the Cubit. Simply hit enter and we got this Cubit directory, and inside this again create one more directory and simply again call it the counter. Hit enter and we got the counter in here. Now right click on that and go to the new, click the Cubit class and simply name it counter and click the OK. And inside this we got the stat and the Cubit. As we don't have any specific stat to deal with, so simply in the counter Cubit, same like as we have done for the block, in here we have made this stat the int, and every time we are incrementing it on this event and decrementing it on this second event. So in the Cubit we will simply change this counter stat to the int and also pass the 0 in the super constructor. So that's it. Now in here we are not going to call any events in here, but we are going to have the methods that will be called from the UI, and then this counter Cubit will process them and will emit the stats in the streams, and the same block builder will listen it and rebuild the UI, and that's what will happen in this counter Cubit. So to create the method in here, for the increment we are going to have a function of void type and its name will be the increment, and simply using the fat arrow we will do emit the stat by +1, and the same for the decrement. So copy this and paste it down here, change its name to decrement just like this, and simply the state will be decremented when this method is called. And that was it for this Cubit. When this increment is called, so this will simply increment in the state, and we will listen to this state as this is emitting in the stream, and just we will rebuild our UI using the block builder to listen the stream. Now after this, simply go to your main dot and here same like this counter block, simply change this block provider to the multi-block provider, as we are going to provide the two block and also the Cubit, and this block and Cubit will be provided the same way as the Cubit is the subset of the block. Now inside this, we will remove this create from here, and simply this accept the list of providers. So open this up, and for the block we are going to have the same block provider as we have the one in here. Now we have the multi-block provider, so inside the list of it we got the block provider, the same create property which accepts the build context, and simply counter block, and the same will be for the Cubit. Copy this, paste it in here. Instead of the counter block, we will do the counter Cubit and simply import it. So after importing this counter Cubit, now same like this counter block, this counter Cubit will also be available at the discordant widgets, so that we can use or call the functions from this counter Cubit. So now in here we have the block provider of context, so we will simply copy this and comment this out, and on top of that in here we will paste this and simply change it to counter Cubit. That's it. Now from this we are not going to call the add method to call the event in here, but instead we will directly invoke the function from it that will be decrement, as this is the remove button. So that's it. Now copy this and also comment this out and paste this in here, and simply change this to increment. That's it. We are done with calling the functions from the UI. And now this is going to be the counter Cubit but not the counter block, and everything will remain the same. The function will be called, this will go to the Cubit, it will process it, will send to request the data, response will comes, and the states will be emitted on the UI in the stream. So this block builder will listen to the streams and rebuild the UI, and we will see the answer or the changes on the UI. Now that's it for the Cubit. Now how to start the application to see also the changes of the counter app with this Cubit. So now when we click this increment, this works the same, and decrement. So that was it also for the simple Cubit. So we have used the block for the counter in here, and also we have used the Cubit for the same counter application, and you have learned so many basics of this Cubit and block. So now you are familiar with the basics of this block and Cubit. So in the next section we will finally be using this block and Cubit to separate the business logic from the UI of this Cloud Firestore basics. So by doing this, that how we can separate the business logic from the UI and manage the state efficiently in the app where we are dealing with some third-party databases like the Cloud Firestore. So it will become more clear to you when you go for this. So that was it for this section. Now see you in the section 2 of the block. So now you know what is block and Cubit and what are their components, and also how to use them in a simple application. And in this section we will be using first the block and then the Cubit to separate the business logic from the UI code in the library where we code the Firebase CRUD, or create, read, update and delete, and that is the library of the 17th section in here. So after using both the block and the Cubit this way in the Firebase CRUD library to separate the business logic from the UI code, all of your confusions about them will be eliminated one by one. So first of all, initially on our emulator we have a simple scaffold. So first of all, to separate the business logic from the UI code of this Firebase CRUD, what we have to do in here, simply copy the build method of this library and go to the main dot and simply paste it in here. and simply import the Cloud Firestore package. And there you go. Now after this, simply how to start your application. So that was a simple application of Firebase CRUD which we have created in the 17th section. So here we can create the data, and you can see we can get the data from the Cloud Firestore. We can also perform the update operation. We can also perform the delete operation, and this no data means we are also getting the data. So if there is no data in the Cloud Firestore, it is simply saying there is no data. And if you click this create, so simply one user is created in the Cloud Firestore and simply it get the data from the Cloud Firestore. Now first of all, in here what we will do, first of all separate this user model. So before this, here we want one more directory where we are gonna have our block for this Firebase CRUD. So in here we will simply create the directory for the block. So we will name it 19 block section 2. This is the 19th section of the week 2 and the section 2 for the block. So inside this we will create a new directory and we will simply name it Modal. And inside this model we will create one Dart file. Its name will be user model. And inside this user model, simply paste this user model in here and simply import this Cloud Firestore package in here, and simply here delete this from here. So that was it for this. Now next thing, inside this we are going to have one more directory inside this block section 2. We will create a directory. Its name will be database. Inside this we will create the Dart file. Its name will be database handler. Inside this we are going to have one class and its name will be database handler. So after this, simply go to your main.dart and copy all of these methods from here and go to your database handler and paste it inside the class and import the Cloud Firestore package in here, and also import the user model in here, and also remove the underscore before them and simply put the static in front of the methods so that we can access them directly from this database handler class. So one by one remove this underscore and keep putting the static in front of them. So after this done, we have successfully separated the methods also from the main.dart, and now here we need to create the block. So before going forward for creating the block, you need to understand one thing, that is the value equality in Dart. So there can be some scenarios where we would want to compare the instances of the same classes like we do in the test expectations in the stream transformations. However, different instances of the same class cannot be equal in Dart. If you don't believe me, let's go to the IntelliJ IDE to test it. So I am on the IntelliJ IDE where we have the Dart code and we have a simple main method. And here we have the class of the student. We have the two fields, and also these two fields are not initialized and simply are passed in the constructor. And in here in the main method, what we are doing, we have simply created the instance of the student class and its name is John, and inside this we have initialized the first property of the student class, that is name, and his age is 20. And inside the print statement we are comparing the two instances of the same classes. Like this is the first instance which contain the values of John and 20, and inside this we are doing John equal to the other instance of the same class which contains the same values of John and 20. So what do you think? It will return true or false? Obviously it will return false in Dart. So now when I run this and we got the false, the two instances of the same values are not equal in Dart. So how we can overcome this? To overcome this, we have two methods in the class that we need to override. So these methods are the equality operator and the hash code. So we need to override these methods to compare the values of two different instances of the same class and then simply give us the result. So in this operator method, it is comparing the runtime type, the name and the age with the other instance, and here in the hash code it is also comparing the name hash code and the age hash code. So after having these two methods inside the class, if we now run this, so we got it true in here. So now this instance of the class is equal to this instance of the class just because these have the two same values. But if we don't have these two methods, so this will simply do not compare the values, and simply by default the two instances of the same class will be different or will not be equal in Dart. So same like this in our blocks, events and stat classes. If we ignore these overrides or shortly the value equality, the stream of stat listeners like the block builder will rebuild the UI each time even if the values are same in the old and the newly emitted stat, because again the different instances of the same class cannot be equal in Dart. As a result, the block builder will rebuild the UI with the same stat considering it the new stat. So for overcoming that, we need to do this equality operator and the hash code in each class we want the value equality, which is kind of so much hassle. So to also overcome this boilerplate code for value equality in each of the class, we have the equatable package. It's a Dart package that helps us to implement the value-based equality without needing to explicitly override the equality operator and the hash code. So simply we will remove these two methods from here, and simply we will extend this student class with the equatable, and it is coming from the equatable package, and you must have this equatable package in your pubspec.yaml file. So after extending this student class with the equatable, which is an abstract class used for the value equality, simply here we need to override one getter method. So here simply remove the to implement props from here, and this accept the list of objects, simply pass the list in here and pass the name in here and also the age in here, and that's only it you need to do for the value equality to compare the instances, the two different instances of the same class. So for that we don't need to write the explicit equality operator and the hash code, and this is done by this equatable package internally. So after this done, if I run this, and this will still give us a true, meaning that we have overcome the issue of the Dart that two different instances of the same class cannot be equal, and also we have done this with the less code using this equatable package. And this equatable package can help us to improve the quality and the maintainability of the Flutter code by providing a simple way to define and compare the values of the objects. So with these two overrides in the class of the stat and events, or simply extending these classes with the equatable, later if the stream is notified with the same stat containing the same values, so it will not rebuild the UI. So just like this, we have overcome this issue. By using the equatable package, we have also reduced our boilerplate code just like this. So that was it you need to know about the value equality in Dart. So now move to the Android Studio and leave all the errors here just like this in the main.dart. So after this, we are going to create the block for our Firebase CRUD. So inside this 19 section block section 2 directory, we will create one directory and its name will be block. And inside this block directory, we will create one more directory, its name will be Firebase CRUD, and simply create the block class in here and make sure you select the equatable in here. So we will use this for the value equality to compare the different instances of the same class, so that later if the stream is notified with the same stat containing the same values, it will not rebuild the UI. Otherwise, if we don't have any value equality operators or the equatable package, it will rebuild the UI even if the newly emitted stat contains the same value. So here we will name our block Firebase CRUD and hit the enter, and we got these 3 Dart files in here. And make sure in the pubspec.yaml file you must have this equatable package, otherwise you will get these errors just like I got in here. It will simply say the equatable is not in here, and it is saying the classes can only extend the other classes just because we don't have the equatable package in here. So after adding this, simply pubget, and after this pubget completes, all the errors will be fixed. So you can see the pubget completes and also the errors are fixed. Now let's go for the stat and ignore this pubspec has been edited package. So we have the Firebase CRUD stat which extends the equatable, and here we are going to have the different stats of our Firebase CRUD simple application. So you can see we have already got the direct override method where we can directly pass our properties of the class for the value equality, and this will simply done the equality work like the equality operator and the hash code for us. So in this app, we are going to have some specific stats to deal with. As we are going to read the data from the cloud file store, so we need to retrieve it. So what will happen, or which stat it would be if the data is loading or retrieving from the cloud file store, or which stat it would be if some failure occurs, or also which stat it would be if the data is loaded. So we are going to have 3 different stats of loading, loaded, and the failure. So in here, we will simply copy this initial stat and will paste in here 3 times. And we will change the first name to loading, and the second to loaded, and the third to failure. And the Firebase CRUD loaded stat is going to hold the list of user model in the constructor, because when this stat is imaged on some event in the block, this will accept the list of user as a parameters. So we will simply pass the list of users that are gotten when the stream was listened, and then later on the UI we will map this list, and for each of the user we will display some specific item, and all the users will be in the scrollable view on the emulator like you can see in here for now. Just like this, we will simply create a list style item for each of the user later on. So now in here, simply pass this in the constructor, and also in here for the value equality. So that will be it for the stats of this Firebase CRUD, and now we are going to implement the events for the Firebase CRUD. So we are going to have the events or the action that will be triggered on the UI. The first action or the event will be like we are going to have the create data event, and we are also going to have the delete data event, and also the update data event, and also to get the data event. So we are going to have these 4 events in place. So here we are going to have a class, and its name will be create data event, and this will extend the Firebase CRUD event, and simply open the body for the class. And here it is going to have one missing override that will be of the value equality prop. So after this, simply copy this create data event and paste it 3 more times, just like this, and simply change their names to read, update, and delete, just like this. So when the create data event is triggered, we are going to create the user in the cloud file store. So this is going to accept in the parameters the user model, and also pass it in the constructor, and also for the value equality pass it in the list, just like this. And simply copy this body of the create data event from here, and simply paste it for the update data, and also for the delete data, as we are going to update the user and also to delete the user. And now it's time to explore the read data event. So we are going to have the 2 events for reading the data from the cloud file store. Like, let's copy it and paste it in here, and simply change its name to load data event. So the first one, the read data event, will only be for listening to the stream, and the other, the load data event, will be for emitting the loaded stat to show up the data from the cloud file store on the UI. And the first one is not going to hold any data in the constructor, because it is just for listening to the stream of the users. And the second one is going to hold the list of users in the constructor, because it will emit the loaded stat of the list of users to show up all the users on the UI. And simply finally pass these users in the constructor, and simply also pass it in the list of props for the value equality. So why we are going to have the 2 events for reading the data? That is because when the block stat stream is first listened to, like when the read data event is triggered for fetching the data from the cloud file store, the UI may be in the indeterminate state, like showing the loading indicator, for example. Triggering an additional event to emit the loaded stat allows the UI to immediately display the loaded data and remove the loading indicator. This provides a better user experience, as the user don't have to wait for the stat to change to see the actual data. So while dealing with streams and block, one event will be for listening to the stream, and the other will be to load the loaded stat to show up the data on the UI. For the other future methods like create, update, and delete, we need the user data to create, update, and delete the user. So we simply pass the user directly in here, which contains the user data directly. So that will be our events, which will come to the block in the stream, and this will emit the streams of stats, and later that will be listened on the UI using the block builder or the block consumer widgets to update the UI over the time. So that was also it for the events of the Firebase CRUD simple application. So now we are going to implement the block of our Firebase CRUD. So here we are going to have all the events as we had for the counter. So in this case we have about 5 events in place. So simply we will do just like this. So we got read data event, load data event, create data event, update, and also delete data event. So now what will happen if the read data event is triggered? So first of all we will put the try catch block, and if some error occurs we will simply emit the stat for the Firebase CRUD failure. And in the try block we will do, first of all we will simply emit the Firebase CRUD loading stat for showing the loading indicator if the stream is listening, and that's it. After this we will create a final variable. Its name will be stream response, and this will be equals to, from the database handler class we will simply access the read data method, which is for in here reading the data or the users from the cloud file store in the stream. It gives us the stream list of users. So in the block after this we will do stream response, which has the high order functions and give us the list of users just like this, and inside the body of this we will dispatch the event or trigger the event of load data event, which accepts the list of users, and later this load data event will also be implemented. First of all here we simply call this event in here and pass the list of users. So this load data event will simply emit the loaded stat and will show up the data on the UI. So that was not it for the read data method. We are going to have one more thing, that will be a simple variable of stream subscription list of users, and its name will be user stream subscription. And after this we will simply copy this, and here we will paste it, and we will make this equal to stream response just like this. So by subscribing to the stream in the block, the UI can be notified whenever the new data becomes available, and it allows it to refresh and display the updated information on the UI. And also before subscribing to the stream we need to call the stream subscription.cancel, and also the override method of the close inside the Firebase block to close the stream just like this. So closing a stream subscription before listening to the stream is typically done to prevent the memory leaks. The stream subscription maintains a connection to the stream, so if it's not closed, the connection remains open even when the stream is no longer being used. This can result in resources being held indefinitely and leading to the memory leaks. Closing the streams before listening to the stream ensure that the connection is closed when it's no longer needed, freeing up the resources and preventing memory leaks. So that's why we are closing the stream before listening to it. So that was it for the read data event, and now let's go for this load data event, which is going to emit the loaded stat. So first of all in here we will put the try catch block, and if some failure occur we will simply emit the Firebase CRUD failure, and in the try block we will emit the Firebase CRUD loaded stat to update the UI, and we will simply pass the event.users that is coming from when this stream is listened in the read data event. So when this read data event is triggered, simply this will dispatch or trigger this event also to update the UI and fetch the users and display them on the UI. So that was it for this load data event and also the read data event. Now let's go for the create data event. So what will happen if the create data event is triggered on the UI? First of all, here we will do the same try and catch if some failure occur. Inside the try block, we will check if the stat is Firebase CRUD loaded, meaning that if there is data on the UI, so then we will be able to create the data. Otherwise, we will not be allowed to trigger this event. So we will first check if the Firebase CRUD is loaded by this load data event. So inside this, we will perform the operation that will be the database handler create data method and pass the user from the event.user, and that was it for the create data method. Now simply copy this try catch from here and paste it also for the update, and simply change this create to update data event, and this will everything will remain the same. And also the same for the delete data, simply call the delete data event, and in the delete data event we are not going to have the complete user, but there will be a simple string of ID and pass this in here, also in here. So in the block we will do simply pass the event dot ID. So that was it for the delete data event implementation in the block also. So we have implemented all of the events in the block, like what will happen if each of the event is triggered and what state it is going to emit first and last. So that was it for the block implementation. So now let's go and utilize them in the UI. So now on the main.dart, let's go for utilizing these methods on the UI. Here, first of all, we need to provide the Firebase CRUD block so that it will be available to all its content widgets context, so that will be easy for us to use it from every context of a widget, even if it's stateless or stateful. So we'll copy this block provider and simply paste it and change its name to Firebase CRUD block. And whenever this block is provided, initially we will simply directly add an event that will be of read data event, so that will directly listen to the stream and will update the UI on the load data event when the app is first initialized. So like when the app is first initialized, we will call this read data event. So first our users will be show up in here, so that we will be allowed to perform the create, update and delete operations. So that's it for the provider and invoking this event initially in here. So now go down here, and here we will do, first of all, for this create data, we will remove this from here and we are going to have the block provider dot of context, and in the context we already have the Firebase CRUD block. So as a type we will pass the Firebase CRUD block, and from this we will dispatch or trigger an event by doing this add. This will be create data event which accepts the model of the user, so you'll pass the user, instantiate it, and for the email this will be, let's say, john@gmail.com, and the username will be John Doe, and the ID will be randomly generated in the create method. So that was it for the create method. Now let's copy this. Now let's go for reading the data. So simply leave everything as it is and copy this padding widget from here. Cut this, or not copy it but cut this from here, and we are not going to need the stream builder anymore, but we will use our block builder in here to listen to the newly emitted stats in the stream. So we are going to have a block builder, and this is going to return the same widget which we have cut from here. So for now let's close it and change this subject to Firebase CRUD block, and also copy its name and paste it in here, Firebase CRUD stat. And now here we will check the conditions. If the stat is loading, simply in the body we will return in the center, and in the child of the center we will do circular progress indicator. When the stat is loading, simply we will show up the circular progress indicator, and copy this if condition from here, paste it right here, and change this Firebase loading to the failure. So if the stat is failure, we will remove this circular progress indicator, put some text, and we will say something went wrong, and then we will check the condition. If the stat is loaded, simply we will return this padding widget in here, and in this return we will simply directly return the center child circular progress indicator. Now in this Firebase CRUD loaded stat, we will create a final variable. Its name will be user and will be equals to the stat.users, which is coming from here, these users. So when in the block, if the read data method event is triggered, so here it will listen to the stream, and this will give us the list of users, so you're passing them in the load data event in here, and simply this will emit the loaded stat to show up the data on the UI. So when the loaded stat is emitted, so it means we have got all of the users. So after this we have stored them in this final variable, and simply we have mapped them in here, and for each of the user we are showing their name and email. And now it's time for this update and delete. So the same will be for them. Copy this block provider and paste it in here. And this is not going to accept the user, but this will be a simple user.id and it will be delete data event. And remove this direct method from here and simply again copy this and paste it in here and change this to update, and also as the id pass the user.id as we are going to update the specific user on the unique id. And this will update the user to simply, let's say, 3xa@gmail.com, and its name will also be 4xa. So that was it also for the methods on the UI, and also we have removed the stream builder and we simply put the block builder to listen to the stream of stats. Now after this, how to restart your application. So everything will remain the same. Now when we click this delete, it simply directly delete the data from here, and we are no more seeing the no data in here. That is because here we can check if the users dot is empty. Simply show up in the center child text no data. That's it. Otherwise show up the padding. That is the users in here. Now after this, simply Ctrl S to reload, and we got the no data in here as the list of users is empty. And now when we create this create the join the user, the data we have passed in here, and we can update it just like this, and it is also reading it. You can see on the UI. We can delete it. There is saying no data. We can create it, we can update it, and we are also reading it. With the block, we have implemented the block in here, the events and the stats, and you have also seen how we can work with a bit complex application using the block. So that was it for the block with the Firebase CRUD simple application, and in the next section we will also do it in the Cubit, so the Cubit will also become more clear to you. So for now, that was it for this section. So up until now, you learned how we can work with Bloc and Cubit in a simple application, and also with this, you learned how we can work with Bloc in a bit complex application like the one in which we are dealing with the CRUD operations of Firebase Cloud Firestore. And now in this section, we are going to learn how we can use the Cubit instead of the Bloc in the same application of Firebase CRUD. So first of all, in here, in the 19th section of week 2 and in the section 2 of Bloc, simply inside this, let's create one directory and name it Cubit. And inside this Cubit directory, create the directory of the Firebase CRUD as we have the one for the inside the Bloc directory. So let's do it the same. Create the directory, and inside this Firebase CRUD directory, create a Cubit class and make sure you select the equatable, and also you must have one package or dependency in your pubspec.yaml file before using the equatable with the Bloc or Cubit. So I will name my Cubit Firebase CRUDs. The CRUDs is because if we create the Cubit with the same name as we have in the Bloc, so the stat name of the Bloc and the Cubit will be same, so this might create some ambiguity between the Bloc and the Cubit. So that is why I am naming the Firebase CRUDs, or you can name it anything you want to your Cubit of Firebase CRUD. So let's click the OK. So two libraries will be created, one the stat and the Cubit. So let's go for the stat, and we know that simply copy this and paste it 3 times as we are going to have the loading, loaded and the failure. So simply for this we are going to have loading, and for this we are going to have loaded, and also for the last one we are going to have the failure. And inside this loaded stat, we are going to accept the list of users to show them on the UI. So we will go for the Bloc stat, and inside this we will simply copy this data from the loaded stat, and inside this we will paste it right away and simply change the constructor name and also import the model of user. And that's it for the stat in the Cubit. Now let's go to the Cubit, and inside this we are going to have the 4 methods as we had the events in the Bloc. So first method will be of type void, just like this, and its name will be read data. So let's open the body for it. And first of all, we will put the try catch inside this. So we got the try catch inside the read data method, and if some error occurs in the catch block, simply this will emit the Firebase CRUD's failure stat. So now inside the try block, we are going to do, first of all, emit loading stat as we had in the block. For reading the data, here first of all we are emitting the loaded stat, and next we are going to call the same read data method inside the stream response variable. So simply copy this from here and paste it in here. So that will be our second thing inside the read data method. So after the stream response variable, we need one more thing that is also in the Firebase CRUD block, and inside this we will simply copy this stream response in here, and we don't need this user stream subscription in the Cubit. So we'll simply paste this right here, and we also don't need this event in here. So we will simply emit one stat, and that will be Firebase CRUD's loaded, and simply pass the users in here. And in here, let's remove this user from here to make the error fix. So that was it for the read data method. First, this will emit loading stat, and inside the stream response, this will call this read data method. So this will give us a stream of list of users. So simply we'll listen this stream, and this will give us the list of users that are listened in the stream, and simply will pass them in the loaded stat, and that stat will be emitted on the UI to show the data on the UI. So that's it for the read data method. And next we are going to have the methods for the create, update, and delete. So next method will also be of type void, and its name will be create data, and this is going to accept the user, as this is going to create the user in the cloud file store. So inside this, we will check if the stat is Firebase CRUD's loaded. Simply from the database handler, simply call it create data method and pass the user in here. So that's it for this. Now copy this and paste it 2 times, as the 2 other methods are going to be similar to this, and change its name to update data and this to delete data. And this is going to accept the string ID, and this method will be update data, and this will be delete data, and pass the ID in here. So that was it for the 3 methods also: delete data, update data, create, and also read the data. So you can see the Cubit reduce a lot of boilerplate code. We don't have the events, but all of the work is managed by the Cubit. And next, after implementing this Cubit, next go to your main.dart, and we know that we need to provide the Cubit just like we have provided all the others, Bloc and Cubit. So simply we'll copy this block provider and paste it right here, and change its name to Firebase CRUD's Cubit. Also import this and remove this event from here, and simply call the method of read data. So that's it. Now remove this useless bracket from here. So we are good to go. We have provided the Cubit in here. Now what we need to do in here, simply change the methods in here. So we'll simply copy this and paste it right here, and comment this block from here. And now we are going to use the Cubit instead of Bloc, and this will be CRUD's, and it's already imported. Now instead of calling the add method, we will directly call the create data method, and inside this we will pass the same user model object and also the same data of John, email, and username of John Doe. Next we only need to change the block builder here, so it will be the Cubit and it will be CRUD's, and here the stat will also be Firebase CRUD stat. So that's it. Now here this will be Firebase CRUD's loading and Firebase CRUD's failure, Firebase CRUD's loaded, and everything will remain the same. Now next we need to change this to the Firebase CRUD's Cubit, and instead of this event, simply call the direct method in here, just like this, which makes it really simple than the block. And next, here the same will go for this update method. Simply change this to Firebase CRUD's Cubit, just like this, and replace this whole add method of triggering the event with a simple method of the Cubit. So we got the update data method. Inside we got the same user object with the same data as we had for the previous block. So that was it also for this. Now after this, simply hot restart your application and you are good to go. Now we have successfully implemented the Cubit. You can see here we have the provided Cubit and we have changed this to Cubit. Also this block builder to the Cubit, and also its stat, its loading, failure, and also the loaded. And also we have changed these two methods of Firebase Cubit, delete data and update data, and also this one to create the data. Now next, if we click this create, this will the same create the data, we can update it, we can delete it, and it is also getting just like this we are seeing on the UI. So that was a simple Cubit for a simple app of Firebase CRUD, and that's how we deal with the Cubit in a bit complex application. And this will become more clear to you when we go forward and start building the real-time application of this bootcamp. So that's it for this section, and see you in the next section. So if you're already a developer or just a beginner in the development career, up until now you may have seen many developers love the dark theme. This is because everyone was inspired from hacking just like me and then switched to the app development career. Anyways, that was just fun. So in this section, I'm gonna show you how you can create a switch themes in your Flutter application. And also, not only this, but the theme will also be persistent at the persistent storage of the device. Like if you restart your app, the theme will remain the same, the one you have selected before restarting your app. So we are going to build this small Flutter themes application in this section, where we have a simple home page with an app bar of text Flutter themes app, and in the center we have some text of play with themes, and in the action button of the app bar we have an settings button. If you click this will take you to the theme preferences page, and here we have the 4 buttons which has their specific color to switch between the themes. The first theme is light theme that is selected, and that has the primary switch of blue. Now if I select this dark theme, you can see the theme switch to the dark theme, and then also for the deep orange theme light, when I click this switch to the theme of deep orange light, and the same will be for the deep purple light, and also again the light theme of default blue color. But not only this, when you select this dark theme, now if I hot start the application, now the theme is supposed to be the initial theme that was the light theme, but you can see the theme is still the dark theme which we have selected before starting the app. So it means we have persist our theme in the persistent storage of the device while switching between the theme. Now like if I select this deep orange theme light and then again hot start the application, so if the application hot start, you can see the theme is still the theme of deep orange theme light, and the same will be for others. So how we have done this? First of all, here we used the block for state management because we do not want our application's business logic to be mixed up with the UI code. And then for the persistent theme, we use the package of Share Preferences. This Share Preferences package in Flutter is a plugin for reading and writing persistent key value data on Android iOS devices, and it also provides simple and convenient way to store the data that can persist even after the app has been restarted. And you have also seen in the demo of the application, when you select one theme and restart the app, so the theme remains the same which we have selected before restarting the app. So that's what this Share Preferences package is doing. This Share Preference package supports various data types including strings, integer, booleans, and some other, and it has some get and set methods to store and retrieve the data from the persistent storage of the device. And this data is stored on the device in the platform specific manner. Like in the Android, it is stored in the Share Preferences file, and the same for the iOS, it is stored in the NS user defaults, like it is saying here in the metadata of this package in the pubdev site. So for Android, it is storing the data in the Share Preferences, and for the iOS, it is storing the data in the NS user defaults. And here it has also some documentation, so if you want to go at your own pace, so you can also come in here in the pubdev and search for the Share Preferences, so you can also learn this by going at your own pace. So anyways, one more thing about this package is that is very useful for storing small amount of data that need to persist between the app launches, such as user preferences, app settings, theme data, which is what we are doing in this app. So we will be using the block for state management solution to separate the business logic from the UI code, and we will be using the Share Preferences package to persist the theme in the persistent storage of the specific platform like Android and iOS. So now let's go to the main.dart and let's go for the get dependencies to get this dependency, and then go for creating these pages and also the theme settings. So by putting first thing first, let's go and design a simple UI for our theme application. But before this, we need one directory in here. So let's go and create a directory in the week 2. So we will create one directory with the name of 20 theme, 20th section of week 2, and that is the topic of theme. That's it. Now in here, inside this, we are going to use the block for state management, and also there will be one directory for local to store some data locally in the persistent storage of the device. So inside this directory there will be a library of dark, and inside this there will be the logic of that. And next we are going to have preferences, where our preferences page will be located. Now let's go to the main.dart, and in here we have a simple scaffold app bar within some text of Flutter themes app. So now in the body of the scaffold, we are going to have a center widget, and in the child property of the center, we are going to have some text of play with themes, and the style we simply set the font size 25. Now after this, simply how to start your application, and we got this play with themes in the center of our scaffold. Now next we want a button here in the app bar. For that we have the property of app bar, that is the actions property, which accepts the list of widgets. So inside this we will pass an icon button. The icon of the button will be the icon start settings, and when this button is clicked or pressed, this will navigate us to the page of theme preferences page, which is not created for now. So let's go and create this page. Inside the preferences directory, we will create one new dot file or a library, and we will name it theme preferences page. And inside this we are going to have a stateless widget, and also make sure you have import the flutter material.dart, as we are using the material design in our application. Now this is going to return one scaffold, and in the app bar property we simply pass the app bar class, and in the title property we pass the text widget theme preferences, and in the body property this is going to have a list view with the builder constructor, and in the item builder we simply pass the context of the build and the index of each item in the list view builder, and this is going to return a simple container, and its properties will be just like this: the margin from all sides, and the width will be double infinity, meaning that the max width horizontally and the height will be 50. And in the decoration we pass the box decoration, and inside this the border property will be set it to border from all sides with one color will be the black 54, meaning that some white shaded black. And for each of the container returned by the list view builder, its color will be by default blue. Later this color will come from the specific theme of the button, and you will see it after some while. And next the container child property will be center, and in the child property of the center widget we are going to have the text widget, and inside for now we pass the light theme, and later that will come from the list of class constant. So for now, just for creating the UI, this will be just like this. And also not forget to put the item count to 4 for now, and later this will come from the list length, and you will see it in a while, so this will become more clear to you. Now after this, simply go to the main.dart and import this theme preferences page in your main.dart. Now after this, simply how to start your application to reset everything, and let's try out and check this theme preferences page. So now when I click this theme preferences page, this will take us to the new page, and you can see we got the 4 buttons in here. And now in the theme preferences page, let's also put some padding in the list view builder, the symmetric constructor of the edge inserts class, and here inside we pass horizontally 10 and vertically 20. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got some spacing around these buttons. So we have successfully created our UI just like this. So now let's go for creating some constants and a theme for our application. So now first of all, in the preferences page, we are going to create one Dart file, and its name will be theme preferences. Now hit enter. So our theme preferences library or the Dart class is created. Now inside this we are going to have one class, and its name will be themepref in short, and in the body of this class we are going to have some constants of the theme. So we got the light theme constant, dark theme constant, deep orange and deep purple. And in your case, this can be any theme of your application, no matter. Here I choose the light theme, dark theme, deep orange and deep purple just for showing you how you can work with themes in your application in Flutter, and also how you can persist the theme. You will see it after some while. So this would be the constant variables inside the theme pref class, and that will be used for the light theme, dark theme, deep orange theme and deep purple theme. And next here we are going to have one more thing, that will be one static list of themes, and it contains the theme constant in the same order we have here the variables. Like first we have the light theme, dark theme, deep orange theme light, deep purple theme light, and this will be list which will be mapped in here so that we will be able to show the names of them here in the list view builder. So that will be used for this purpose. To make this work for now, let's go to the theme preferences page, and here the item count comes from theme preferences theme pref dot. First let's import this, and here simply access to the theme preferences list dot length. So it means we got the for length here according to this, and now we will create one single theme here. This will be final selected theme. I will name this variable selected theme, and this will be equal to theme preferences dot theme list according to the specific index. So it means we got every single theme in the selected theme. Now according to this, we will here put the name of the selected theme. Now after this, if I Ctrl S to reload, you can see we got light theme, dark theme, deep orange theme light, deep purple theme light, but their color will for now the blue, but this will become the specific color of the theme in a while. So for now this will be just like this, and that was the list inside the theme pref class, and that will be the constant which will be used for the themes. Now next in here we are going to have a final variable, and its name will be app theme data, and this will be a map object. In simple words, the key and value pairs, and inside this map we are going to have our first light theme. The key of the first light theme is coming from the theme preferences class if the key was the light theme, so its value will be theme data of the brightness light, and the same will be for the others, just like this. The first one is for the dark theme, actually this is the second one, and the third one is for the deep orange, and the fourth one is for the deep purple. Here we have the primary swatch. So what it means? In Flutter framework, the primary swatch is a property of the theme data class that specifies the primary color swatch to be used for a theme. A primary color swatch is predefined palette of colors that are meant to be used together, and this primary color swatch is also used as the default color for various widgets in Flutter app, such as the background color for the scaffold widgets, the color of the rest buttons, and the color of the text in app bar widgets. By defining a primary color swatch in the theme data class, you can ensure that your app has a consistent and cohesive colors theme. So that's why we have a primary swatch in here. So when this theme data is selected, so here will be the deep orange color of the app bar, and when we create some raised buttons or elevated button, their default color will be not blue, not dark, but this color will be deep orange if the theme data deep orange theme was selected. So that's what this primary swatch means in here. So that is a simple map variable that will be globally used in our simple application. Here on the constant which we have created in the theme preferences class, we are saying if the theme name was matched, so according to that we are going to have the theme data of the constant. Like if the light theme constant is selected, so the theme data will be light. If it's dark, so the theme data will be dark, meaning that the theme of our application will be dark. And the same for the both of them, deep orange and deep purple. So that was it for a simple app theme data map object and also the theme preferences class. Now next what we are going to do is to create the block and start switching between the themes using this class and this map object. So now in here in the theme block, we are going to create one directory of theme, and inside this theme we will create the block class. Its equatable will be selected and its name will be theme. Now open this, we got three libraries: stat, event and block. So in here in the stat, we are going to have one loaded stat of theme. So we will copy this initial theme and paste it right here and change its name to theme loaded. And when this theme loaded stat is emitted in the block in this stream, so this is also going to accept the final theme data. This will give us the theme data so that we will pass it in the theme data of our material app. So simply this will change theme data of our app, and this will be theme data, and pass it in the constructor, make it named, make it required, and also pass it in the props class for the value equality. And now next in the theme event, here we are going to have one event that will be triggered on the UI. That event will be the change theme event, and this is going to accept the string name, as we are going to have the constant names for our themes and its type is string, like the light theme, dark theme, deep orange theme, and they're all strings. And here we have a simple string key and its value is theme data, just like this. So that's why in the event there will also be change theme on the string name. So that name will be the key of this app theme data. So according to that key name, this will select the theme data and simply will pass it in the theme data of our material app, and simply will change the theme of our application. This will be clear to you more when you go for this real implementation. First of all, we are implementing blocks, so for now this can be a bit abstract for you that how this will work. So stay in touch, this will become clear to you when you go to the main.dart and start playing with the theme data here of the application. So for now here, that will be the change theme event that will be triggered on the UI. Now in the block, so here simply we need to change this theme to change theme event when this is triggered. So to do, implement the event handler. So inside this we will simply do emit the stat, and that stat will be theme loaded stat, and here the theme data will comes according to the, we will pass the app theme data, and as this is the map, so on the specific event name we are going to select the theme, and when this is emitted, so this will simply pass the theme data of that specific name to our theme data of material app here. So the theme will be changed on this theme loaded stat. Now also put the assertion operator in here, and that was it, a simple event which will emit the stat in the stream, and this is going to accept the theme on the specific name, which will be selected when we click each button in here. So we have successfully implemented the stat and the event and the block. Now let's go and utilize them in the UI. So now in the main.dart, first of all we need to provide that block. So copy this block, we have already provided so many, paste it in here, and this is going to be theme block. So we have successfully provided the theme block, so it means this will be available to all the discarded widgets down the tree. Now in here, what we will do, first of all leave everything as it is and go to the theme preferences page, and in here the color blue will not be the blue color. So to access the specific theme color, we will do app theme data. On the specific selected theme, we will get the primary color for the button, and also put the assertion operator in here. That's it. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and let's go to the settings again. So we got the colors of the button according to the primary color of the specific theme coming from the list. So that's it, we have got the color. And now next here in the style of the text, we will do the app theme data on the selected theme, the text theme on the body medium. Now after this we got some styling for the text, Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got some simple colors for the text inside the button, and also some body medium styling for this text. So that's it. Now when we click this, nothing will happen just because we have not yet put any gesture detector or any inkwell on that. So for now this will not work. So to make it work, here we will wrap this container with the widget that will be the widget of gesture detector, and after this the property of on tap when the container or a button is clicked. So what we will do, block provider of context of theme block. So in the context we already have theme block as we have provided here in the main. So this is available to all the disconnected widgets coming down the tree. So we have this block theme in the context of this theme preference page as this come in the child tree of the material app. So in this context we have the theme block as we have provided. Now from this we will add the event that will be our event of change theme event, which accepts the specific name, and that will be the selected theme string name. So now when this theme or this change event is called, so this will give us the specific theme name, or to simply select this and where it is specified and change its name to on the specific selected theme name, we will do everything. So now when we click the container, so simply this will pass the theme name to the event, and consequently in the block the theme name from the event comes to the loaded state of the theme loaded, and according to that this will simply change our theme on the theme loaded state. Now for this loaded state of theme we also need one block provider to listen the stream of states to reflect the changes on the UI. So now after this done here, by passing the event in here on the main.dart here, we will wrap the material app with the widget that will be the block builder widget of theme block and theme stat. And now in the builder we pass the context and stat. Now here we will check if the stat is theme loaded. So what we will do, in the body we will return this app theme, remove one return from here, and otherwise there we will return a simple center child circular progress indicator if no stat is emitted. And here the theme data will not be blue, but the theme data will come from the stat.theme data. So each time when the event is triggered in the theme preferences page, so here it got the name of the specific theme from here coming from the list, and this passed the specific name to the loaded stat, and this loaded stat tag the theme on that specific key in the map here. So any button that is clicked with the name, it will got the name of theme, and on that specific name as a key this will give us a theme data. And in this block builder, when this listen to change, this will simply pass the theme data on the specific name in here, and there you go, our theme is changed. So after this, simply hot restart your application to see the changes of our application that we have made. So we got the circular progress indicator in here. That is because none of the stat is emitted, and the stat is in the block this initial stat, and here that is why we got the circular progress indicator, just because no stat is here emitted. So if no stat is emitted, for now instead of doing this we can also do this for some time, and for by default here we can take the theme data manually and the primary switch of colors blue, or if we not specify the theme data, this will also work the same. Now after this, simply hot restart your application. So now none of the stat is emitted, so we got the simple material app with the default theme data. Now if we go to the settings and we have these themes, now go to the preferences page. Also when we click any of this button, simply this event will trigger. This will pass the name to the block, and this will emit the stat on that specific name of the theme from the app theme data map inside the theme preferences library here. Now when I click this dark theme, you can see the theme switch, and now from the theme preferences page here it passed the name of the theme dark to the block stat, and here it got the theme dark, and in the app theme data it got the dark theme of the theme data, and here in the stat it is emitted, and we got the theme loaded stat emitted with the dark theme. Now the same will be for the others. When you click this deep orange, we got this, and the deep purple just like this. Now here is one problem. When we select this dark and when we hot restart the application, and now we are supposed to get the dark theme again, but we will not get the theme, and we will get same default theme blue that is here when the no stat is emitted. That is because we are not persisting our theme somewhere. So that's where our share preference package will come into play that we have added in the pubspec.yaml file initially when we start this section. So we have done our switch themes in our simple Flutter application. The only one thing that is remaining, that is to persist their specific theme that we selected. So now let's also do this. Go to the main.dart, and from here now we will decide to go to some directory and start working on this persistent theme. So first of all, to persist our theme in the persistent storage of the device here in the local directory, first of all we are going to have one directory or the dart file. Its name will be shared preferences, and inside this we are going to have one class and its name will be shared prev, and inside this we are going to have two methods. One to set data in the persistent storage of the device each time the theme is selected, and the one will be to get or retrieve that theme anytime the app is restarted. So one method will be called when we switch between the themes, and the other method will be called when we restart or hot restart the application to retrieve that theme. So here we are going to have two feature methods. So we got these two methods inside the sharedPref class. First is feature void and the second one is feature string, as this will give us a string when this is called, as we are storing also the string or the name of the theme in the persistent storage of the device. And this set theme ID accepts the value that will be the theme string value that will be stored in the persistent storage of the device. So inside this, first of all we will do take the instance of the shared preferences and make sure you have imported the package, and after this in the set theme ID method we will do shared preferences dot set string on the app theme ID set the value. So in the shared preferences, what we are simply doing in the key and value pairs, we are simply storing the values on the specific key, and on that specific key we are back retrieving that values that we have set it on that specific key. So here in the set theme ID method, when this is called on this specific app theme ID key, this will store the name of our key, and later on if we restart or hot restart the application we will call this get ID method in here. So simply on that specific key that will retrieve that value that is stored in the persistent storage of the device. So that was it for the set theme ID method on the app theme ID that will store that value. When we call this method, here will comes our theme name, and for the get theme ID we will do the same shared preferences instance, and here we are returning from the shared preferences get the string this time, and on that app theme ID simply get that value that is stored in the persistent storage of the device. And that's it for these two methods. One is for setting, the other is for getting or retrieving the value on the specific key. As we have read in here, the Flutter plugin for reading and writing simple key and value pairs and wraps NS user defaults on iOS and share preferences on the Android. So in the key and value pairs we are storing our theme name, and later on the specific key we are retrieving it in this get theme ID method. So that was it for the shared preferences class. Now next go to the stat, and here just like this one we are going to have one more stat that will be of persistent theme loaded. The one is theme loaded and the other is persistent theme loaded, and when this stat is emitted this will give us the string name, as we are setting the name of the theme in the persistent storage. So anytime this persistent theme is loaded, so on the specific name we will switch between the themes and will retrieve that specific theme on the name from the app theme data map inside the theme preferences library here, that map variable. So that will be our preserve or persistent theme loaded stat, and that's it for the stat. Now go to the event class. Now here we are going to have the two events for this. These events will be get the preserved theme event and the get preserved theme loaded. The one will be for just calling the get method of the theme ID, this method here on that app theme ID key that will retrieve the theme in this first event, and the second event will simply emit the loaded stat and will pass that specific theme that's gotten from this get theme ID method, same as we have done while we are retrieving the users from Cloud Firestore in the stream. So here we are getting the name from the future method, so this will simply get that name, and this event will emit the loaded stat to update the UI. So these will be our two events in place. We got stat, we got the event, we also got these methods get, set and get, and in the block. Now first of all, when this change theme event is triggered, what we will do in here, when you switch between the themes in here, we will do shared pref, our class of shared preferences library, and we simply call the set theme ID from this, and we store the value as our event name that is selected when this change theme event is called. Like when we click any of this button, like let's say I click this dark theme, so this dark theme name will be stored in the persistent storage of the device, and also our theme will be changed. So in this method we have stored our name of the theme in the persistent storage, and we also have changed the theme by emitting the stat of the theme loaded. Now next we are going to have two more events to play with the preserve stat in the persistent storage of the device. So we are going to have the get preserve theme event, which accepts the event and emit, and inside the body we are doing share preferences dot get the theme ID, and in then method it gives us the string, meaning that the value on that specific key in here on that app theme ID key give us that value. So this get preserved theme event will simply give us that value, and here we will simply call the get preserved theme loaded event and will pass the value inside. And now after this, let's also implement the get preserved theme load event. This will be just like this. When this event is triggered by this get preserved theme event, simply this will pass that value in the preserved theme loaded stat and will emit that loaded stat and will reflect the changes on the UI and will give us that preserve or the persistent theme in the persistent storage of the device. So now let's take a quick recap. What we are doing, we have these two methods of set and get to set the theme string on the specific key and simply to retrieve it. In the stat we have the preserve theme loaded, and when this is loaded we are simply getting the name as we are also setting the only string in here. So that's why when the stat is loaded, so we will still load the stat with the string name value, meaning that the theme name that is stored in the persistent storage of the device. And now in the event we are going to have the two events, one for getting the preserve theme event and the other for get preserve theme load to emit the loaded stat of the preserve theme loaded. And in the block we have done in here, when this change theme event is called, simply store the theme name in the persistent storage, and when this get theme event is called, simply get this theme on that specific name and emit this preserve theme loaded stat. And there you go. When we hot start the application, we will get that preserved theme or persistent theme from the persistent storage of the device. And now we will look for some way to also listen to this preserved theme loaded stat to also reflect these changes on the UI when the application is hot start. So that was it for the block of the persistent or the preserved theme also. Now let's go in the main.dart, and here when this theme block is called, initially when this is called we will add an event that will be the event of get preserved theme event. If there is some preserve event, so simply this will get this preserve event, and then this event will also trigger one more event that is the get preserve theme loaded event to emit the loaded state of the get preserve theme. So initially when we hot start the application, we will also give a call to this get preserve theme event, so that if there is some theme on name in the persistent storage of the device, it will simply retrieve it. And also in here we are checking if the theme is loaded, do this. And let's copy this and paste it one more time. We will do if the theme state is preserve theme loaded. So in this state, what we will do, we will call the switch theme on that specific name that is in the persistent storage of the device, and the switch theme will be a method. So let's create also this method. So we got this switch theme method in here. That's really simple. It accepts the string name, and on that specific name we are switching. If the theme preferences theme light, if it was the light theme in the persistent storage, simply return the theme data with the light theme. And if there is the dark theme in the persistent storage, simply return the theme data with the dark theme. And also for the other two, and this, if none of this is matched, simply return the default theme data with the blue color. And the switch theme is returning the theme data. So here we pass the switch theme on the specific name. If any specific name is matched, so simply this will give us the theme data on that specific name of the theme coming from the persistent storage. So that will be for the preserve theme loaded if there is some theme in the preserve or the persistent storage of the device. Now after this, simply how to start your application to save the changes. So initially we have this simple blue theme selected. When we go to the settings preferences and we select this dark theme, and again this block method is called, and here it stores the name of this theme in the persistent storage. Now if we how to start our application, our app still has the black theme. That is because when we call this event of change theme event, it stores the name of this, and when we how to start this application, it initially directly call this get preserve theme event, and in this event we simply call the get method, and on that specific app theme ID we got the value that is stored in the persistent storage, and simply then we emit this state in the get preserve theme loaded event, and we got this dark theme from our persistent storage that is selected before starting the application. And you can see we got the persistent deep orange theme also, and in your case this can be any theme that is selected and persistent in the persistent storage of the device. So that's how you can switch between themes in your Flutter application, and also with this, that's how you can persist a theme in the persistent storage of the device. It can be Android, iOS. So that was it for this section of switching themes and also persisting theme, and also we have done this with Bloc to separate the business logic from the UI code. So that's it for this section, and now see you in the next section of this week 2. If you are building an application for an organization or a client, there must be one of the most critical part, that is the authentication of users. And there are a bunch of ways to do this job, but in this section we will authenticate our user using the Firebase authentication. Firebase allows us to authenticate our user using different auth methods like Google authentication, Facebook authentication, email authentication, and many others. Firebase email authentication provides us the secure and customizable way to register and authenticate user with an email and password, and it also allows us to manage user accounts and data and integrate with other Firebase services to provide a seamless user experience. So in this section we will use the email authentication from Firebase to authenticate user in our Flutter application. So first of all, in here in our week 2 directory, I just create the 21 Firebase email auth, and inside this we have 3 Dart libraries or Dart files. The first one is auth success page, sign in page, and sign up page, because first of all we will sign up our user to the application, and that credential like the email and password will be stored in the Firebase, and next time if our credential is stored in the Firebase, simply will come and sign in our user in the application. And if we sign up or sign into the application, simply we will navigate our user to the auth success page, and the Auth success page and the sign in page and the sign up page are similar to the 16 section form validation, where we are validating the email and password field. And I just copy the code from here and simply change the simple content from the page, and I change the app bar to the sign in, like this is our sign in page, and here I just put some navigation. If I click this don't have an account sign up, simply this will navigate us to the sign up page where we have an additional field username, but we are not going to storing this username anywhere, but just from distinguishing this sign up page from the sign in page. That's why I put this additional field in here, like this is our sign up page and this is our sign in page. So first of all, to create our user in our Firebase, first of all here we will sign up to the application, and then that credentials, email and password will be stored in our Firebase, and then we will sign in here. So in both cases, if we sign up or sign into the application, that will navigate us to the success page, and in other application that success page can be our home page. Like if user is signed in, so we do not want the user to be still in the sign in or the authentication page. So we want the user to go to the next pages like the home page to do something, whatever the functionality of that particular application. So that's it for these 3 pages. First of all, they are not working. When I click this, it's simply saying form must not be empty, and when I put some data in here like put the email and a password, this will simply navigate us to the success page. But now we want some database to store our credential in there, and next time if we come and write our credential, this will simply check if that is in the database. Simply on that base, simply send us to the success page or the home page. So for that we will use the Firebase to authenticate our user. So first of all, to work with authentication, you simply have to move to your browser. Simply come to this authentication tab. If you don't have this, simply go to the build and simply select this authentication. So this will also be created in the project shortcuts. And next here we don't have any sign in or sign up method enabled. So to enable this, in here in the first tab selected in the authentication tab, we will simply click this, and here are all the methods that Firebase allow us to authenticate our user in our application. The first one is email, password, Google, Facebook, Play Games, phones, Game Center, Apple, GitHubs and many others. So we are going to use the email and password authentication. Simply we will click this and we will enable this and simply save this. So our sign in method of email and password is successfully enabled, and now let's go to the users, and now we will see this area just like this. Now if a user is created, it will be shown up in here. Like let's create a manual user in here and type some email for him, like let's say john@gmail.com and password from 1 to 6, add the user, and simply we will see our users in here just like this. There will be the email, there is the provider, that's the time, that's the sign in, and user ID, that is the unique ID for the user. So that's how our user will looks like when it's created in the Firebase authentication. Simply now delete this account from here. And now let's go to the Android Studio. So to work with Firebase authentication, we need one dependency to have in our pubspec.yaml file, that is the Firebase Auth. So using this dependency or package, we will authenticate our user in the application, and we will store that credential in the Firebase authentication. Now after this, simply pubget. After the pubget is done, simply close this and move to your sign up page, just because we are going to perform first the sign up and then we will go for the sign in, just because first we will create the credential or create the user with the email and password credential in the Firebase, and then we will go for the sign in to use that credential and sign into the application. So from here also navigate to the sign up page. Now we need the data from the fields. Now to extract that text or the data from the fields, we need to have some controllers in here. That will be these text editing controllers. The first one is to extract the text from the username field, and the second one is to extract the email from this second text field, and the third one is to extract the password from this third field. And again, this username will not be used or stored anywhere, but just for again distinguishing it from the sign in page, we are just creating or putting that username field also in here. Simply now go for the fields here first we have the username and put the controller in here. Just like this, and same for also the other text form fields. So simply copy this and go for this email, paste it in here and change this to the email controller, and the same for the password, paste it in here and change this to password controller. Now we will be allowed to extract the text from the fields using this controller, and it has the property of text. So simply we will extract this text from the fields using the specific field controller.text. So now we have got the controllers, and now here in the login method we are going to do some configuration. So now remove this navigator, or let's cut it from here and paste it in here, and for now comment it out. So now if the form is validate, we will do something for this login, or this is not the login but this will be the sign up. I just copy it and change everything, but I forget to change the name of it. So anyways, I just change it now. It will be sign up but not the login. Now press F2 to track this error. Here it is. Now put the sign up in here. Now here in the sign up method, if the current state of form is validate, now what we will do in here, first of all, we will take the instance of Firebase Auth, and that is coming from the package we have added recently in our pubspec.yaml file. Now also go for importing this package Firebase Auth. And next after this, we will do put the await method as we are going to call any future method. And for this, we also have to make our function asynchronous. And next, from this auth method, we will call the create user with email and password. That is coming from this Firebase Auth package, and simply we take the instance of it and simply we call the create user with email and password from this auth. And here this require the email of the user and the password of the user. So simply we'll take this email from the controller of the email. We will do for the email controller.text, and for the password controller.text, and also put the semicolon in here. And next, if the user is signed in or sign up or the credential is created in the Firebase, simply what we will do in the then method of this future, we will open the body for this, and here now we will cut this method from here and paste it in here, and now uncomment this. Simply we will navigate our user to the success page, and also for showing some loading indicator if the user is signing up. So for that, in this stat, simply create one boolean field and set it to false. And after this, simply come down here, and where is that button, that text in here, we have this login, and this must be sign up like this. And in the child, now we will check if is sign up was equal to true. Simply we will return the circular progress indicator, otherwise there will be the text. Now for now, let's make it false to check it out that how this is going to look like. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and also change its color to colors white. Now if the user is signing up to the application, meaning that if it's processing, we will show the circular progress indicator, otherwise there will be the sign up text. So now let's make it true, and we will only show this indicator whenever this is signing up is true. Now we will manage this is sign up variable in here in this method. Now when this method is first called and the field was validate and the form was validate, simply first of all we will set the stat to update the stat of the widget, and we will set the is sign up value from false to true. When this sign up is called, we will simply set this is sign up value to true. So here we will get the circular progress indicator in the button instead of the text. Now when this process is completed, we will copy the same set stat method, and in here we will set this stat to false, and then this will navigate us to the success page. And that was it for the sign up of the user. Now hot restart your application. To reset everything, after your application hot restart, simply go to the sign up page and then simply type your username, and let's say John123, and we are not going to store it somewhere, so let's keep it just like this. And our email is going to be john@gmail.
.com, and password will be from 1 to 6. Sign up, and we have seen some little indicator when this was processing, and when the user sign up to the application, they simply set this sign up to false and then simply navigate us to the success page, and you can see we got our success page. Now after this, simply go to your browser to see if there is our credentials stored in our Firebase or not. So we are on our browser and simply restart this tab. So we got our john@gmail.com in here, and the provider created sign in at this time and the user unique ID. So we have successfully created or sign up to our simple Flutter application, and now it's time to go for the sign in. So simply move to your Android Studio, and next is to go for the sign in and change this name to sign in. And here for now, let's cut this out and paste it in here and comment this out. Go to the sign up page and copy this auth instance from here and paste it in the validate and import this in here. After this, simply copy the sign in and press the F2 to track this error and paste this sign in the place of the login. Now next in here, we will do make this asynchronous, put the await in here, and from the auth, now this time we will call sign in with email and password, and inside this sign in page we also need the controllers to extract the text from here. So simply from the sign up page we will copy these two controllers, and also in here not forget to dispose these controllers just like this in the dispose override method in order to avoid some memory leaks. So after copying this email and password from the sign up page, now let's go to the sign in page, and in this state simply paste them in here, and also go to the sign up page and copy this dispose override and paste it in here. Only remove the username from here, and here we need to do two things. Controller, put the email controller for extracting the email text from the sign in page, and for the controller we will get the password controller, and that's it. Now in here sign in with email and password. Now from this method we will extract the email controller.text, and for the password the same password controller.text, and when this completes we will do the same job. Simply open the body for this and cut this, paste it in here and uncomment this. And again, for showing some loading indicator if the user is signed in into the application, simply go to the sign up page again, and we need this boolean variable in here. So simply in this stat again we will paste it in here, and this time we will name it to sign in, and here we will check in the button of the sign in page. Here we will check if the sign in was equal to true. We will show the circular progress indicator with the colors dot white, and otherwise we will show the text with the sign in of the button. That's it. Now after this, simply first of all inside this method we will set the sign in variable to true. When the process completes, simply we will set this to false. Now this was for the sign in, and that is really similar to the sign up. The only difference is that of the method. Here we have the sign in with email and password, and in the sign up we are simply calling here this create user with email and password. So that is the only difference in the sign in and the sign up page, and all of the other work of the sign in and the sign up methods are quite similar. Now after this, if I hot to start the application, now I supposed to be on the success page as I am signed up to the application, and now I don't need to sign in again. So you can see we got again here the sign in page. So that's wrong. Now if I sign up to the application, if I hot to start now I supposed to be in the home page or in the success page. So again I am in the sign in page, and the status starts and it don't recognize if I am signed in or not. So to overcome this, we simply have to move to the main, and here I replace this simple material app with this block builder of the theme. So if you want the code of this, simply you can uncomment this and take this for a theme. So for a sign in, I simply replace this with simple material app. Now here we will wrap this material app with the widget that will be stream builder, and in the stream method we will call the Firebase Auth instance .authStatChanges method, which is the stream method of user, which give us the user, meaning that. And here now we will check the condition. We will check if our snapshot has data, meaning that if authStat changes and the user is authenticated to the application, simply we will return the success page. Otherwise, if the user is not signed in, simply we will return the sign in page, and that's it. Now the user is signed in. You have seen in some while ago I have signed up to the application, and now if I hot restart the application, now this will simply navigate us to the success page. That is because our user is signed into the application. Now here in the auth success page, in the app bar, let's create an action property, and inside this there will be an icon button, and its icon will be exit to the application. Now if I Ctrl+S reload, and I will get nothing. That is because, let's see which success page we have put in here. That is the success page, so there must be auth success page, and then Ctrl+S reload, and we will get this exit to the app icon in here. And in here, simply when this is clicked, we will do from the Firebase Auth instance, we will call the sign out method, and in the then method, when this completes, simply this will navigate us to the sign in page. Simply we are now signing out our user from the application. Now after this, simply hot restart your application. Now I must be in the same success page as I am signed into the application when I have put my credentials and simply sign up to the application. So now when I click this, simply this will navigate us to the sign in page. Now again if I hit restart, now again I must be in the sign in page, and that's what I want. My email and credentials are stored in the authentication. Now when I enter that credential in the same sign in page, and you already know that we have write the logic for that. Now when I put the email john@gmail.com and the password from 1 to 6. Now when I sign in, simply this will still navigate us to the success page, and that was it for the sign in and the sign up, and also for the sign out. Now let's log out again, and let's go and create one more user to our simple application to check this out. So let's see, this will be Steve Jobs, and its email will be jobs@gmail.com from 1 to 6 password, sign up to the application, and we got the success. How to start the application, and we will still be on the success page as we have signed up to the application. And if I sign out and go to the browser and restart this tab, simply we will get the jobs also in here. Now go back and put the jobs in the sign in @gmail.com and password from 1 to 6, sign in, and you will still sign into the application. But in case, what if we enter some wrong email? Now sign into the application, and this will go at the infinite state, and the indicator will not stop. And in the run command, this will give us an unhandled exception. Here you can see unhandled exception. It's saying there is no user corresponding to this identifier. The email, the user may have been deleted or something else. So now we are going to catch some exceptions when something like this occurs. If user enter wrong email, if user enter wrong password, and if the user already exists in the database on that specific email, so we are going to catch that specific errors or exceptions now. Now how to start your application. So now first of all we will catch exceptions in the sign up page. So here we have a simple method of sign up, and here we are calling the create user with email and password to create our user in the Firebase, so that we will be allowed to next time sign in to the application in order to not create the user again. So in here, that is the complete method. Yes, that is. Now we will simply cut this from here, and you already know from the dart cost to handle the exceptions, we know that we have to put the try catch. So let's put it. So we got our try catch block, and simply in the try block paste your method inside, and if the
exception is unknown, like you don't know about the exception. Simply catch that and that will come in this E. Simply print that out or show it up in the toast. And that's it. But if you know about the exception, like that specific exception can be thrown from a specific task you're performing. So in that case, we can use the on clause, and in front of it, we can put that specific exception that we know about that can be thrown or that can occur in that specific task we are performing in the try block. So here we know that we are authenticating our user or creating our user in our Firebase. So here the exception can occur, that is Firebase auth exception. Now here we will check some different conditions on the specific Firebase exception codes, and according to that we will show some toast if that exception is occurred. So next time we are not letting our circular progress indicator in here to be again in the infinite state, but instead we will show an exception and simply will stop that indicator, like to again put your credential, there's something wrong in the credentials. So that's it. Now here we will check if the e.code, meaning that if the exception was email already in use, simply we have to show a toast, and we will say inside the account already exists for that email, and this Flutter toast is coming from the package of Flutter toast. So if you don't have this package, simply edit into your pubspec.yaml file. Here you have found this Flutter toast package. So simply you must have this if you want to use the toast in your Flutter application. So that was the first exception that we know that can be thrown from this specific task we are performing, like to create user with email and password. There can be an email that is already in use. So if it's already in use, simply we can show the toast on that specific exception. And next exception in this case is going to be if the invalid email is entered, meaning that if the format of the email is not valid, simply we will show and toast the email address is not valid. And next condition in this case is going to be if the password was weak, and these exceptions are also we are directly handling them from the fields. Like here we are checking if the password was weak, like if characters was less than 6, simply will say must be at least 6 characters. But also here Firebase also provide us these exceptions with that code, so we can also catch them and show a toast in here if the password was weak or invalid format of the email. And that was it for these exceptions. And in the else condition, we will do simply show a toast with the specific error that has been caught. And here this is not going to be print, but instead this will be a Flutter toast just like this. So we have successfully handled our possible exception while creating our user in our Firebase. So if none of this exception match, simply we will show this else condition error, and that error will be shown up in the toast. So that will be it for the sign up. And now one more thing here, if some exception occur, we also have to stop the indicator here. So in the starting, when an exception occurs, first of all we will stop the indicator, and then we will have to show some toast according to the specific exception that has been occurred. So that was it for this sign up method. And now let's go for the sign in, and then we will come on testing on this. So let's go to the sign in, and here now again we know that simply cut this out and put the try catch. So we got this try catch block. Inside the try, paste your code of sign in with email and password, and on here on when some exception occurs while signing in with email and password. So there will also be some exception according to this task we are performing. So in here we will check if the user not found, simply will show a toast user not found for that specific email, like we are signing into the application and that specific user or email is not in the Firebase Authentication tab. Simply we will show user is not found. And that's it for this first exception. Next exception is going to be if we enter some wrong password. So in that case, you will say invalid email or password. And in the else condition, what we will do, simply show a toast with the error and that specific E. And that will be more specific if we show the E dot specific message that has come, and also change it for the sign up page here put it in the curly braces e.message. So that's it for these exceptions. And also in the sign in page, also not forget to stop the circular progress indicator if some exception occur. So that was it for the catching exception while signing in to the application or signing up to the application. Now after this, simply how to start your application to reset everything, and then we will go for testing it. So first of all, we will start from the sign up. So here, go to the sign up page. So in here, first of all, let's put the username and let's say Steve Jobs again, and let's put the jobs@gmail.com and from 1 to 6, and also let's confirm it from the browser. Here we have already the jobs account, so close it again, and we also entered the jobs again. So let's sign up, and here this time you can see it shows an indicator. This shows an toast and says the account is already in use, but the indicator does not went again to the infinite stat. So again, if I again click the sign up, and you can see the account already exists for that email, and we got this toast message. The account already exists for that email, and for this invalid email and weak password, we will not get that just because we are already handling it. If the email format was not correct, if the email does not contain the @, simply this will be incorrect email. Or there is one regex for correctly check the format of the email. So you will also learn this in the future videos when you go for real-time application. First of all, we are checking the format of the email just like this. If it contains the @, simply this will be formatted email, otherwise this will not be formatted. And the password, you are already checking. If the value was less than 6, simply you will say must be at least 6 characters. So that's why these fields will not be executed as you are handling it already in the fields. So we have this sign up exception that we have cached. Let's try it again. The account already exists for that email, and if we put some other, let's say we put the job SSS, and this time if we sign up, this will now navigate us to the success page, and new user will be created in here with the email jobs. There will be SSS, and that's the different email from this one. So you have seen we have handled that specific exception. Now let's log out this and go to the sign in page. Now here we have the user not found. So let's also put some wrong email in here. Let's say abc@gmail.com from 1 to 7 password, let's say, and sign in, and let's say user not found. And that was this exception that we have handled. And again, we stop our indicator from being again in the infinite state. And for the wrong password, let's say, and we put the jobs@gmail.com, we have this user in the database. Simply let's say we put password from 1 to 5 6 7, and the password is from 1 to 6, and now if we sign in, this will say invalid email or password, as we have shown the invalid email or password in here. For this, when the wrong password is entered, now put in here the 6, sign in, and this will navigate us to the success page. And that was it for this section. We have signed up to the application, we have signed into the application, and also we have also done this. If the user is signed in, we must see the Auth success page, or in your case, if you are building the real-time application, there will be the home page of your application, and if the user is not signed in, there must be the sign in page. And we also handled some relevant exceptions to the sign in with email and password, and also create user with email and password. So that was it for this Firebase authentication, and see you in the next section. So you may have seen in many applications and websites, there is one common authentication method, that is Google authentication, and is one of the secure authentication method. So in this section, we will authenticate user in the same application using the Google Authentication. And you also have seen Firebase also provide us the Google Authentication. So for that, we need to do some configuration. And if you remember, if we were creating the Firebase project for the first time, there were one field that was optional. That field was SHA certificates. And I said that this is going to be required for Google Authentication. And now this is the time to also add that SHA certificates in our Firebase Android project. So before going forward, here I have created one demo that how the Google Authentication looks like when we do it in our Flutter application. So here you can see in the screencast, we have the same application that is also launched in this emulator. So we have this sign in with Google button. Simply, if we click this button, simply this window will appear or a pop-up will appear, and here you will see Flutter choose an account, Flutter logo, and that will be the logo of your application. Choose an account to continue to. Here my project name is test project, and also here you will see your account that is added in that specific device that you are using, and you can also add other accounts in that device. By clicking this add another account, and when you click this account, so after some time this pop-up will disappear just like this and will navigate you to the success page just like this. So this is what we are going to do in this section. So that was a little demo of that application, and now first thing first, let's go to the pubspec.yaml file, and here we need to add one dependency that will be Google Sign-In to work with Google Sign-In in your Flutter application. So after adding this dependency, simply pubget. If the pubget completes, simply close these messages, and after this, simply you have to move to your browser, and in the browser that is our Firebase console where we have work with email authentication. Now we need to also enable the one more provider that will be Google. You can see we have enabled this one, and now this time we have to enable the Google Authentication sign-in provider, and you have to select your supported email in here, and after this simply save this. This will take a while and your sign-in provider of Google will be enabled. So after this is enabled, you can see in here, simply click this project settings and go to your project settings, and here you will see your Android app. Here this requires the SHA certificates. So to add that SHA certificate fingerprints, here you will see this question mark. When you hover it, it will say see this page for the information on using the key tool to get the SHA hash of your sign-in certificate. Simply click the see this page link, and this will navigate you here to the Google Play services authenticating your client. So our SHA certificate fingerprint 1 looks something like this, and SHA 256 looks something like this. So to access this, there are two ways. The one is just to open your application in the Android module and run this sign-in report, and the other one is just copy this command and paste it in your console, and there you go. You will get your SHA certificates for authenticating your client in your application. So if you are using the Mac or Linux, simply you have to switch to this Mac and Linux and copy this and paste it, and there you go, you have got your SHA certificates. But if you are on Windows, there might be some difficulty for you, like if you have not set up your key tool in your environment variable. So first you have to set your key tool in your environment variable so that you will be allowed to use that key tool to access your SHA fingerprint certificates. So simply copy this and run your command prompt as administrator and simply paste that command in here. And after this, simply hit enter, and this will ask for a password, and the default password for this is Android. Simply you have to type Android. This will not show up in here. Simply hit enter and you will get your SHA1 and SHA256. And if you get error like not found the key tool, so for that you have to install the Java latest version, so that in your C directory, in your C local disk, you have to go to your program files, and here After installing the Java, you will get this Java in here, JDK 19, that is the latest version. And here inside the bin, and click one file and press K in your keyboard, and you will see this is the key tool in here. Simply you have to copy this path from here and go to your environment variables, and when this open up, simply environment variables, go to the path, edit it, and I already have added this C program files, Java, JDK and bin, where we have this key tool located. Simply you have to click this new and paste your copied path from here and click this OK. I'm clicking cancel because I already have this, and simply also click this OK, so your job is done. And then you will be allowed to paste your key tool in here and access your SHA1, SHA256 from here. So after we have got this, simply move to your browser and move to your Firebase, and here open up this and copy the SHA1 from here and add a fingerprint, paste this and save this. We got the SHA1, open up again the console and copy the SHA256 hash fingerprint and add one more and paste in here and save this. So that was the SHA configuration you have to do while doing the authentication of Google with Firebase. So that was it. Now move to your Android Studio. So now here in the Android Studio, we need to add one button in here. Right after this sign in button, simply go to your sign in page, and you also remember in this 21st section, I renamed this directory Firebase email and Google Auth, just because we are doing the Google authentication and that is a single method in here. So after this sign in method, we are going to have one more method. So this will be created in a while. Simply after this padding widget, here will be one more button. The button will be just like this, some spacing from top, height 10 and an elevated button with icon constructor, and in the style we simply set the background color to red. In the on press we call the sign in with Google method, which is not created yet and will be created in a while, and in the icon we access the Google icon from the font awesome icons. So to have the font awesome in your Flutter application, you also have to add this font awesome package in your pubspec.yaml file, so that you will be allowed to use the font awesome icons and have some beautiful icons in your Flutter application. And in the label I just said sign in with Google. Now let's go and create this method also. So right after this method, here will be one method just like this. This will be asynchronous. Simply if we Ctrl S to hot reload, we got this sign in with Google button, which is not working for now. So to make it work, here we need to write some code. So first of all, inside this method, we will take the instances of the Firebase Auth and the Google sign in. The Google sign in is for retrieving some Google account information, credentials, and Firebase Auth gives us a method of sign in with credentials, so that we will authenticate user with those specific credentials coming from the Google sign in package and consequently this instance. So after this, we will put the try catch. If some exception occurs while signing in with Google, simply we will show that in the toast. So after this, in the try block, we are going to do, we will create an final variable. Its type will be Google sign in account and its name will also be Google sign in account. It will be equals to await, and this is going to call the sign in method from this Google sign in. And this method of sign in is for initiate the Google sign in flow. So that's it. Also, this Google sign in account will be the account that has been clicked for authentication of Google in the application, and that hold all the identity of the user account. So after this, we will check if the Google sign in account or the information that is coming was not equal to null. As we have put, this can be nullable, so we are checking if it was not equal to null. So do something, otherwise this can also throw exception. We also know that as we are handling it using the try catch. So we will say if this Google sign in account was not equal to null. Inside this, we will do create a variable and its type will be Google sign in authentication, and its name will also be Google sign in authentication. It will be equal to await, as we are calling again one method, and from the Google sign in account, from this we will call the authentication getter from this. This Google sign in authentication holds the authentication tokens after the sign in. So that's it. After this we will do create a final variable. Its type will be auth credential and its name will be credential. This will be equals to Google Auth Provider dot credential, and as a parameter inside the credential parenthesis, it accepts the ID token and the access token. So we access the ID token and the access token from this Google sign in authentication. As we said, this holds the authentication tokens. So simply we access that from here. So to make it more clear, let me explain this place again. The Google sign in authentication holds the authentication tokens, and if the user selects a Google account to sign in with, we use the Google sign in authentication object to retrieve the access token and the ID token, which we use to create an auth credential. And this auth credential is an interface that represents the credential returned by an auth provider, and we provide the credentials from the Google Auth Provider, and which accept the ID token and the access token, and we pass the ID token and the access token from this Google sign-in authentication that holds that tokens. Access token is a short-lived token that allows the user to access the Google APIs on behalf of the user, and this ID token is an JSON web token, or we can also say JWT, and you can also search it out about this, that contains the information about the user, such as the email address, name, and the profile image of the user. So after this we have got the credential. Now this method or this instance of Firebase Auth will come into play. If we got the authentication credentials and we have stored it in the auth credential, so it means we got the credential we have provided by the Google Auth Provider. We got the tokens. One contain the user information like the email address, profile, and the other is a short-lived token just for accessing the Google APIs. So lastly, we will do simply await from the auth instance, sign in with credential and pass that credential that we have retrieved. So that's it for this sign in with Google method. And also let me remind you one more thing. If you are using the Genymotion, you must have this OpenGApps installed, so that you will be able to do the Google authentication in your device. Otherwise, this will not allow you to do the Google authentication in your emulator device, or if you are using another one, so this might cause its own problem. I don't know about this, but I'm telling you only about this Genymotion. So if you're using it, so you must have installed this, and that will be it. Otherwise, this will throw some unhandled exceptions. So you must have to install this OpenGApps by simply clicking it and install it. So after this, simply stop your main.dart and run it again to reset everything, as we have set the SSH certificates for Google, and we have added some dependencies and write a lot of code for the Google authentication. So we have stopped our main.dart and run it again. So let's wait for it. When it runs, simply we will test also this sign in with Google method. So if your application runs successfully on the emulator device, simply now you need to click this sign in with Google. So when I click this, we got some shaded window for the first time and this pop-up appears, and that's what we wanted. That is my email that is added in that device, and by clicking this add another account, I can add another account, and simply when I click this will disappears for a second and will navigate me to the success page. Now I am authenticated on my Google account, and that was it for the Google authentication. Now to make it sure, let's move to your browser and move to your authentication tab, and here you will see my user is authenticated with the Google provider, and these are the users that are authenticated or created with the email and password. So that's how you can also work with Google authentication in your Flutter application. And after this, simply also log this out, and that was it for the Google sign-in in your Flutter application. So up until now you may have seen many note-taking or notes applications. But what do you think about your own notes app? Yes, you're right. we are going to build a simple Notes app in this last section of week 2, so that we will say a goodbye to week 2 and then move to the week 3 for learning some more advanced concepts of our Flutter framework. So let's see what we are going to build in this last section of week 2. So we are going to build this Note application that you can see on the screen, where we have an app bar within some text of notes, and we have 2 buttons that are just for designing, but that will not work in this application. And when there are no notes, we are simply showing an image and some text of create your colorful notes. Yes, you can judge this application from these colors, like we can also select the color for our notes. So that will be our initial or home page of our notes application. So let's go forward for creating a note. So when this floating action button is clicked, simply this will navigate us to the create note page, where we have a button of going back to the home page, and here we have an done button. When we click this, note will start creating, and after a while the note will be created, and this will navigate back us to home page. And here that is our field of title, where we will enter our title of note, and here we have the body of the note, like some description, and here we will select our note, and that is the horizontal list view showing up in here, and that is simply the list of notes map in here, and simply show it up here on the UI. So after entering the note title and its body, and after selecting the note just like this here, just like this, after typing your note title, note body, and selecting your note color just like this. So when you click this icon of done, simply just like this, an iOS indicator will show up, and the background color of the scaffold will become a bit light gray. After some while, this will navigate us to the home page, and our note will be created and will be show up on the UI just like this. That is our note title, and that is the body, or we can also say the description of the note, and that is the color that we have selected while creating that particular note. So when you click this note, simply this will navigate you to the edit note page, where we have again a back icon and a save button, and we got the title and the body of the note and the selected color already while editing it. So let's say we change this title and the body and the color of the note while editing it. Simply let's say we set it to body 2, my note 2, or this is my note 2, and we simply select this color now instead of this yellow color. And after this, when we click this save, simply this will show up and dialog box, and it is simply saying save changes, no or yes. And yes, we are also going to build this beautiful dialog box also in this application. So this will appear, and when you click this no, simply this will disappear and nothing will happen. So when you click this yes, again the iOS indicator will appear just like this, and after some while this will simply navigate you back to the home page, and you can see your note is updated to my note 2, and this is my note 2, and that's how this works. And now last feature that's remaining is of deleting this note. So when you long press this single note, simply an other dialog box will appear, and it will look something like this. And here we have the same dialog box within some text of are you sure you want to delete this note? If you click no, again simply nothing will happen, and if you click yes, simply the note will be deleted. Let's say when you click yes, and simply the note will be deleted. And again, when there are no notes in the Cloud Firestore, yes, we will be using the Cloud Firestore for creating, reading, updating and deleting our data of the notes. So if there are no notes in the Cloud Firestore and the notes collection is empty, simply we will show this image of colors and create colorful notes. So it means there are no notes and the list is empty. So that's what we are doing in this simple note application. And that was it for the demo of this Notes app, and that's what we are going to build in this last section of week 2. So before going forward and start creating the buttons in here and simply put the image and the text in the middle of the scaffold, we have to create some widgets for our application that will be used throughout our application in order to avoid the duplication of code anywhere in the different pages of the application. So simply for that code that is repeated so many times, for that code we'll simply create separate widgets and we'll pass the dynamic data to it. So simply in the different parts of the application, we will simply call that particular widget and we'll use them where we want it. And that's it. Simply let's start creating the widgets of our Notes application, and then we will go forward for creating the UI. So let's create one .file inside the widget and its name will be, so we have created one widget and its name is button widget. So inside this we will do, obviously we need this Flutter material dot imported and a simple stateless widget of button widget. And next, this is going to return a simple container with the width and height of 40. And in the decoration property, we pass the box decoration, and in the color, we pass the button background color that is in the colors.file, and that is this color. Simply we pass the button background color in here for this button widget, and its border radius is circular about 10. And next in this button widget is going to be simply in the child property. We will do center, and in the child property of the center, we will pass an icon, and that icon will come dynamically to this button widget. The on tab will also be the dynamic tab on the specific button that is called anywhere. So for that specific button, there will be its own on tab method and its own icon. So let's pass the on tab and the icon in the constructor of this button widget. So for that we will do create two final fields. The one will be icon data, its name will be icon, and the other will be void callback, like some callback action or method call which it accepts the void function. On tab, simply we pass void callback on tab and pass it in here, so that will be specific for different buttons. So simply we do on tab here and icon in here, and also pass them in the constructor, and the one icon will be required and the other will be nullable, like if you want to create the on tab or not. So it's upon us. If you want to create, simply pass it. If not, simply leave it just like this. And we make this nullable just because for some buttons that we just use for UI design but that not work, simply for that we make this field nullable. So for that buttons this will not work, and for the others, if you want, this will work, like the done button and the save button in the create and the update pages. So for that buttons that will work, and for the others it will not work. So that is our button widget, and that button in the created design, it is that button that width and height of 40 and this icon and when this is clicked. So that is the button widget. You can see it's used in the home page 2 times, and it's also used in the, let's say in the create or in the update we have this button, and for the back it's also used, and in the also in the create we have this done and we have this back again. So it's used lots of time in this application. So for that we create the button widget in order to avoid the duplication of code, so that we'll use this button, so that we'll simply call this button widget and pass the icon and the on tab method of the specific button. So that will be it, and this widget will save us from the duplication of the code. So that's what is the purpose of creating the separate widgets in order to not duplicate the code, this specific code again and again in our application. So next widget in our Notes application is going to be, let's create one more .file in the widgets directory, and let's name it Dialog box widget. And here will be located our dialog box of our Notes application, and we are creating the widget for our dialog box. That is because if you look at here in the application, while we are saving the notes in here, you can see we need this dialog box with some text of save changes in here, and also after this while deleting it here, we also need this with some different text. So in order to not duplicate this 2 times in our Flutter application, in our Notes application, that's why for that we are creating the dialog box widget, so that we'll pass this text dynamically. So that's it. Now minimize this and let's go for creating this dialog box. So first of all, here we are going to have, first we will import the Flutter material for this build context, and in here we are going to have one method of show dialog box, and this is going to accept first of all the build context, as we are going to show the dialog box. So obviously that has the separate context for this. So simply while removing this dialog box from the UI when it show up, so for that we have to pop that context to remove that context from the stack, as you're already familiar with the stack method from the first or the second section of this video, like when we were doing the routing in our Flutter application. So that's why we need the build context. So next here there will be some name parameters, so that will be inside the map like this, or name parameters we can also say. So inside this we are going to have some parameters, and that will be the title of our dialog box. Like you already have seen, we have different title for two of the dialog box in our Notes application. So that's why we are going to have the title, and that's nullable. Yes, that's nullable, and that is the void callback when the tab yes is clicked. So what will be the action performed? On one hand we are performing the update, and on the other hand we are performing the delete. So that's why we have the on tab yes. Also the dynamic like on tab will be different for two of the buttons, and we have the double height for this dialog box. Like you have seen in the updating the node, we had the dialog box size or height smaller than the delete one. Like the delete one has more text, so we set some more height to this, and for the updating we had some little height as compared to the delete one. So that's why we also have the height in here. So that are the dynamic properties that will be specified for a specific dialog box where it is called. So that will be nullable just like this, and in the body let's create it, and here this is going to return. So this is going to return the show dialog method, and in the context we pass the build context. In the builder this also accepts the context, and now in here this is also going to return the dialog widget, and inside this dialog widget we are going to have a property of shape, and its shape accept the rounded rectangular border shape, and we set the border radius to 15. Like the border radius of our dialog box will be 15 circular. So next property in here in the dialog is going to be the background color of the dialog. So simply we will set the background color of the dialog box to the dark gray color, and that is again coming from the colors we have in the theme. So next property in here is going to be the child property of this dialog widget. So in the child we will pass the container widget in here, and its width will be double infinity, meaning that the max width and the height will be the height dynamic as we have specified in here. So also the padding will be symmetric, horizontally 15, vertically 20, and also to format this code simply hold Ctrl Alt Shift and hit the L. Simply this pop-up will appear, and click the run. Simply this will format your code, and also put the comma in here and do the same and hit enter. So our code is correctly formatted. Now let's go for the other properties of the dialog widget. So inside the child of the container we are going to have the column widget. Like we are going to have some content aligned vertically like this. We have an icon, some text, and two buttons vertically aligned. So that's why we have the column in place. So in here in the child, which accepts the list of widgets, we are going to have first of all an icon of information, and that is that icon, and its color is light gray color, and its size is 40. And after this we are going to have some size box vertically, and then some text, and the title will also comes dynamically from here, and its text align will be in the center, and in the style we set simply the font size to 25. Its font weight will be some little bit font weight, and it should be W300, and its color is white 70. And next after this we will simply copy this size box. Like we also want some size box also right after this, so simply we will paste it. So that's it. Now right after this we are going to have a row widget, and its main axis alignment will be spaced evenly, as we are going to create two buttons and there will be even space between them. Like you can see in here, that's two buttons and some even space between them. So that's why we set it just like this. And in the children property of this row, this again accept the list of widgets. So simply we will do inside this. First we will create a container. Its width will be 150 and its height will be 40, and that's the max width of our button in the dialog box. And next in the container there will be the box decoration property, and its border radius will be circular about 5 and its color will be red, as this is the first button and that will be of no. Like to just pop this context of show dialog. So right after this decoration property of container, we are going to have in the child property of the container, there will be a center widget and the child property of the center. Now here will be a text of simple no, and here we are going to have the style property where we set the font size to 16 and its color is white, and that's it. And now right after this, simply what we will do in here, we will wrap this container widget of red color with the text no with the gesture detector, and in the on tab property we will simply set the navigator pop that context. Like in all the cases, this no button will done the job of simply removing the new context from this tag. So simply we set the navigator pop context, and the next button will be same as this. So simply we will copy this and paste it right here, and simply this button in the gesture detector accept the on tap yes method. So here that will perform some different work like delete or update when we call this dialog box. So the width and height are same, the decoration is also same, only the color is green, and here the text is only yes. So that's it also for our dialog box widget in our node application. So that will be called in our application and will be used by specifying only these properties in order to avoid using this code, this huge number of code again and again in our nodes application. So after creating this show dialog box widget, the next widget in our Flutter application is going to be the form widget. Like if you see the demo of the application while creating the node, here we have one form and the other form, and both accept the controller to extract the value from the text form field. So both accept the controllers, both have different hands like to start typing, and also it has some more area in here, and it has some like one line, and also the same is for create. In here you can see start typing and the title. So it's also using 2 times in different parts of the application. So for that you will also create a widget in order to avoid the duplication of the form again and again in our node application. So in the widget we will create one dot file, and again its name will be form widget, and that's it. Hit enter, and inside this, first of all in here we are going to have an import of flutter material dot and a form widget. So this is going to return now a simple form feed, and here the max line will also come dynamically, and its font size will also come dynamically. Like the font size in our title in here are larger than body text ones, so here we also have the font size dynamic, and the controller also dynamic. For the controller, for the title controller we have the different, and for the body we have the different controller, and both has the different hint text. So that's why we create the form widget in here. And now next here, this is going to accept the some fields in the constructor. So these fields will be the same max line, font size, controller, and the hint text. So we will do the font size, which will be nullable, the max line, which will also be nullable, the controller will be required, and the hint text will also be required. So simply we'll pass them here in the constructor, and that was it for our form field. So after this we are done with our widgets, and next we will go for creating or designing the home for our nodes application. So now in here in the app bar we want the 2 buttons, like let's make it behind, and we want these 2 buttons in. So for that here we have the property of actions in the app bar. So inside this action what we will do in here, so we will call, so inside this actions we will call our button widget, and inside we'll pass the search icon. And also we want, so after this when you Ctrl S to hot reload and open up the emulator, this button looks something like this. So we will style it a little bit, so let's wait for it. Now let's duplicate this and put some size box in between them, and width will be 10, and its icon is going to be the info outline, and as these are the buttons in here, so after this we will simply cut them and simply we'll put a row widget, and inside this will be children, and paste it inside. And after this, simply Ctrl S to hold load. We got these two buttons in a row, and open up the emulator. So we got the buttons like this. Now to move them a bit in here from the right, so we'll simply wrap this row with the widget of padding, and simply we will set the right from right 10. Now after this, Ctrl S to hold load and open up your emulator, and we got these two buttons in here, and these will not work. That is just for the designing in here. So next in here, right after this, we will come to the body of the scaffold right after this app bar. So in the body of the scaffold, we are going to have a container, and margin from all sides will be 8, and padding from inside the box we will have horizontally 15 and vertically also 15, and its width will be infinity. And in the decoration property of this container, we are going to have the box decoration color will be green, and actually we are building first the single note widget like here in the demo. This single note widget, when the note is created, right after this we are simply creating the single note widgets. Later we will simply show it on the UI according to the specific title, description and the color. So for now its color we set it to green, and later this will come from when we select it in the create page. So for now we are creating only single, so that will be just like this. So its decoration will be just like this, and right after this we are going to have in the child we simply put the column widget, as we are going to have like the title and the description. So in the column this will be aligned vertically. Simply we do the column and its cross-axis alignment is start. By default it's center, so we have to make it start. And inside this we are going to have these two text widgets, and between it has some height, meaning that the vertical space of 5, and the first text has some font size 20, as this is the title, and its font weight is W500 and its color is black. And for the description or the body, here we have this text for now. This later this will come when we create the note. The text will come from the fields. So also the style we have set the colors black and font size is 16, as this is the body or description of the note. So after this we have this single note successfully created. Now when we Ctrl S to hot reload, so now when we open up our emulator, it got the max height just like this. So for now let's say we set the height of this to, let's say 200 or let's say 100 for now, and later this will be dynamic height according to the data inside the container. After this Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got this like this. So we don't have to specify the height in here, as this will be dynamic when the single item of node show up in the list view builder. So after this simply Ctrl S to hot reload, and this will be just like this. And we do not want also this to directly return this large number of code from the list view builder to show it up on the UI. Simply we will cut this from here, and for this we will create one widget, and its name will be single note widget, and inside this we will paste this stateless, and its name will be again single note widget, and this is going to return this container. And now import the Flutter material, and now this is going to accept this title, body, its color, and the tabs like on long press and the on tab dynamically. So we will do here the title, body, color. So we have the color of tab, and that is because in the cloud file store we cannot store the favorite color, like the color constant in the cloud file store. So we have the int tab for our color. That is because we cannot store the favorite color type in the cloud file store. It has some raw data types like the string, integers, numbers, maps, list. So it do not have the color, but instead we set the color type to int, meaning that we'll store the value of the color inside the cloud file store, and on that value then we will access this color. So that's why we set the int of type color, and here in the dynamic color we will simply pass color, and this will be this color value of type integer, as it accepts the integer. And for the title there will be the title, and for the body there will be the body, and also then we will wrap this container with the widget of gesture detector, and in the on tab we will pass the on tab, and for the on long press here on long press this will be on long press. On tab we will navigate to the other edit page, and on long press we will simply show the delete dialog box, and also pass these fields in the constructor of this widget. Now after this, simply copy this widget from here and paste it in here, and do it just like this, and import this. And now if we Ctrl+S to reload, this will throw an error just because we also have to pass the body, title and others. Let's say title will be again the title, and its body will be body, and for the color this will be, let's say, this integer, that is the value of the white color. So in the on tab we will for now do nothing, just simple open method of the body, and on long press we will do nothing, and Ctrl+S to reload and open this up. We got the white color for the same title in here. Now let's show it up in the list view builder. Cut this from here and put the list view builder in here. So we got this list view builder, and its item count is for now 5, and in the item builder its context index is returning a single not widget, and that is the properties that we have set it. Now if we Ctrl+S to reload and open up our emulator, simply you can see we got the 5 note items in here with the white color, title body, and title body again and again. So for now that is just the dummy data, and later this will come from our color file store when we go for the backend stuff. So for now that is for the home page, and next let's go for creating the create node page. So for creating the create node page, here we also want the add button, that will be the floating action button. So the scaffold directly allow us to create that. So right after the body here we are going to have an scaffold button, and that will be in the property of floating action button. So this is going to accept. So our floating action button will be the floating action button widget for creating it, and its background color will be black 54, and when this is pressed, for now this is just like this, and the icon we have the add, its size is 30 and its color will be white. And in here when we Ctrl+S to reload and open up the emulator, we got the button just like this. Now to increase its size a little bit, simply you will wrap this floating action button with the widget, that will be the container, and its width will be 60 and height will be 60. And then Ctrl+S to reload, open up the emulator, we got some large size for our floating action button. And when this is clicked, so we will do navigator push and context material page route builder and the create node page, like to move us to the create node page, and that will come upon the home page like in the stack method as I explained the initial videos of the week 2. So now we will create this create node page. So inside the screens we will create one dart file, its name will be create node page, and inside this there will be a widget that will be a stateful widget, and here we also need to import the flutter material dart. So here in the build method, this is going to return the data of the create node page. So this is going to return the scaffold. In the body there will be the column and list of children. So inside the column there will be, so first in the list of children of the column we are going to have a row, its main axis alignment will be spaced between, like to align the 2 child of this row at the one at the leftmost and one at the rightmost. So we got the 2 buttons in here, the one is of back, like to go back to the home page, and the one is for creating the node. So that's it. In the button widget we simply call the navigator pop context, as this will pop the context of this create node page, and this done button for now will not work. So after this, when we Ctrl+S to reload, this will throw an hot reload error. That is because we also have to import this create node page in here so that we will be able to navigate to it. Now after this, simply hot restart your application, or you can also hot reload it. simply open up your emulator. We got this home page for now. This will later come from the Cloud Firestore, and now when you click this add, this will navigate us in here, and we got this back icon and the done icon, and that are not really visible and that are not at the safe area. Simply here we will go and we will wrap this column with a widget of padding, and we'll simply set the symmetric horizontal 15 and vertical 50. Now after this, Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got the spacing like this, and we got these two buttons, one at the leftmost, one at the rightmost. When we click this, this will navigate back us in the home page, and when we click this, this will navigate us to the create node page. So that's it in here. Now right after this row, we are going to have some size box of 30, and we simply call the form widget, and we pass the font size 40 and the controller, which is not created yet, and we are going to create it in a while. And in the hint text we pass the title, and next we are going to have the height 10, like the vertical 10 spacing, and again the form widget, its max line is 15 just because that will be our body or the description of the node, and its font size is 20. And then the body controller to extract the text of the body, and this controller is for extracting the text from this title, and its hint text is start typing, just like this. And now let's go for creating these controllers here. So these will be simply text editing controllers, just like this. We got the type of them, we got the name, and we simply got initialize them. And after this we will also make sure to dispose them in order to avoid the memory leaks. So we have got the form fields, and after this, when we Ctrl S to hot reload and open up the emulator, you can see we got this title with the font size of 40. We can type it in here just like this. We got the body, and that's it. Now one thing here we want is the list of colors horizontally aligned right after this body form widget. So here right after this we will do some size box about 10 of height like vertically, and after this we will do, there will be a container of height 80, and its child is going to return the list view builder, and in the item builder we do context index, and this is now going to return a simple container just like this. And let's say for now let's set its item count to, let's say 10, and also make sure to set the scroll direction to axis dot horizontal, like it will be horizontally aligned. Now after this, simply hold Ctrl Alt Shift L, this will appear, hit enter, so simply your code will be formatted. Now Ctrl S to hot reload and open up your emulator, and we got the colors just like this. But for now this is simple green color with the border of 3 and its color is white. This is simple container. If I didn't explain, its width is 60, height is also 60, margin from horizontal sides, and its decoration, its color is green, and border from all sides with 3 color white, and its box shape is circle. And that's what this container is. And now to load all the colors in here that we have in the utility in that predefined colors list, simply in the create node page, here we will do, in the item count we will do predefined colors dot length, and then also in the item builder we will do, to extract the single color on the specific index from the list, we will create a final variable single color, and from the predefined color on the specific index we will simply extract the specific color on the specific index in the predefined colors list. So now we got the single color from this, and now we will simply pass this color in here. Now Ctrl S to hot reload and open this up, and we got all these colors that are in the utility list of this predefined color list. So that's it. Now in here in the emulator, if you can see, all the circles got the border of with 3 and its color is white, so that border will be only for when that specific color is selected. So how we can select the color accordingly, so that we'll store it later in our Cloud Firestore database. So here we will create a variable in this tag. Its name will be selected color, as we are going to store the integer value in the cloud file store, so simply its type will be int, and that is again the color of white color value. So simply we set it. If we do not select any color for our node, so simply its color will be white, as this default selected color is white. Simply this variable will be just like this, and here then we will simply wrap this container with the widget of the gesture detector. This will be widget and gesture detector, and when this is tapped, open the body for this, and when this is clicked, simply we will set the stat. To update the stat variable, we will simply selected color will become equal to the single color dot value. So each time a single color is clicked, simply that color value will be stored in the selected color, and then accordingly we will check for the border. If the single selected color, not single color, was equal to single color dot value, meaning that if the selected color got the value of the specific index that is selected, simply the border color will be white, otherwise its color will be transparent, meaning that if the selected color got the value of the single color that is selected, simply we will set that specific color or container circle is selected, otherwise this will be not. Now after this, Ctrl S to hot reload and open up the emulator and close this, and you can see none of the color is selected. When you click this, you can see the white color, the white circle got the rounded borders, as this selected color got the value of that color, and now this condition is true. The selected color got the value of that color, so simply that circle got the white borders of width 3 and the others are transparent. Now just like this, when you click the others, so this will work just like this, like we are selecting the colors like this, and that is storing the selected color. Later we will pass this to the create method, so simply that value will be stored in the cloud file store, and later if you want to retrieve it, simply we will retrieve that value and pass it in the color, so that you will see the color of that specific node on the UI while we are getting the node in here on the UI. So its scenario will be just like this. So we have also created the create node page, and you can see these are the colors just like this, and this is the title, the body, and this is not working for now as just we are designing the UI. So this will start working in a while when we create the models and the backend methods of this node application. So that's it for the create node page, and now let's go for creating the update node page. So the update page or the edit page will be similar to this, only the icon will be changed, and when you click that, simply and pop-up will appear. So let's create this also in here in the screens directory. We'll create one more file. Its name will be edit node page, and inside this we'll cut or copy this create node page data and we'll paste it inside this, as everything will remain the same and only one icon will be different. So we will select the create node page just like this by selecting only the create node just like this, and hold Alt and J, and this will select the corresponding same value that we have selected. Simply press the backspace and name this edit node page, and that we have changed its name. Now it's time also to change this icon done to icon dot save outline. Now Ctrl S to reload, go to the home page, and when this on tab is clicked, like when a single node is clicked, simply we will do, let's copy this push method from here and paste it in here, call the edit node page in here, Ctrl S to reload and open up your emulator, go back, and when we click a single node, this will simply navigate us to the edit node page, and you can see here we got the save icon in here. So we have successfully also created our edit node page. Now let's go and create. When we click this save, simply show up the dialog box. Also when we hold a single node, also show up the dialog box. So first of all, when this long pressed, when the single node is long pressed, so simply we will show here, we will call the show dialog box widget. In the context we pass that specific context. In the height we specify the 250, and in the title we are saying are you sure you want, and here we are breaking the line so that to delete this node will be aligned one line break like in the second line, and when this on tab yes is clicked, for now we are simply popping the context. Also but for now we are not deleting any node in here as the backend is not yet implemented. So after this, Ctrl S to hotload, that is the show dialog box method. Widget which we have created in here, simply we pass the dynamic data, so that will create our dialog box. Now simply we will open up our emulator and close this and long press any single node here. Let's say we want to long press this 4. Simply when we do this, simply a dialog box will appear. It will say, are you sure you want to delete this node? And when you say no, this will disappear, and the same when you click yes, this will disappear, and later if we click yes, this will be deleted. But for now this is just a dummy data, so that's why it's not deleting from here. So that was it for also this method. Now let's copy this from here and go to the edit node page, and when this is clicked, this save outline, simply we will again import this, and this text will be changed for now, and its height will also be changed, like its height will be 200, and the title, this will say save changes. Now Ctrl S to hotload, open up your emulator, go to the click this, and this is our edit page. When we click this, this will simply show up save changes. When you say no, this will disappear, and when you say yes, this will still disappear. As I said again, the backend is not yet implemented, and we will go for it in a while. So we are done with our UI. We have created our home page, we have created the create page, and we have created the edit page, and we have also implemented this dialog box, and we have created separate widgets for all of these. We have the utility for showing the toast in order to not duplicate our code in this node application. We have the colors of our application here that used throughout the application, and we have also implemented or created the pages for it. Now it's time to go for the backend. So now before going forward for the backend stuff, let's do one more thing in this edit node page, that is we do not have to initialize them, and that will be these controllers will not be initialized in here, but this will be nullable just like this. And in the init stat, when the init stat, the first method, when that is called, when the stat is inserted into the widget tree, first when this init stat is called, so simply later this title and the body will come from the specific node that is clicked while coming to the edit node page. So this will be possible after we have get the nodes in the home page, so that you will see it in a while. So for now this will be just like this, but the assertion operator in here as this is null, so here we are saying that is non-nullable and dispose them. So you will see this method also in the init stat, that how we will do or get this title and the body while coming to this edit node page for a specific node. So that is it for this. Now here this also required the assertion operator, this body and the title controller. That's it. Now let's go for creating the models. So in the model we will create a Dart file. Its name will be node model, and inside this we are going to have a class. Its name will be node model. So to create the node model, here we can take the idea from our node application. Now let's go to the create, and we have this title, the body and the color, and also we need one ID to manipulate later this post, like to delete or update it. So here we are going to have first the ID to manipulate this node on the specific unique ID, the title, the body, and also the color of type int, as we do not have any paver type in the cloud file store, and so that's why we are storing the only value of the color in the cloud file store. So now after this, simply pass these in the constructor just like this, and also make them name parameter by wrapping them in the curly braces of the map. Next in here we want some conversion methods, like you already familiar with this in the 16 or 17 section. While we were dealing with the Firebase page, when we were storing the data in the cloud file store, we simply have to convert that data from dot objects to document, like to document data, or to JSON, simply raw JSON data. And now while retrieving it, that time we have to convert the data, that raw data coming from the cloud file store that was snapshots. Simply we need to convert that data to dot objects so that we will be able to show it on the UI. So here we are going to have these two methods of the conversion of the data. And so the first method is going to be the factory method, or you can also make it static. So from the node model, from snapshot, its name will be, and it will accept the document snapshot of map string dynamic, as we have the key and value pairs in our Cloud Firestore. So here this is going to return the not model, not the night, but the not model, and put the semicolon in here. And now here we will convert the data from snapshot to dot objects. By simply doing it, for the title we pass the snapshot title, for the body snapshot body, for the color snapshot color, and for the ID snapshot ID. And that was it for our from snapshot method. And the next method will be to document or to JSON. So its type will be map string dynamic, and its name will be to document, and it will simply directly will be arrow method and curly braces, put the semicolon, and this is going to return the key and value pairs. Its key will be of type string and value can be dynamic, like of any type. So we got for the title key, title, ID will be ID, and the body will be the body, and the color will be that specific color of dot object. So we have also successfully created our model. We have the data that will be stored in our Cloud Firestore, and the from snapshot will convert the data from snapshot to dot objects, and the to document will convert the data from dot objects to simple raw data like the map string dynamic. So we got our model. Next we will go for creating the file in the database directory. Its name will be database handler. So inside this we are going to have a class, and its name will be the database handler. Now inside this database handler class we are going to have some static methods like to create, read, update, and delete the node from the Cloud Firestore database. So our first method is going to be the create node. Its type is static, and its static method, its type is future void, and its name is create node. It accepts the node model, and simply this will be the asynchronous, as this is the future method. And in the body, first of all here we need to do, so before doing here like dealing with the Cloud Firestore database is accessing the collection and document references, let's move to the browser, and here that is our Firebase node application that is set up with our Flutter application of Android and iOS. Now let's go to the build and go to the Firestore database. And first let's get started with the database of Cloud Firestore. So let's create the database. This will take a while, and go for a test mode. Next, and keep it default, enable this, and provisioning Cloud Firestore, and after some time your database will be created, and then we will go for dealing with this Cloud Firestore. Now it is saying the setting up security rules. So this database is created now. So let's close this check method from here, and now our data will comes in here. So now first of all here we need to access the collection that we want to create in our Cloud Firestore database. So let's do create a final variable. Its name will be nodes collection, as we are accessing nodes in this variable. So from the Firestore Firebase Firestore instance we got the collection and the nodes, and this is coming from the Cloud Firestore package. And next, after this we will do simply generate the random ID like this for creating our node, and then we are going to have one more variable. Its name will be new node. It will be equal to node model, and the ID will be our randomly generated ID by Cloud Firestore collection document, and the title will come from node title, body will also come from the node, and it means that data will come from the fields later when we call this create method on our UI. So we also have to call this to document method, as we want to convert this from dot objects to document, and then to store it in the Cloud Firestore database. Now after this we will do simply for calling the method we need to put the try catch, like if some exception occurs. So what we will do, so in the try we do node collection on the document ID, that is the randomly generated ID. Simply set the new node, the data that's come from the text field, simply set this node in the Cloud Firestore, and if some error occurs simply catch this and print it. And that's it for the create method. Now let's go for the get method of the, and you can see that's really familiar of that code when you are dealing with the Firebase basics. Only the difference is the data is coming from the fields. As I said, this will happen in the previous videos. So everything is same. We are going to have the 4 methods: create, read, update and delete for the node, and that is really similar to the previous sections of this week too. So for you, this will also be easy for you to also implement the block inside, as we have implemented in the Firebase basics, also the block and Cubit. Also this will be easy for you to also implement it in here, as the methods are also the same also in here. So this was the create method. Now let's go for the get method, and this will be really similar to that method as we had in the Firebase basics. So for read data, first we put the read data comment. It will be a static method, and this is going to return stream list of not model. Like in this stream, give us the list of not model, so that we will map these list in the UI and will show them up in the list view builder in the list. So that will be all the nodes in our nodes collection in the cloud Firestore. So first of all, obviously we need to access the nodes collection, copy it and paste it in here. And next here we need to return just like this from the nodes collection. We will do the snapshots to give us the snapshot, and we'll map the snapshot. This will give us the query snapshot. Simply for naming convention, we will name this query snapshot, and from this query snapshot we will access the list of document query snapshot, and we will map this also. And then we will call our node model dot from snapshot and convert each of the document snapshot to dot objects, and can simply convert it to list, so that we will show it up in the list view builder in the UI. So that was it for the get node methods also. Now let's go for updating, and then we will go for the delete method. So we got this method also. Its type is also future void, and it's a static method. It's update node. It also accepts the node model, as it is going to update the node, and it will be asynchronous, as its return type is future void. And this is going to do, first of all, again access to the node collection, and then right after this we will do again one more final variable. And this time this will be new node, that updated node, but the ID will be not randomly generated, but that specific ID on which we are updating the node, and the title, body and color will also be coming from the node model, meaning that from the edit page here, from the edit page, this title, body and the color. So here this will come from here. So after this we will do, for calling the method, we will do await node collection document on that specific node ID on which we are editing the node. Simply update new node, meaning that on that new data, and if some exception occurs, simply say some error occurs and say and print that E. And next, the delete method will be really simple. That will be just like this: static future void delete node on that specific ID. This will delete the node. It will be asynchronous, as this is future. First we access the node, and the try block we simply await on that specific ID, simply delete the node. If some exception occurs, simply print this. And that was it for the backend database handler methods. So it's creating the node, and it's reading the node, and it's edit or update the node, and it's also delete the node. So that was it for the backend method. Now let's go to utilize these methods in the UI to see their work. Now first of all, let's go for getting the nodes on the home page. In the home page, here we have already the single node, and here we have the list view builder. Simply here we will wrap this list view builder with the widget, and that widget will be the stream builder. And the stream, we will simply call our method of from the database handler get the nodes. And now in here in the builder we will check some conditions, and that conditions will be: first, if the connection stat was equal to the connection stat waiting, simply we will return in the center from the image as its iOS loading GIF, and its width and height will be 50, and that is that GIF of iOS loading. So if the connection stat was loading, we will simply show this iOS loading GIF. So that was it for the first condition. And in the second condition we will say if the snapshot has data equal to false, like if there is no data, simply we'll say in the center no data. Or also we can show some widget of colors and some text. So we will do it in a while. For now, let's go for the other condition, that is if the snapshot data is empty, meaning that if that list that is coming in here, the list of node model in the stream, if that is empty, will simply show this no nodes model, and you'll also show this in here. So let's go and create this widget, and that widget is really simple. Let's go down here, and that will be just like this. It's a simple widget, simply returning in the center column. Its main axis alignment is in the center, and in the children property of the column we have a container width and height of 200, and we are accessing the add nodes image.png, that is this image, and here in the size box height 15, meaning that vertical spacing about 15, and some text of create colorful nodes. Its size, font size 30, and font weight is W400, meaning that some little bit of bold text, and text align is in the center. So that's it. If the data is empty, so we will show this in here, and also for this case we can also show this just like this if the data has equal to false. And the next condition in here is going to be, what if the snapshot has data? So if it has data, simply we will return our list view builder. Cut this from here, paste it inside, and here directly we will return simple again this center, just like this. So now open this list view builder, and in here we are going to have one field, and this will be final nodes equal to snapshot.data. So this will give us the list of nodes. You can see as a type the list of node model. So here we will get the node start length according to the size of the collection documents inside. So simply according to that we will show the items in here. So here now we will extract the data on specific index title. So here we will do nodes on the specific index. From the CRUD Firestore we will access the title, and same copy this, paste it in here, and this will be not the color but the body. And for the color this will be the same, copy this, paste it in here, color. That was it. Now after this, what we have to do, simply hot start our application and then open up your emulator. So you can see for now the data list is empty, so we are seeing create colorful nodes. So if there is some data, simply then that specific node that we have created will show up in the list view. So we have get the data. Now it's time to go for the create in here, just like this. So in the create node, here we need to do, first of all we have to create one boolean variable, and its name will be is not creating will be equal to false. This is for to show up the iOS loading GIF whenever the node is creating. So when the node is creating, simply this will be true, and according to this you will show the indicator of loading, and if this is false, so simply we will do not show the indicator, or simply the indicator will be disappear when this is false. So that was it for this, and now in here we will create a method. So that will be of create method, just like this, and in the body, first of all here we will do set the stat is not creating to true. Like whenever this create method is called, simply we will set the stat variable is not creating to true, like now when the node is creating. Now according to this we will manage the circular indicator, but for now let's wait for it and complete this method. So next thing in the create method we will do future.delayed duration millisecond of 100, and in the body, so here we are delaying 1 second, like to keep the circular indicator for at least 1 second for some user experience. Like when the button is clicked, this will become true, the circular progress indicator will appear, and after 1 second then we will perform some operation like to create the node and do something else. So after this is not creating will become false, and the indicator will disappear, and the node will be created, and this will navigate back us to the home page. So that is it first for some good user experience. we are just keeping the indicator just for the 1 second. So this will become true, indicator will appear, and inside this we will do, first we have to check two conditions. If the title is empty, simply we will show a toast message, enter title, and we will set this is not creating to false to stop this creating method to not go forward. Simply return this. So this method will stop right there and the indicator will become false or disappear. Only in case if this is empty. So if this was not empty, simply this if will not be executed. And also for the second one, if the body was empty, simply we will type something in the body and we will set the indicator to false, return to stop the method right here to not go forward for creating the node. If these two was simply empty, so we will not let this process to go forward for creating the node. So that is just for validation like this. And next we will do, from the database handler, simply call the create node method. It accepts the node model, and the node model got the title, body, and the color, and the ID is generating randomly from the cloud file store in here. You can see here. And now in the create node, the title will come from the text, the title controller.text, and the body is coming from the body controller.text, and the selected color will be the selected color that is stored in that variable. So we got the create node method just like this. And now when this method is completed, when this process completes in the then method, as this is future, so we will simply set this is not creating to false and navigator pop to simply navigate back us to home page and show up our node in there. So our create node method is successfully created. Now let's go and control the circular progress indicator according to this is not creating. Now let's go here at the top, and in here we will wrap this padding widget with the widget that will be stack widget, as we are going to show the circular progress indicator right here in the center on top of the other widgets. So for that we need obviously the stack, and then here the property of alignment of the stack will be alignment dot center to show the circular progress indicator at the center. And then in the children of the stack in here we will say if the is not creating was equal to true whenever this create method is clicked and this is not is become equal to true. And we will according to this show up the iOS circular progress indicator GIF. Its width and height will be 50, otherwise you will show nothing but a simple container which means nothing. And also we have to change the background color of the scaffold accordingly when this is not is creating. So for the background color we will do, if the not is creating was equal to true, simply the background color will be light gray color, otherwise this will be dark background color. And also one more thing here, we need to wrap this tag with the widget, and that will be absorb pointer, and we will pass for the absorbing is not creating equal to true. This absorb pointer means this will absorb all the pointers, like when this is not creating is equal to true, we will not allow user to click anywhere on that whole create node page. So simply just like this you are preventing also the user when the node is creating, so you will not be allowed to click anywhere, like to select the colors of the nodes and click in the text field, etc. Now after this done, simply to test it out, how to start your application, as we have done so many changes. So simply you will test this out. If there are some problems, so simply you will revert these changes. So after your application, how to start, open your application and go for the create node. And here type some title for your node. And let's say I type it my node title 1 and its body is going to be my node body equal to 1. And let's say I select this green color for this. And now when I click this done, nothing will happen just because we have not called the method yet. Simply go for calling this method in here. This will be create node, and also again how to start the application. Then again go for this and type my node title 1, my node body 1. Now this time select this yellow color and go for this. You can see circular progress indicator appear, it disappeared, this navigate back us to this page, and you can see we got this in here. So our node is successfully created. Now let's go to the browser, and here how to start this CRUD Firestore page. And inside this we got the node collection, node document, the body, the color. You can see the color int value and the unique ID. So later we will also manipulate this node on that ID. We got the title that we have specified in the text. So that's how you can deal with this. Now let's move to the Android Studio. So that was it for the create method, and let's also create one more text, or the not the text. Let's say my node title 2 and my node body 2 or double 2, and select this purple color for this and go for create. Circular progress indicator appear, one more node is created. So that's how you can create and also read the nodes. And now it's time to go for updating the nodes. So like when they click this, you can see null check operator used on null value, just because we also have to configure this edit node page. Now go back and go to the edit node page. Now this time this edit node page is going to accept the just like this, and this will also be passed in the constructor as this, and this will be required. And now the data will come from, like, the title controller will becomes equal to text editing controller, and its text will become from the widget dot not model dot title. And also duplicate this. Now this will be the body, and the body will come from the not body. And also for this one, let's move it from here, put it in here, and the selected node will becomes equal to the widget dot not model dot color, and put the semicolon in here, put this assertion operator in here for not nullable. So whenever this edit node is clicked on that specific node, so with that specific node we will bring that node data in that edit node page and will show up in the title, body and the selected color accordingly. Now let's go to the home page, and here this is going to require this node model. So simply we will pass the node on that specific index that is clicked while going to the edit node page. So that's it. Now how to start the application to also see how we take the data from home page to the edit node page, just like this. Now open up this, and when I click this, you can see we got the title 2 and body 22 of that node data in here, also in the edit node page. And you can see this node color is already selected according to this, as we have done in the init this configuration. So to also do the same for the update node page, simply we will go to the create node page, and you'll copy this long enough method from here and go to the edit node page. This is really simple or similar to this. Simply only this method will be not the method, but this variable will be different. Paste this in here. It will be boolean equal to false, but this time this will be is not editing and not the creating. Now let's also change it in here for this, and also put the assertion operator for the text, as here the text controller is nullable. Also call this method or import this database handler and call the update method, and this time we also have to pass the ID. So the ID will come from widget dot not model dot ID. So on that specific ID that we have brought from our home page, on that specific ID we will update this time this node. And that's it. The methods, this will be edit node. Now here we have to do the same configuration as we have done for the home page, not the home but the create. We will wrap this with the stack widget, and let's go to the create node page, and from here we will copy this from here and paste it in the children of the stack. And this method will be not the method but the variable will be is not editing, and its alignment will be alignment dot center. That's it, to show this indicator in the center, and also its color accordingly. Go to this and copy this from here and paste it in here, and also import this and also change this and import these two colors. So this will also be changed accordingly when the node is editing. And then also one more thing, wrap this tag with the widget absorb pointer, and for the absorb pointer we will pass absorbing the is not editing. So that was it also for this. Now for whenever the save changes is clicked, simply we will do call the edit node method and simply pop the context to remove this dialog box, and there will appear a dialog box, not a dialog but the circular progress indicator, and color will become light gray. And then after some time the node will be updated accordingly, the data is entered. Now after this also how to start your application. To test this out, after your application how to start, open your application and let's go for updating this first node. So let's say we want this to, let's say 666 for the body and also 666 for the title and the body, and change its color to, let's say, this sky color. Now click this and yes, this will disappear and this will wait for some time, and our node is, you can see, updated. The title is become 666 and the body become 666 and its color is also changed. So we have also successfully updated our node, and now one last thing remaining is just to delete this node so our application will be successfully created. So now let's go for the home page, and in here when this long press, simply with this we will also call a method that will be really simple method database handler delete node on that specific index on that ID on which that dialog box is appeared. Now after this, again how to start the application to also test this out. Now when the application how to start, open this up and let's try deleting this second node. Let's say hold this appears. When I say no, this will disappear and nothing will happen. When you click this, hold this again and click this yes, this will be deleted from the CRUD Firestore. And also let's also delete this, and when there is nothing, this will say create nodes, and when you create, let's say with some this gibberish data and select this color, this will take this and your node is created. And let's say you put 1 2 3 in here and change its color. You can save this just like this, and this will be updated to this data. Now you can delete this, and that's how you have created your node application using CRUD Firestore database and in Flutter. And that was the last section of this week 2. Not forget your tasks. You have to rebuild this application using the Bloc or Cubit, and also let me know in the comment section. So that's it for now. Goodbye, and I will see you in the week 3.